Gravity calculates for the curvature of the Earth in any
No, like
building.
for large, like
That's
okay,
just
so like
bonkers.
if Amazon were to build a warehouse outside,
They are not going to use the curve. Bro, don't even go there. You're an engineer. You should know this. You should know better.
No, I remember. I'm just gonna make sure.
Yeah, you better
Just
double check
make
that
sure.
shit. Because
Let's think about this.
you're stepping into an arena where there's people that work in that field in this chat room. They're gonna call you out if you're somebody who's an engineer. Trust me.
Best you don't do that, son.
Okay, I looked it up. There's no evidence. I looked it up. There's no evidence.
Yeah, you goddamn right. There's no evidence.
Not only that, they'd end up digging the ground, putting in some forms, pouring the foundation with self-leveling cement is what they would probably do, so that it's, level.
No, they ain't using. There's no curvature taken into account. Nope.
Yeah, no, I
don't think so.
No, it's not.
Need to get some of that self-curbing cement.
Someone said something about that. I don't know who.
Yeah, let them speak now or forever hold their peace, huh?
All right, we're gonna.
Yeah, you're gonna meet the whirlwind if you start that argument.
Well,
put an end to that crap as soon as you hear it. That's nonsense.
Yeah, okay. It says it's not practical, necessary. Okay.
Exactly.
Because it doesn't happen. That's why.
That's a good lad.
GTP.
No, I just use Google for that, but I'm on ChatGPT for like the astronomer stuff that you guys were talking about earlier. And that's the last thing I looked up from that.
Fucking hell, dude.
All right. So there are two spheres, and they're not connected in any way. They're just separate.
No, you're missing the point. Draw a straight line. Okay, there's your straight line. There's your flat Earth. Okay, that straight line. And on that straight line, you're going to draw two half circles. Take your protractor and go lump one, and then go lump two on top of that flat surface. There's your hemispheres. Hemi means half, not a full. It's a half sphere, half of it, like an upside down cup. And some idiot put the two of them together and called it a globe. And we're stuck with it. But not because it is one, it's because there's junk.
So it looks like so I've drawn Dolly Parton on top of the Earth.
Okay, now you're there.
There we go. All right.
Now, the reason for that is because of what's above. You have the flat Earth, but what is above? Draw another straight line above that's parallel to the bottom one. That's where your stars, your moon, and your sun are, up on that flat plane, but we perceive it as an arc above us.
Hold on. You think the sun, the moon, and the stars are on a flat plane?
Okay, wait.
Holy crap, Dash. Can you hold off? I'm trying to explain something here. So you look from behind you to in front of you.
Okay, so I've drawn Dolly Parton, and literally right on top, on the tip of her nipples, right, I've drawn another line, and this is where the sun is, the moon.
No, sun, moon, and stars are all up there on another horizontal plane with horizontal plane of the Earth.
Where Dolly Parton's nipples are, that's not the sun. That is something else.
I don't care what you put there. The stars, the moon, and the sun are above you.
Okay, everything.
Flat plane, they're above you in the celestial sphere. But what we experience, if you imagine your view from where you were standing as a protractor, okay? So you got a protractor standing, a big tall one,
right,
stuck on the ground right beside you. So from behind you to in front of you, you have 180 degrees, okay? Put your arm behind you, point it straight out, and you swing it around. It's 90 degrees at the top, and it's 0 out to the horizon in front of you. That is one hemisphere. Now, pick up your ass and go to the south. When you get to the south, do the same thing. Plant your feet, pull out your protractor, and put your arm behind you and start at 180 and go out to 0. And there's another protractor giving you the second hemisphere. Do you understand that now? You're going to have different stars in the south. That's why we're doing this, because we don't see the same stars in the south as we see from the north, because we get too far away from them. In fact, the actual definition of the equator is the minimum elevation angle to Polaris. So as you move away from Polaris and it gets closer and closer to the horizon until you can just barely see it, you are at the equator. Do you understand that?
I see. Okay. So we're at the equator. I've drawn.
Where's Polaris? If you're at the equator, where's Polaris?
Not there. Or barely visible.
Right? On the horizon, right?
Yeah, on the horizon. Okay, so we have. I'm gonna use
So
a different
like
color.
at like 0 degrees, right?
I'm gonna use a different color for this, for understanding purposes. I'm gonna use purple. Purple here. All right. So we have a dude standing here. This is the equator. I'm gonna put EQ, right? And then we got dude standing here. He cannot see Polaris because it's too far away. And then on
No, it's not just that it's too far away. It's on the horizon. You can't see it when it's on the horizon, and you've got all of that atmosphere and buildings and trees and mountains all to look through. You can't see it because it's on the horizon. It's too low to the horizon. You'd move too far away from it.
Mm-hmm. All right. So
it's a perspective thing.
So on the other end, so we look at the other end and we can see part of the Southern Cross, right? Part of it, like 2 stars of it, because there are like 4 stars, yeah. So you wouldn't see these 2, you'd see these 2. Let me put a cross here. You'd see these 2 circle. And also, okay, so, and these are too far away. And then we have our dude here. He's gonna cross his hands together. There we go. Okay, so, and then we have the sky. All right. Okay, I get it. I get the stars. They're too far away. You can't see them. And if you go closer, you can see them better. But
yeah, what happens when you get closer to them?
But
what happens to them?
They'll be. But okay, that doesn't explain how it would be higher in the sky.
What happens? Yeah, when you get closer to them, they go higher up in the sky. If you were at the North Pole, Polaris would be above you, and it would be 90 degrees to the flat surface that you're standing on. So if you're at the North Pole, Polaris is directly above you, 90 degrees. When you move away from it, it starts to drop to the horizon. As you get to the horizon, as you get to the equator, Polaris is on the horizon. And you have moved too far away to see it now, and you are at the equator. Minimum elevation.
I see the error I've made in my drawing. So I actually need another line below here. And then so we have Dolly Parton, and then we have the star line, and then above the star line would have to be right? It would have to be Dolly Parton's tits, right? On top of that line. And that would explain why it would be 90 degrees above when you're standing there at the North Pole, and I have the North Pole right here.
Yeah, because Polaris is going to be right above you.
Okay.
You'll have a line from Polaris down to your feet, and you're standing on a horizontal plane. That is a 90-degree angle.
All right. So we're going to have... So I have to move my dude down. Okay, I have this, and it makes sense. This is exactly how you see it. Okay. Oh, I have the eraser. Okay, so...
Anybody want to take over? I think I opened a can of worms, and I really got to go to bed.
Oh my god. Dude, he's gonna smile.
I don't think anyone wants to create a flat Earth map if that's what this guy's Spozo's trying to do.
No, I need a map. I'm a visual learner. I gotta put this into...
Maybe someone should just spoon feed him and just draw him a fucking thing that he's trying
to... No, I drew it. I drew it. I drew... Okay. I'm gonna make a shittier drawing because I don't want to put this on here.
I think I've been pretty clear on this, and if you can't figure it out from what I've told you, I don't know.
I think Bob's got it. I think I got Bob's drawing down. All right. So I'm gonna draw in text. What I have.
Just so you know, I don't have a drawing, so you don't have my drawing.
Everything. I'm gonna just put not everything. Sun, moon, and stars. Oops, I put an enter.
Just call them celestial
Stars.
bodies.
All right, and I'm gonna put that down. And there's like a thingy there. And then above here we have
I'm going to need therapy after this.
0, 0. Oops. 0, 0. X. 0. 0.
I'm picturing a drawing in MS Paint.
Yeah, well, gotta be good. Now, the other thing when it comes, if you're trying to figure out heights to the stars and crap, you can't do that there. That'll never happen because stars only appear as an apparent location. If you move up in altitude, you'll keep the same elevation angle looking at the star regardless of the height that you go to. So perspective-wise, stars don't work that way. So I don't know what you're up to with your drawing, but it sounds like you're trying to figure something out.
Right. So, and then below here we have our dude. The dude will be we're gonna put him as the letter G. Oh, I'll make this better. B C and then we have A.
That's awesome. You know what sucks is listening to this.
Yeah.
All right. Wait, oh my god, that's completely fucked right there.
Yeah, awesome. Mute yourself and then come back when you have a drawing.
No, I put it in chat. Okay. Oh wow, that
Oh,
looks
what
really
the
bad right
fuck?
I
This
put-
is even worse than I thought. I thought it was an MS Paint drawing. This is
No. I did like a drawing, but
Like a drawing.
it's really bad. Okay, and I think that. Okay, wait, what the fuck? Why is it not? Oh, it's because you can't do that. All right, just ignore the periods because Discord doesn't allow you to like put it to the side. So these are Dolly Parton's like boobs, right? And the one on the left is the southern. The one on the right is the northern. The X represents the Southern Cross. The asterisk represents Polaris. So when you're at position C, directly 90 degrees, just like Bob said, it's above you. And then at B, you can't see either because it's too far away. And then at A, you can see it because it's directly above you. But of course, much larger distances. So that's why
We waited all this time for that.
No. I
What
have another
the
drawing.
hell, man?
I just wanted to. I don't want to. Okay, but this is accurate. Yes, I'm not like wrong.
I have no freaking idea what you drew there. You probably should have used a crayon, is my guess. As long as you don't tend to eat them.
Yeah.
Wait, let me snip it. All right,
Wow.
here's my
I don't even know what to say. That's unreal.
Here's my first edition, right? So we have a dude standing here. Beautiful sandwich, guys. All right.
Yeah, you know what? That's a better drawing because the guy on the bottom, he's standing on flat Earth, and there's two different domes of perspective. Two different domes of perspective. When you're standing under the middle of the one dome, you're in the north. When you're standing under the middle of the other dome, you're in the south. But you're on a flat plane, and all the
Okay.
stars and all the celestial bodies are above you, and you see them through the celestial dome like a protractor from 180 degrees behind you to 0 degrees in front of you. If you're under one of the poles, you'll be at 90 degrees. And it's just that simple. I don't know why you're trying to dig into this anymore. I have no idea what you're trying to draw in that other picture because that makes not
Man,
a whole lot of sense.
just ignore all those like dots then. Thought it would, because the other one wasn't labeled. Okay, so it's not even flat. I can't even use this flat model anymore. I'm just gonna delete it. I'm gonna use the line model, right? Right. So we have line model. I don't know if anyone else wants to talk. Who? I don't know if there's anybody else in here. Okay, so stars make sense. Sun makes sense. I drew like a kind of 3D thing. So we have this as a circle, as like the sun. And the sun would be in the middle of this. So we're in the, oh my god, the septum of Dolly Parton, right? Right where this dude is standing. And the sun is right there? In the middle top? Right above the dude's head? Because if that's the north and you said that's like the center basically, and we wrap it around, like the Southern Cross is like a ball, and I spin it, right?
You know what, AK? I don't think you get this. This is just a perspective thing. If you happen to be in the north and you look outside, you'll see stars. Okay, you go out there at night. There's
Yeah.
no clouds. You see stars. You go to the south. You go outside and you look up and there's no stars. You look up and you do see stars, but they're not the same stars that you saw in the north. They have different patterns, different
Yeah.
constellations.
Yeah, I get the stars. The stars
Okay,
make
so
100% sense. I get it.
nowhere in here did I say that the sun is in the south or the sun is in the north and the moon is
Okay.
here? Okay, none of that was said. You're looking at stars and you have two different star maps. That's how your globe Earth is measured and mapped. They map it into the stars. So the globe does have a real place in life. It's just not a tangible thing. You can't touch the globe. You can't go to the globe because it doesn't exist. It's a concept of how we have mapped the known Earth to the stars. It's all about navigation. It's all
I
about
see.
how we know where we are. And time. Time is very important.
Okay, but
Latitude lines come from Polaris,
yeah.
elevation angles to Polaris. If you have a 45-degree elevation angle to Polaris, you are at the 45th latitude. Okay? And
Mhm.
that's just how that is. I think you're trying to make this into something bigger than it's not. I'm not sure where
Okay,
you're going.
I'm taking this very simplistically. That's, as you can see by my quality of the drawing. But the sun, okay, it's daytime now. And dude is still standing in between, can't see. He's on the equator, right? And the sun is basically at the equator, right? Or is it closer to the southern
You know the
side?
sun moves. the sun moves, goes over top of your head.
Right,
You see it
okay.
over there, and it goes there. So
Oh, okay.
the sun moves. Okay, so again,
Oh, you're
where are
right.
you
You're right.
going with
Okay.
this?
Oh my god. Wait. Okay, I get it. I get it. I get it.
You're trying. You want to take this thing that you've drawn, and you want everything on there. You want the moon on there. You want the sun on there, and you want to know where it is. Well, that's going to change.
Okay, I get what you're saying because the Earth does tilt. That's why we have seasons. Yeah. So
No.
no,
There's no tilt to the earth. The only thing you have are
or not
elevation
tilt, but
angles.
like okay.
No,
So the
listen,
sun
hang
gets
on. You'll
closer
learn
to the
something.
south.
If you be quiet, you might learn something here. The only thing that we have that we can observe are elevation angles to the celestial bodies. Okay, you can take your telescope out and you can measure these angles. The only thing that makes the difference to the seasons is the elevation angles to the sun. The sun, in your sun, depending upon where you live, your summer, the sun will be at its closest. And it will be at the highest elevation angle on the flat earth. If it's winter time, wherever it is that you live, the sun will be at the lowest elevation angle on flat earth.
Okay, so we're gonna put.
So there's your seasons explained. Nothing else
All right.
has to happen. It's all about measuring elevation angles to the sun. The sun's either over top of your head or it's far away from you. It's either winter or it's summer.
Okay, so
Spring and fall, of course.
okay, I have the star map, and now I've drawn a sun map.
Oh my God.
I don't want to keep you up if you have to sleep, dude.
We're at 24/7, dude.
24/7.
Yeah, I'm sure I can pass this off on somebody else. I hope I didn't go way down into a rabbit's hole on this thing. But anyway, I do have to go because I'm definitely done for the day. Been a pleasure talking with you. I hope you can figure this out. It sounds like maybe you can. I'm hoping you can anyway.
Okay, so we.
So anybody in
No worries.
particular want to take over?
All right, have a great night. Or if somebody's gonna...
I'm around. I'll see what happens.
Good luck, Jedi. See you tomorrow.
See you later, mate.
I think that
What do you think, buddy? Hit me with your hot take.
okay. All right, we're gonna do this live. I'm just gonna share. Wait, let me delete all this. I'm gonna make a new MS Paint for this one.
We, out of curiosity, it doesn't matter. I'm not trying to debate you. I just want to know for my own sake. Are you a flat earther or a glober person?
I'm a globular person. I'm just stretching to understand y'all.
No, I understand. I'm not a flat earther either. I'm normal. But yeah.
Normal.
Normal? No.
We're
I
not gonna,
genuinely.
you are not going to have a fucking normal on that one. Sorry.
Normal just means conforms to the norm, and I hope.
All right, here we are. Okay, so I'm gonna try to explain it the best way in the most respectful way that I can here. So what we have here, okay, we have the flat Earth, right? We have a line, and this line is where I'm gonna use a different color to indicate. Here, we'll use this nice blue for the sky. And then we're gonna have Dolly Parton here.
What the fuck's what are they?
Those are Dolly Parton's boobs. This is the northern one. I'm gonna put N up here for north, S here for south. We're gonna have here
up.
I need another color.
Up. Your sphere. It's observed.
This is the Polaris. I'm gonna indicate the SP.
AKA, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, but he's doing a presentation. Give him a second.
Yeah, we didn't ask you. AKA, can you hear me? Yes or no?
Yes. Who is this?
Excellent.
Oh, Ben Hammer?
Yeah. Did you hear what Jedi said?
Yeah, like they.
Yes, you did, or yes, you heard
No,
people
no,
talking, but
no.
no, you didn't.
I was like talking to my presentation, yeah, and
I know.
you,
I know.
The presentation. I'm
I
wondering.
know. Dude, give me a second. I know you're going on with your presentation, but right at the beginning, you've made a fundamental error that shows that you don't understand. So I'm going to try and help you. The celestial sphere is observer dependent. It's not an actual sphere or hemisphere arc in the sky where you've got two of them and they both touch the ground like you've drawn with your Dolly Parton boobs.
no. This is not touching the ground. That was my mistake before, but I corrected it. This is the sky. This is the sky, right? And then when you're standing here, right? You're at the northern end where Polaris is. Above 90 degrees is what that dude said, right? You're looking towards this dude. You're looking up now, and you're above Polaris, and this is the point. And so, as would be, okay, I need to extend this.
Look, I know
Because
you're
it's
excited,
a
young
circle.
fella, but see where that person's standing? This hemisphere would be above them. They would be the center of it.
They would be the center. Okay.
Yeah, they'd be in the middle of it.
Okay, wait. I'm gonna continue drawing, and I want to see if you guys like.
Gonna keep doing it.
God, I love boobies. All right, keep going.
Okay, so we got Dolly Parton, infinite boobs across the earth.
Why?
Because, right? Okay,
Why?
because the earth, because it's a flat plane, yeah, or like right, like these are like hills or whatever. Say whatever.
Do you know what a celestial sphere is?
Yeah. I'm just drawing it. I'm just.
Why are you drawing? Why are you
Give
drawing
me a
that
second.
then? Okay.
Okay, so.
Man, this
Wait.
doesn't make sense. I don't know.
Okay, wait. Okay, but this side is daytime. This side has the sun,
What are you on about?
and that because you can't see the stars here. And this is fucking good. Okay, wait. Okay, let me. But the sun moves.
Jasia,
Yeah.
how about for 5 seconds you just have a look inside chat? 20 past the hour. Here's one Jedi prepared earlier.
Okay. Let's see what we have here. North out. Okay, so wait. Okay, the north. So is this person standing at that exact point?
Is that person standing at the?
Or is this person standing at east?
No, the person is standing at the center of the horizontal plane under his perspective view called the celestial sphere. Now, you notice that the sky arcs downwards and appears to touch the floor. Where the stars are, with distance, they appear to touch the floor. They're not actually touching the floor. So you keep drawing arcs all over the place. I'm trying to ask why. Especially when you've got one man underneath where the arc would appear to be lower than the bit in the middle where it's higher. You're standing underneath the highest point. The arcs land around you. This is the perspective of the observer making the observations and the measurements. The measurements being utilised by the protractor that I've just put underneath that picture, where the observer is standing at the bottom, in the middle, making the elevation angle measurements. This is what was brought up earlier as well, because this is the premise of how an observer makes an elevation angle measurement to a thing above the horizontal plane, in this instance, the stars. So the hemispheres are not actual spheres.
I see. But I think that's what Bob said earlier that was helpful, right? Is that there's a line and then the sphere, and that helps differentiate it?
What?
At least from my understanding, I think that got me closer. Okay, so this side, this, see where my mouse is. This I can delete, right? We don't need this.
No.
Okay. Oh my gosh! Can I make
the only The only arc in the sky is the one the observer appears to see. The sky is as flat as the horizontal floor. So it should be just two straight lines. The arc comes from the perspective view of the observer with his aperture, his eye.
All right, there are three different people, and then what they view.
Why the people?
One, well, this is the Earth, right? And this is like spheres, but like from the
Why?
perspective of
Why
the. Okay, so
spheres? Why?
we're the guy on
Why
the we're
spheres
the
in
guy
the
on the
sky?
left.
Why are the spheres in the sky?
Oh well, that's what I posted earlier, and you guys were like, "Oh, it's
Yeah,
high."
I'm asking you. I'm asking you why you put spheres in the sky
just
or hemisphere.
but they're not hemisphere. It's from the perspective of the observer. So this is
So,
from the middle.
so the observer would be in the center.
Okay, this is
of-
the for the. Okay, let me get it red. Okay, that we got this dude in the center. This is what he.
No, stop. Okay,
No?
see where the S is. Put your cursor on the S. Now go
Yeah.
down till you hit the horizontal line. Stop, no. Oh, that'll do. That's where the dude should be standing. Go back down. That's the middle, yeah? Center. That's where the guy should be standing. That
This
is him at the center of his celestial sphere. Yay!
Okay, and this
He
dude
is going to
cannot.
see the stars doing one thing.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
then
so-
we
Now
have
put another
one-
dude in that one. Yep, he is going to see the stars doing something else. Isn't that amazing?
Okay. So, dude in the middle, right? Dude, he went up, right? He's
Well,
on
no.
his
You
plane.
understand their point. You understand their point. So, like, it depends on each person's perspective. So, if there was a dude in the middle, you would have to draw another sphere, another hemisphere, because
Okay.
their point is always that through your perspective, there will always be a full thing.
All right, so we're gonna try to. Okay, wait. Let me draw it below so that it's like the same length.
Yeah, that was their criticism. Yeah.
All right, so we have a line below here, and what we're gonna do is we have his sphere, right? And he can only see so much. Yeah, we have the stars. They're in the same spot. We have the orange Polaris, and then as designated as P, we have the cross here, designated as C. Dude in the middle can't see that because it's too far. But that's exactly what that dude said, yeah. And
Mm-hmm.
he can't see anything, right?
Yeah, with your three observers, that's placed them
Okay.
one under
So
the north celestial, one underneath the southern celestial, and one at the equator. The one standing in between these two people would see the rotation on the horizon.
Isn't the top just a toroid?
okay,
Like a
so
donut?
okay, so then assuming like Polaris is the North Pole and the South
Kind
Pole
of.
extends across. So
No.
we have
What are you talking?
no?
What's a celestial
Can
pole?
you show a top down of what the first one is? Like, what would it look like
Okay.
top down?
Let's do it.
What, is it
do it.
like
Okay,
a
so wait,
donut
we're gonna
shape?
use this one. We're gonna use
Is
this
it-
right here.
Is it a donut?
We have
shape?
this right here. We have a dude standing. This is the equator. I'm gonna designate it as E.
I'll ask you again. What is a celestial pole?
A celestial pole.
Mm-hmm.
That would be like here. These two ends where they're
No,
looking up
no,
90
no.
degrees.
What
Is
is-
this not true?
Tell me what is a celestial pole?
Show you? Okay, wait. I'm gonna draw this dude's perspective.
Define it. Define it.
I don't. I'm a visual dude. I have to. Draw
The celestial pole. So, I'll Google it for you.
Wait, isn't
You
the
said
top
no- you said-
diagram a
Hold on.
toroid
For fuck's
or whatever? Isn't it
saying
like a
toroid.
donut shaped?
No. It's not what
So,
we're
like,
Okay,
if
wait,
it was-
wait. Okay.
If it was
So the
projected
point
onto
on the
top
celest-
down, it wouldn't look like a donut?
No.
Yeah, but no, but that's not what they see. Okay, so we have a dude standing here, and that's his thing.
Well,
And then
if
we
it
have a
was
dude standing here in his.
if it was a round, flat disc, right?
Mhm.
And it was like
No.
that. If you looked
No.
top down, you're looking at it from the
No.
side, it would be a donut
Just
shape.
no. Just no disc, no donut shape. For
But
some,
that's what
Oh, no,
we're
no.
talking
Oh, okay,
about.
wait. I believe that I know what he's trying to say. Okay.
The top image is showing a donut from top down, but
Right,
we're
here.
just seeing
Right.
a cross section of it.
Okay,
No.
we have a circle, right? This is the whole Earth. And
Why is it a circle?
okay, and we have
Why
in the middle, okay, we have a dude standing here.
Why is it a circle and why
There would be
in the middle?
there would be a ring in the middle that is the
Why?
north and south.
Do you-
Right?
wait, okay, wait.
Referencing. What are
Okay,
you
wait.
referencing?
You
It's like I'm
this is
asking
the
you
flat
questions
Earth, right?
that are going over your head and you don't want to answer them.
No,
And
no,
I'm
no,
trying to
no, no,
help
okay.
you.
It's not the flat Earth.
And you think
No, it's
that
not.
talking is going to help. Literally trying to ask you poignant questions and you keep talking through me. So what are you referencing when you say circle and center? Again, what's a celestial pole?
Okay, a celestial pole is a point on the celestial sphere directly above the Earth's geographic poles, which would be this dude. In his perspective, right above him is Polaris. That would be the northern pole.
No.
It's
Right,
not.
and that's the only reason. Right. So Polaris rotates around a central axis of rotation. Not every star rotates around this one pole star. It doesn't move, and underneath the pole star, that's geographical north. Polaris rotates. It's about 0.2 degrees off of the center of rotation. But like all of the other stars in the north, they're circumpolar. They rotate around a celestial pole. That pole is designated the ground position, the North Pole. Same in the south. There are two celestial poles where other circumpolar stars rotate around this center axis
What do you
of
mean by
rotation.
Okay, so circumpolar means that
circling rotation around an axis. Remember, for example, your ball spins, creating a rotation around an axis. We call them north and south. We have two celestial poles on a flat Earth.
Mhm.
Why does everybody keep saying there's one? North. And it is the center of a circle when you've got two poles. You can't say one pole is the center of a circle when there are two centers of rotation in the sky that you're referencing as points on the ground, north and south.
I see. So, let me try to get. Okay, okay, I get the celestial sphere from the viewer's perspective, but now I need to try to get it zenith. Okay, where's my fucking pen? Okay, let's get rid of all this.
Just so you know, AKA, this is 24/7 Flat Earth, not 24/7 stargazing. They are down the corridor Third door on the left.
Waiter. Flat. And I'm gonna make it like double wide. 2x. And then you said in your photo you have someone at 60 degrees on the protractor. Like, that means they'd be 60 degrees right here. Of 90.
So what coffee you up to, Jedi? Number 3?
I'm thinking about number 3, yeah.
This kid's been going for the last 2 hours. I think he's just a troll, deliberately sponging time so we're not talking to other people.
Oh, really?
No.
Because no one can be this stupid, seriously.
Bro.
He's actually mellowed out a bit. When he first come in, I thought he was calling a horse race.
Oh, really? My goodness.
We have a dude standing here, and then from his perspective, the North Star is above 60 degrees. So this isn't actually fucking down here. Wait, what? Okay, no, I like I honestly like Bob's makes Bob's is way better.
So I
just measuring angles.
No, well, I'm trying to. I'm putting the celestial sphere, but Bob's. If
I take
want
it
to
that he's accepted that the Earth is flat and stationary, and now he's just trying to figure other shit out, or what's going on?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, we've just got to the fact there's 2 celestial poles, and the celestial sphere isn't actually a physical sphere that is touching the ground. Yeah.
Well, this is like the sky, and then
Right.
this is this dude's sphere. And these actually aren't here. They're like, I'm gonna draw them above because Bob's makes more sense. Just for understanding.
East from what position?
What?
Okay, is the equator?
This is the equator. This would be the north. This would be south, and this is too far away for him to see. And this is the Southern Cross. This is, like Polaris, indicated.
So that's like where the
Southern Cross here.
Those are where the compasses point us to.
No, compasses follow magnetic field lines.
Yeah.
We have to do a correction called
I'm not
declination
gonna
to
touch on
find
that
true
right
north
now,
and true
but-
south. True north and true south in denoted by celestial rotation in the sky. My
Okay,
goodness
so-
me, can you not talk when other people are talking, dude? Somebody asked a question and I tried to answer it for him. Fuck. So compasses don't point to true north or true south.
So what causes them to be like that? All wiggly? Isn't that just exaggerated?
What do you mean, all wiggly?
Well, you know. The thing you posted in chat, Ben?
No, that's the magnetic field lines, I believe.
Yeah, so what causes that?
That is the difference in...
magnetic field.
Like, do you have one for a flat Earth model?
Yeah, you're looking
Just
at it.
pointing out that
Oh, so just a flat map is the flat Earth?
No, that's a magnetic declination map. It
I
has
know,
a
but
very specific function.
Can we see
It
the
doesn't
same
represent
thing?
flat Earth. It doesn't represent ball Earth. It doesn't represent Martians. It is just a magnetic declination map.
I know, but can we see it on a flat Earth?
Well, if you go outside and lay it on the ground, then it's on a flat Earth. Yes.
No, I just want to see an image of that particular, like
Yeah,
these lines on a flat Earth.
We're trying to get to that with this other guy who's trying to figure out what the shit's going on by measuring angles to things in the sky and hopefully mapping the terrain by doing so. And we've got there yet. But
right,
within this map, north is at the top, south is at the bottom.
Is north in space or something?
A celestial north and celestial south, yes, they are in the sky. We reference those positions and give them geographical positions directly underneath those things in the sky. We call those two north and south.
Would you count south as like beneath us, or
no?
So where is like what's up then?
No, look from the image that I drew.
Yeah, like directly up from anywhere. What is that?
Yeah,
is that not north?
Up is
Damsky, okay, imagine this dude is looking up like
yeah, but he's looking. Right? He's not looking directly up, right? It's like 45 degrees ish.
Oh, it's supposed to be 60.
Not 60. It's 45.
Yeah, it's 45. But sorry, I suck at drawing. But like, but it's okay.
But like, if you look directly up in front of, like, right,
maybe
on
even
a fire
lower.
model, are you looking north, or is that what direction is that?
That would be
up. If you're looking up, it's up.
Yeah, but what cardinal?
Oh, it would just be up. Okay,
north,
so
south, east, west.
If this is looking directly up, he's looking at the zenith.
What is that direction? What do we call that?
Up.
Up.
What is that?
But it's not in any direction. Okay, so okay.
Then what's the point of north?
Okay, from what I understand. Okay,
what's
from what I understand. No, dude. What he's trying to say is that when he's looking directly
No, he's trying to be a smartass, aka. When you look up, you look up. When Jedi looks up,
no, you're not looking at any direction. You don't look at any direction.
AKA, if you look straight up into the sky, which direction are you looking?
You're looking up, but you're not looking in any.
Congratulations, you're now intelligent.
Is everyone looking at the same place in the sky?
When they're looking up, they are looking up in their specific area. So when I look up in Australia,
when I look up, it's different from someone else.
No,
because you're not standing next to me.
Okay, but what causes that?
The cause are
things in the sky.
Cause of you not standing next to me. Sorry, Jedi, I've done it again.
It's all right. The things in the sky move. This is what we observe and measure. This is all we're doing here with our friend.
Well, regardless of what's up there, we're still looking straight up. And what is that?
Again, somebody else doesn't want me to finish the sentence. Interesting. You're not going to understand what I just said to ask another question to try and understand something else that you're not going to listen to. Why should I continue doing that with you?
I'm just trying to help you figure out your model.
All right. Okay. So okay, there's a thing.
You're not helping me do anything. I have lots of misunderstandings that I'm having to correct, like what north is and what south is. Are they in space? Kind of, yeah.
All right. So there's a city at 60 degrees.
So you're not helping.
St. Petersburg.
North isn't true then.
So St. Petersburg, you look at here with not 60, but it's actually 30. So this dude is right. This would be 30 degrees. Because
they're all.
It's half of 90, 30, or what?
No, 60 and then 30.
Oh, it's 45.
30 to 32. It's like a
half of 90 is 45. This is basic trig.
I didn't put 90 here. This would be the 90.
Yes, but a straight up thing from a flat plane is a 90-degree angle, right?
This is I'll draw like a curve.
Half of 90 is 45. It's very simple.
No. I used the 60 degrees because that's what that dude had.
60 degrees from what?
No, if you look in the side chat and you scroll up, this dude has a protractor for the celestial sphere, looking directly.
That's not 60. What? Why would it be 60?
Well, I just put it at 60-degree longitude, so it's not exactly the same thing. It would be 30 degrees longitude to have it 60 degrees looking direct, because I live at like 30 degrees longitude. So it's about 60. Polaris is about 60 degrees for me right now. So, like looking up, like I look up 60 degrees from my level head, and it's about 60 degrees up. So someone from St. Petersburg would see the northern star at 30 degrees.
Yeah.
Like if we get a handful of people to go outside and like just look at wherever a certain star that everyone can see is, and then measure the angle, right? Why are they all different? What mechanisms cause that? I want to know.
Why is the angle different when you change your location relative to something you're measuring an angle to?
We're not that big.
Your location is different. Change.
Okay.
It doesn't matter.
Wait, damn.
A rotation change, not a.
For example, if guy wants to keep talking. So you can do this example. It's the basis of celestial navigation and mapping. Stand underneath a light, point straight up. That's 90 degrees. Move away from being underneath the light, but point at it. Measure the angle of that. Won't be 90 degrees. It will be 80 degrees. As you move away from it, it will reduce in angle, reducing towards the horizon. This is where we get latitude from when we reference the North Pole star. So it's quite easy to do. It's dependent on your location relative and the angular relationship to the thing you're relative to.
Well, that's a name I haven't seen in here before. FOA Gunpoint. How's it going, man?
Doesn't want to talk to you, Matrix.
Well, I'm thinking about going to watch a movie, and it's not going to have fucking stars in it, I'll tell you that now. Oh, shit.
Hold up, boys.
Have you worked it out yet, Junior? You know what's going on.
Fuck. Okay, so we have a dude at 60 looking at Polaris at 30, and then we're gonna have another dude. He's gonna look at it at 60, and then Polaris would be right here because that's how it is if it's longitude. And okay, what the fuck? Okay, I've been fucked, guys.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
I'm asking for a lifeline right here. So so this, okay. Wait, no. This would. But Polaris moves. You said Polaris moves based on where the viewer is standing?
No, Polaris rotates around 1 degree around that central axis of rotation
Okay.
throughout the year.
And then
Sorry,
that's what
throughout
this would be. But dude standing here, okay. Dude standing here would be. This would be their up. Polaris would be their up on this side. Wait, would it? Okay, so we have a dude standing on Polaris, right? Like under Polaris, and then it cuts off a little bit, but this is this dude's thing, right? And he has his cross, yeah? And that's his 0 degrees. Or 90, I mean. And that's also his zenith.
Yep.
Okay, what if he takes one step here? Where is he? Like
One step away from where he was.
Yeah, but
Yeah, right.
is he heading? Okay, hold up.
Oh, here comes
No,
a good
okay.
question. Go on.
This
Go on.
okay. He steps one
Ask it.
direction in this direction, right? He goes this one
Yeah.
step. Is he going south?
Good question.
All right. Is this man
You'd only find if you're finding another pole on the floor. Right, you've got 2 poles. You're standing at one, and you've got another one. Not every direction away from the pole that you're standing at is going to end you up in another one if you end up at a straight line.
Well, he's not looking up, right? He's not.
It's fine.
He
But
looks this way, but what direction is
good
this
question.
way?
I'm trying to give you a high five for asking a good question.
Like
You can only
okay.
you can only walk in one direction between 2 poles, which will be a straight line. Every other line between 2 poles will have to be curved. There's only one straight line between 2 poles.
Yeah.
So
So-
is direction away from north south? No.
So what you can tell me is that he's walking the opposite of south.
Just don't know. At this moment in time, don't know. You've only moved like one step away from north.
Okay, we're
Else has become obvious or relative yet.
okay. This green spot is where his new spot is, but this is the end of the thing. That's okay. Wait, give me a sec. I'm gonna try to find a map from the Twitters or X. Oh my god, fuck me.
Alright, I'm going to put a movie on. That should take me out for 2 hours. And I'll probably be back and this kid will still be going. So I'll catch us then, guys. Have a good one. Get that extra coffee up, you mate. Seriously, you'll need it.
Cheers, boss.
Okay. Wait. Okay. So I need to open up a tab. I'm gonna import a map. The Earth. Printable. Are you serious? Okay. I just need. Alright. Copy image. And then I'm gonna open up another MS Paint. Oop. Okay. I like it. Alright. So fuck, I can't share 2 at a time. Wait, I have another monitor. Oh my god, I'm a fucking genius. Alright. Let me use this. Alright, y'all. I can cook with this, I swear. Alright. Stop streaming. Restream. We're gonna stream screen number 2. And we're gonna put this to the side. All right, it looks good. It looks good. It looks good. This would be a comparable map to use, yes? And this is St. Petersburg
No.
at the 60 degrees.
Okay, what do you mean by comparable map? This, from what I can tell,
This is an okay map to use, like the political map, yeah? Like for your
it's
purposes.
it's a Mercator projection, which means it's a globe projection where the north and the south are heavily distorted. For example, the size of Greenland, the relationship between the continents, the north is at the top, the south is at the bottom, but there are finite points that you have to change direction. So it's a square projection globe map.
So I should use a different one?
If you want to make a map, you've got to start right at the beginning. You can use it as a reference, but you're not going to be able to overlay this coordinate system on that.
But okay, so we've used the degrees. Okay, maybe this is better. Wait, personal. All right, I'm gonna copy image. Right, and I mean it shows how it's distorted.
Yeah, it's massively distorted.
All right, so where the fuck's the? Okay, here we have a pen. St. Petersburg is like right here. This is the 60-degree line. And I used degrees, and this one's 30.
Yeah.
From this thing, yeah. This is Cairo. Cairo is like right here, yeah. And then St. Petersburg's right here.
Yeah.
So, and then we have some dude at the north, which is, what is that, Greenwich? Whatever, right here. So for the purposes, we have a dude here. And this is the north, and he's going that way? But it's not up. Wait, does that mean he's going south?
Dude, this is the problem with this type of map. All right, you've got a pole that you can move 360 degrees away from.
Well, any direction he moves, he would be moving south. At least.
I can't tell you that.
Fuck. Okay.
You've put this map out there, and it's going to throw you off. Seriously, dude. Many problems with this map. The way that it's laid out, for example. You need to start again. And the best way to start again is drawing two circles. One northern circle, one southern circle.
So then,
if you're referencing the stars.
Oh, okay. So
if you're referencing the stars to give you, say, 45 degrees latitude, for example. If you're referencing the stars, you must reference both celestial poles, not just one. You've got two. So if you understand what that's going to give you two measurable circles of latitude.
Right.
So you have to draw two circles, dude.
Copy image. Right. What the? Oh my god. How do I zoom out with this? I don't want to do that. All right. We're going to use a different image. Oh, here we go. I think we got a winner. Paste. What? I didn't even copy it. Oh, there we go. All right. It's still distorted, but this is better. Like hands down. Okay, here we got 60. And then, well, you can't even see that. But it's only distorted about the poles. But there would... Wait, what the fuck? Okay, well, you can't even use this, dude. We can't use this. We can't use this, dude.
Why not?
Well, we can't, because,
Why not?
well, okay, well, for the sky, this works, right?
And
One,
that's what.
if you're
And that's
standing,
what.
like, in the between, you can't see either, basically.
Oh, not yet. Not within. What's that? 60 degrees. Those the Arctic and Antarctic
Oh, yeah,
circles,
this is
right?
like
These
St.
loopholes.
Petersburg right here.
So the. Yeah.
That's St. Petersburg, that's where this dude is. So, we're looking here. So, when this guy moves, he's any direction. He's going south.
No. How is it? It is only one direction where he's going to end up on the map next to him, right? And that would be if he's standing in that place. Yeah, that would be to the left. There's only one direction. Walk in a straight line from one pole to another. If you put two sticks in the floor, that's why we call them poles, geographical positions, and there's two. There's only one straight line between two poles. So not every
Okay,
direction when you walk
so,
one.
so
It's fully
now he's
observed.
going this direction. He's going towards the South Pole, which would be this area.
Uh-huh.
So we're going to draw a line and basically any direction, really. Let's draw it straight down or south. And then he's just going south. Okay, he's going south here. Here, you just can't go because there's no more pole. Okay, that makes sense, actually. I get that. But, okay, but like, if he's standing here, what's the rest of this circle? Right? Okay, wait, can I scroll more? Fuck, I can't. What is he seeing? Okay. He's at the north. He would just see what's regular. It would just be a regular, so you would just see everything. That would be all this, but in the sky. Okay, I got that. That needs to be a different color. Okay, this all makes sense. I'll say the sky stuff makes sense as far as the stars go. Now let's move to one step further. Right? The moon. Fuck. Okay, wait. Let's see if there's a moon diagram. Okay. I'm gonna go back to here. We have this dude standing on the equator.
Right, boring everyone.
You guys can talk to other people, it's fine. I'll mute myself.
You're losing the crowd, man.
What?
Are there any actual like flat earthers in here right now? T-Dub? Yo? Dr. Jordan.
Yeah, what's up, dude?
You're a flat earther, yeah?
Sure am. How about you?
Alright. I am not. I'm trying to understand though. 100%. Alright.
Why would you think
You
the
saw
Earth
the
is
drawings
not
that I have,
flat?
yeah?
What? Hang on.
Well, I like drew drawings before the other dude dipped. And this is the best concept I have of it, yeah?
An artiste. Let's have a look.
The dude didn't like the map on the right, it's kind of a little fucked. But like the stuff on my left is my understanding so far. So we started here, square one, right? We have a dude, and he's in the north. He's at like what 45 degrees from Polaris, right? So this is his sphere. This is his up is his zenith, and this is what he can see. He cannot see the south because it's too far away. We have the dude in the south, vice versa, of course. Can't see Polaris in the north, too far away also. But he can see all the stars in the sky because um fuck, what's the words he used? Like there's not enough particles to like block it. Right? You can see the Southern Cross. Anyway, whatever. All that. But I drew some perspectives. These are people. This dude is at 60 degrees, equivalent of St. Petersburg, right? And they used lots of angles because if Polaris is here, you're looking at Polaris from 30 degrees, so you're at 60 degrees. That's just how it is. And then here, Polaris goes higher, and that's what I have a little trouble with. Right here, right? This is about the same longitude, yeah? It's this line right here. You see? This line, yeah? And it goes down to Cairo. Cairo's like right here in Egypt. So shouldn't this be a smaller number?
I don't know, dude. The main thing is that you got a flat baseline representing the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
What the stars are doing has got nothing to do with what the Earth is, whether it's a globe or whether it's flat, a plane. So it can't really do anything. The only thing the stars are used for is navigation. We use stars for navigation in the sun, but it's all on a flat plane.
But I was using their fucking their lines. Okay, wait. Maybe I'm thinking about this a little bit wrong. Maybe. Okay. If we go like this.
I just find in this debate that when you try and use the stars or the sun or the moon or whatever to prove what the ground is, then you sort of get into the weeds.
I mean, I kind of like made conceptual. Like I use this as Dolly Parton. We are Australian, so you get it, yeah? These are like boobs.
Yeah, definitely. We love boobs.
All right, so okay, now this makes sense. So Polaris stays here. It's not here, but this is out of his view. So he either shouldn't be seeing Polaris, but wait, no, he should be. It just needs to be bigger. Fuck. Well, at what point can you not see either? Are these reasonable? You can't even like see this far. You'd be like that. Like,
We can see Polaris in the northern sky,
yeah, this is the
but not
right,
in the
right.
southern
This is the
sky.
equator right here. This is the north. This is the south. Right. Oh, I have it up here. I have it up here and I have it here. We have the Southern Cross. We have Polaris. So this dude can see part of the southern sky. I'll do a little for that. So, but Polaris is here, always at the northern point, but up, basically. Which I guess that okay, that makes sense. Okay, so what I have here is bullshit on this line, yeah. Fuck. This is really the weeds. This is weedy. I don't like it.
You can't get the angles any other way. It's got to be on a flat plane.
I mean, this is the flat plane, and when you look up Polaris would be okay, as you get closer to Polaris, it should get higher in the sky. But here it's lower. Not higher. Wait, no.
Well, it'll be highest near the North Pole. So it's 90 at the North Pole.
So this is 90. This should be 60.
And then if you move away from it in any direction, it's gonna drop in the sky.
It's gonna drop. So this is oh, maybe my reference point is a little bit wrong. So this would be 60 as well. Oh, it's like rule of triangles. So what I have here is wrong. What I have here is wrong. I shouldn't be using it like this. I just use it like this at 60 and reference the sky instead. Wait, what the fuck?
So have you always been interested in the stars and galaxies and all that?
Yeah, I've taken like astronomy when I was in high school. I was like super interested in it, but from the flat Earth perspective, I'm just trying to wrap my head around it. So what we have here, like regular.
Using the stars though.
Yeah. I've used like university equipment to like see like Saturn's rings, and it's really beautiful. Like really, like we're like so small.
Yeah.
You know, like it puts everything into perspective.
Saturn looks pretty small.
Like, okay, wait. I am going to get okay.
So did you hear about something called the final experiment? Has
No.
it been brought up at all?
No.
You haven't heard of it?
No. The final
Oh, okay, cool.
experiment?
Yeah. So a bunch of people went down to Antarctica to film a 24-hour sun, which was supposedly going to debunk the flat Earth. But whether there's 24-hour sun or not, Earth is still measured flat.
Like,
still no evidence of curvature on the Earth.
Like in Antarctica?
Yeah. Because it's 24-hour sun in the north, but in the south, it's not as, there wasn't any evidence of a 24-hour sun. So it became a bit of a talking point.
Well,
but these guys went down there to try and prove it, that there is a 24-hour sun down there, which would prove a globe.
Mm-hmm.
But it's begging the question, even if there's a 24-hour sun or whatever happens in the sky, Earth's still measured flat.
I see.
I'm still yet to work it out either, dude. It doesn't make sense to me at all how the sky relates to the ground. Except in celestial navigation, where you've got, in the north, you've got the star that's stationary, it doesn't move.
So
that's why Polaris is used to navigate.
Okay, so simply, what I have here is that 60. Okay, this is correct numbers. This is 30 degrees. It would be 30 degrees. No, that's horrible. 30 degrees would be the angle that you see Polaris here. 60 degrees would be a little higher and higher. And this makes sense. 100%. But wouldn't this be too far away to see?
From
this is a massive distance. This is like 1,000. Oh, well, you're Australian, so it'd be like 10,000. No, not 10,000 kilometers. Maybe like 7,000 kilometers. 7K between here and 7K between here and here, right?
Don't know, dude. But I think the more you look, the more you try and nut it out, the more confused you're going to get. Trying to link up the sky with the flat Earth. As in, you try and nut out a model of flat Earth.
Yeah, but anything can be modeled.
That's fair enough. I mean, yeah, you can
I could get AutoCAD
I
right now, and I could try to model it from there. It would take a
that's
long
great.
time. But like,
yeah, I mean, it's great what you're doing. You're looking into it and trying to nut it out for yourself. But you might get more confused.
Well,
that's what I found.
If you make
anyway.
a model, you
More
should not.
confused.
Okay, so I'm very like scientific about like the stars. I love like looking at the stars. I love astronomy. Like, if the model works, it'll work. Like, hands down. Like, it'll be very simple. Okay, so we have a dude standing here, and Polaris would be basically 0. This is 90. Wait, no, 0 degrees from here, right? Or like how it is. You're on the equator. You're at 0. And you're this angle is technically 0. So that's also 0. And 0 to like, what did that dude say? Like 0.1% or something like that. It wobbles or whatever. So this makes sense right here. Going through all that. Polaris will always be here, spinning the sky around it. For each of these persons' perspectives. I didn't finish that, dude. There we go. And this is like massive distances.
Got some AE projections for us?
Who's this?
It's me.
Here. Hey. Hello, man.
It's Heretic.
Yeah.
Heretic. Oh, Heretic.
Yep.
All right, yeah. I like made like a crude drawing here of like everyone's fears, yeah. No shit, that's the wrong color. Fuck. Okay, so how far does this observable range go? It's like as wide as the Earth, right? From south to north, you should be able to see the whole thing. Like, that's your thing.
No, you can't because of perspective. It's too far away.
Okay, but Polaris is here, unmoving, right? Or does it? It can't move with the people. Like, if this dude's standing here, Polaris is still gonna be here, you know? Otherwise, I get it when you're standing here, you can't see either, or maybe you could barely, but no, it wouldn't be that clear. It would be shit in the way, mountains, whatever the fuck. So you wouldn't see this because of interference, and it would be 0. Here, you can still see it, which means, like, you can definitely see Polaris from, like, what is this, Cairo, right? So this sphere should cover 60 degrees in each direction. Right? Guys, don't laugh, please. Please. So
sorry about that. I just came out.
We
see how the your circle there. It's like a protractor.
Yeah.
It's like a protractor, yeah. So you got the flat surface, and then you got the degrees in the semicircle, and then you got the angles.
Right. So now this.
But this is orthographic. You're doing all this orthographically, which is, I guess, one way you can do it. But normally you can do it topographically, where you're looking down on the circles around Polaris.
This map is like throwing me another loop, but for simplicity's sake,
Just going to throw you in loops, dude. Just what I said. You can get more confused because we don't know the exact size of the Earth.
Well, if it's 30 degrees up, then it's getting all the mountains and all the shit out the way. So at a minimum, you'd be able to see this 30 degrees. Yeah. Like, or I mean, 60 degrees each direction. I'm gonna draw that out, or I'm gonna like have a thing. So we have 60 degrees here.
But yeah, you can see some stars in the northern sky from the south, and vice versa. But just not Polaris.
Here's that little line.
Oh, there's apparently accounts of it being seen.
And this would be the minimum.
Past equator, yeah.
Yeah. That this is the equator that marked by the E. Okay, so fuck. Can you see Polaris from Cairo? Anywhere north of literally. Oh, you can definitely see it from Cairo. I'm pretty sure. I hope. Images. The answer to the Polaris thing is that you can see it sometimes because the Earth rotates, or not rotates, the sky rotates around this dude, but it moves. It moves between 20 degrees or 23.6 degrees, which is the degree of our axis of rotation.
Dude, that's not what it is. It's just when your angle of elevation to it falls below 0, you can't see it anymore.
Yeah. Look, I have the dude on the equator, and it's a 0. You can't see Polaris.
Right, that's pretty much what the equator is defined by, where you can't see it anymore.
Yeah.
So you go further south of that point, and you can't see it.
Yeah, and then you would start seeing the Southern Cross. It would be like vice versa. So if I were to flip this around, like this darker color is like the maximum, like see, like this is on the equinox, when it's like, or any equinox, right? This is the ideal condition.
There's supposed to be rare instances though. I don't know how true they are. I can't validate those claims, but apparently it's rare instances that Polaris has been reported to be seen from south of the equator.
That would be because, well, the sky rotates, right? It rotates.
I don't think it's about that, really.
No.
Polaris is basically stationary.
Oh, fuck. Wait.
I mean, it makes a tiny little loop, but nothing that matters.
Well, it's directly above head.
Still going to be the same angle to it, pretty much.
Oh. Good point. Where's that thing? Oh yeah, you're right. You're actually completely right about that. It would still be stationary.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, so this is good. This is good so far. For as far as the stars go, this is good. Like this makes sense. Right? All this blah blah blah. If you're at the north, you can't go anymore, right? I stopped it because you can't go more north than north. So anywhere other than north would have to be this way. So you're going south, or at minimum southward in any direction. And that makes sense for stars. But okay, that's where I stopped. And now I'm on the the sun and the moon. And about the movements, what I've seen traditionally is that it kind of like goes in a circle, like This is dudes at the equator on the equinox, yeah. Ideal. This is my ideal condition, of course. All this is on the equinox. This dude's standing here, and then the sun. Okay, wait, that doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any fucking sense. How do I explain this? Some guy was saying something earlier. If anyone else wants to talk, please go ahead, please. Please go. Oh, it's Pill. He's back. Welcome back, Pill. Can I just copy this and then paste it in here? No, I can't.
Yo, it's Nick Hirsch here to debunk flat Earth. So, the butt plug culture kind of debunks that shit. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm shaking my boots.
It's the defunct fucking age that we live in. You know what I mean?
All right,
Well, that sounds really smart, dude.
It's like
I guess
spoiled
it's also-
milk. It's like funky cheese, nigga. You got the ball cheese, dude. Nobody wants that, dude.
Okay, that's enough of that ear cancer. Thank you. Thanks for coming out.
All right, I have the right drawing. Also, the top left. All right, I just dumped my drawing into the thing. I'll continue drawing another time, unless someone wants to explain like the sun and moon, because wait, how is the moon? Okay, so the stars make complete sense. I get it. This is it's very simple. The sun and the moon. How is the moon illuminated?
It's a pretty good question.
It doesn't make its own light. Well, it doesn't come from the earth. Doesn't come from light pollution. It would be like, I don't know. How the fuck is the so like when the moon's faces are illuminated? How can we make sense of this? So we have the sun. Also, blood moons. But I suppose no.
I've never seen a red shadow before. It's kind of strange.
I've seen like the blood moon, but it wasn't like really that red.
The last eclipse was pretty red.
Yeah, okay. For the eclipse to happen, the sun and the moon. The sun would have its own path. The moon would have its own path. Okay, wait. Let me see this.
It's only shading the other frequencies besides the red ones. Because red light just passes through the earth, I guess.
Well, the moon always has to be in the sky, yeah, or somewhere. It's somewhere, on.
I was just taking the piss out of the globe eclipse story. That's all. Never mind.
Oh.
I'll keep on the case. Keep trying to figure shit out. It's good that you're doing that.
Fuck. Okay. I have a possible way it could happen. Let me try to. Okay, I think I do have a possible way. Let me try to. Where's my MS Paint? Oh, here we go. Paint. And then I share screen again. I dump this to screen 2. Screen 2's here. We have our flat plane. No. A flat plane. And what would have to happen, is that it goes in a circle and it goes, and this is up. This is down. The sun is in the middle. Oh dear God, this is a horrible sun. And then the moon is to the side. And then based on where the moon is, it would be no moon. It would be dark here. It would be dark here. It would be dark here. And it would be dark here. And this would be the full moon. And then every so often it would line up to hit the sun directly. Not only, wait, whoa. What the fuck? Alright, someone want to look at this? Yo?
Look at
Daz?
what do you got there?
Alright, so this is how the moon would have to work, right? It would be up and down, but it would be far away, but they're so big that it would barely make a change. So this would be the phases of the moon, and we got observer down here, right? Observer can be anywhere; it'll be still the same shit. Yeah, it's nighttime, and they'll see whatever phase of the moon it is. This is new moon. This is full moon. Waxing, giving, or gibbous. And it would make that infinitely. And then every so often, every 2 years or whatever, it would wobble and it would completely blot out the sun. If it was day, okay, well, this is daytime, but it still makes this. But where the fuck would the sun go during night? Fuck me. Hold up.
You know how they work out the eclipses? You know how they know the eclipses? How they can predict them? It's called the Saros cycle. And it's about 2,500 years old.
Oh, I saw something like that on YouTube.
Yeah, so a long, long time before heliocentrism was even considered. It was all worked out on a flat plane.
Oh, I mean,
They're just dealing with the cycles. It's just a cyclical bunch of events that just happen over and over.
yeah.
And that's how they came to predict them, quote unquote. Or you can say post-dict. Just by observing that, okay, this happens over a set amount of time over and over again, so it'll happen again.
Yeah, but like, but like the moon has phases, but I want to know the shape of it.
It's all like clockwork. Well, what if it doesn't have a shape? What if it's not an object per se? Some sort of light phenomena, projection, some sort of thing.
Well, I know the moon doesn't illuminate itself. Like hands down, it just doesn't. It has no heat. When the moon is out, it doesn't produce heat, or not very much. That's reflected back or from the sun. What is it, like 10% of light from the sun? I get that. I get that. It happens. It's cyclical. It's happened. It's gonna happen gonna keep happening for a long, long time. Um.
Well, I just don't see any reason to limit the possibilities to it only being an object.
Well, what the fuck? What would it be? Like,
could be an effect or something.
Like a piece of like.
It could be an object. I'm not saying it's not an object. Could be, but it could also be an effect. At this point, I don't think
like a mirage.
Oh, absolutely, either way, or some sort of light effect or something. Like I don't know what would produce it exactly. I'm just saying that I don't see that we have any way to know absolutely one way or the other what it is exactly.
Okay, so this model that I've done doesn't really work because it assumes that the sun is always there. But we could do another model like this. Okay, that's a horrible circle.
What if the celestials are phenomena rather than objects? You know, balls of gas or ball of rock or whatever. Well, the stuff you're seeing, these are actually effects rather than objects in the way that you're thinking of them. I mean, like I said, they could be objects, but could also be something that we don't comprehend at all. I mean, but go ahead. Like, at least what you're doing is constructive. Like, you're taking the conversations seriously, and like, I respect for it. Just putting things out there.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, okay, so what we can do here. This is the sun, right? And then it's along. It would have to be like at 40. No, because if you're on the equator, then it would be right above it. Where's my other fucking image? Here it is. All right, we got the sun here. We got our equator here. And this is the equinox. And during the solar equinox, the sun has to be up here. Wait. The sun has to be here. Fuck. Go away. Bruh. The sun has to be here. God damn it. And this is daytime. The sun's here. The moon. Oh, by the way, dude, all the stuff I'm doing is on ideal condition, the equinox. So, one side of the earth can't see. Well, I mean, these angles in of itself are like pushing it to where everyone can see it, right? On the equinox, everyone sees a little bit of the sun. High noon, on the equinox, everybody can see a little bit of the sun. Everyone. So that means or like half the world. So we would pull out. Where'd my fucking chart go? All right. So I think I'm like giving up here a little bit. So the sun and the moon, this just doesn't make sense on the equinox. The moon has to be somewhere within this north to south line. The sun has to be somewhere within this north to south line. It can't just disappear. Like, oh, well, I guess the moon does disappear. Sometimes it rises and sets, doesn't it? But it doesn't rise and set on this flat plane. It just moves around, you know? And so does the sun. It just moves around. But, like, the sun only moves, like, between, like... What the... It only moves
So,
here and
have you
here.
done any other? Have you investigated anything else, or are you just looking, or have you just gone straight to the stars?
No, well, the
Looking
first
at
thing I
flat
did
Earth?
was the stars, alright? Some dude
Oh,
used
okay, fair enough.
The first dude explained the Dolly Parton spheres, the zenith, the sky above you, you know, from your perspective. And that makes
Dolly
sense.
Parton spheres.
Yeah. The boobs. You
It's your
know?
boob man. It's good.
So, yeah. So, this is the equinox, yeah. We got the sun. The sun only moves what? Like 27 degrees each way? I forgot how that works. But that's how the sun would move here, because such is the way of things, I guess. But it wouldn't move in that direction. It would be more like
of them. They probably tossed them or threw them in some bargain book bin or whatever. That like say it's something that's not in print anymore.
Yeah. I don't know. I think having physical copies of books is really good.
Yeah, I hear you.
Like, say for example,
how good is it though? How much worth is it?
Like to actually pay for it as opposed to getting it for free?
No, as opposed to like say you've got a digital copy and you got what you wanted from it. You know what you want. You never look at it already. It's just kind of there because you had the chance to buy, some digital books or whatever.
I think that's just like preference based then.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
Unless if you're worried about like things being changed online or massive power outages where you can't, access the electronics. Why, do you keep a lot of stuff on your computer?
No, not really. It's mostly just a friend of mine I was talking to, and wanting them, so they were excited that some books were coming back into print. And I'm like, why? Why do you care? And apparently, so the book would be, the old stuff would be more reasonably priced, because now the new stuff would be better. Better condition and whatnot. And I'm like, yeah, just read the PDF. Or Kindle. It's like, having to do with role playing books mostly.
I just want to say I finished eating at Friday Olive Garden. It's freaking delicious.
I don't know if they actually convert on the spot. A lot of people, they spend some considerable time just taking this in, evaluating it for themselves. We always encourage people to go find out, because you can confirm that Earth is flat.
Yeah,
anybody can do it.
Your flat smacking moment will happen on your own by yourself when you finally consider all the information and then decide what you think is true. No one's going to be able to do that for you. And if they did, and that is someone's epistemology, as soon as the other person changes their answer, you're up shit creek now. Like the same thing with Google. Like some guy who said, I only trust what Google tells me. Sooner or later, Google's going to give him an answer that hard counters his worldview. Then you'll have to try to square that information. Then Google... Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, who we know about that fits that description? Jaron.
Yeah, good call. Just Google it, bro.
Jaron became a flat earther because his epistemology was accepting whatever he thought the cool kids were talking about at the time. And the cool kids were talking about flat Earth. So he wanted to be cool and he became a flat earther. So that means his so-called conversion moment wasn't truly deep, wasn't meaningful, very superficial.
You're trying to explain to someone, so how and why, and when they can't answer that, then you kind of know that they really don't know what they believe in or what they don't believe in.
One of the great things about flat Earth is you don't have to give up anything. You can still remember how you thought of the globe, and you can still think of the globe, and you'll probably be able to think of the globe in much clearer terms than you ever could before. But then you can also think in terms of how you experience the real world, i.e. flat Earth. I can right now in my mind flip back and forth between zetetic astronomy, that is like planetarium astronomy, and I can immediately flip into Star Trek astronomy and start thinking about solar systems and galaxies, and I can see Earth as a spinning globe too. I can go back and forth between these all day long. It doesn't bother me one bit. And it's not hard.
One thought that I've heard about convincing people is that, like, everyone's at a different stage. You're not going to have one person or one thing convince someone or about something. Yeah. Some people are a hard rock and the information just splashes off them. Some people are a cracked nut that are kind of starting to see something and maybe going to open up a bit. And other people are a seed waiting to grow. So it's all relative to people's stage that they're at with how they perceive information.
Yeah, some people won't accept reality that's before them until they give up their moon landing belief system. And that's kind of fucked up. People would rather believe that Apollo was true than the Earth is flat as they see it and know it to be. Isn't that something? It's quite common, I guess, actually. So discussing, like we did earlier, the staircase of belief, I mean, people at some points in their life may just have to give up on Apollo before they can even venture into the flat Earth arena. Other people don't. Other people say, holy shit, Earth is flat. Well, I guess that means Apollo was faked. It's also possible is they faked Apollo and they still think Earth is a globe. It's not necessary that everybody involved in that effort knows the Earth is flat. It's not necessary that Apollo was faked in order to conceal a flat Earth either. It's quite likely, at least in my assessment, that they still thought Earth is a globe and they just wanted to feign technological progress that they haven't yet reached. Achievements that they never really did. And this would require an extrapolation of their preconceived globe concept in order to paint convincing pictures of Earth from outer space, to create a convincing bas relief of the moon that they grabbed a camera close up and scrolled over the surface to simulate the command module's orbit around the moon. These are things that had to come out of a very heliocentric type of worldview and cosmology. And for this to be pulled off in the eyes of the public that already accepted this cosmology, they would need artists and engineers that are quite committed to this cosmology themselves. So in my view, I think it makes more sense. The people involved in the NASA hoax really believed in the globe. And they never developed the technology to actually confirm that it's a globe for themselves this whole entire time. So do the 26 or 27 astronauts, Apollo astronauts who claim to have been into space and at a distance far enough from Earth to confirm that it's a globe, does that mean that they all know it's flat? Not necessarily either. They may still think Earth is a globe, and having participated in a fraud, at best they've probably been up into what's considered, the beginnings of outer space, the Kármán line transition, perhaps even higher than that, which would not be enough to see Earth as a globe to begin with.
Thank you. I've only been trying to fucking say this for fucking months.
Oh, yes. All right. We are in one accord, Mr. T-Dub. Yes. Yeah, it's something I've been noodling on myself. I'm like, you know what? The so-called conspiracy doesn't have to be widespread at all. It doesn't even have to extend to the Apollo program. No. They could have faked the moon landing while believing they're on a globe, and meanwhile the Earth is flat the entire time. They never accomplished what they claimed. So they've never been up there high enough to check.
Exactly, and of course, if you're going to fake something like that, where you're saying you're in a POV to be able to have that perspective, right? To be able to see the Earth like that, what are you going to show? What are you going to fake? Are you going to fake something that people don't expect to see, or are you going to give them what they would expect to see and what you yourself would think you would see?
Precisely. Maybe they never actually achieved a self-orbiting satellite this entire time either, and they may still think that it is achievable because they believe in a globe.
Yeah, didn't Elon Musk like have a dig at Bezos or Branson, one of the other two, right? And have a dig at him and say, yeah, you haven't achieved orbit yet. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, I think he was like giving them a clue.
I mean, he does weird things like this. I've talked about this. I felt like I won the internet lottery when on X he liked a post. He did not one of these fake Elon Musk accounts. Elon Musk or whoever runs his social media account liked one of my posts when I said, we all know, Elon, that you don't manage SpaceX. That the president of SpaceX does, and that's Gwen Shotwell and her husband, the power couple from Jet Propulsion Labs.
And he liked your comment.
He liked it. Yeah. Yeah, and this was also part of my message was they're hiding stuff from you, Elon. They're lying to you. They have to lie to you to maintain their national security. They are cleared to a higher level for national security than you are, Elon, and they work for you. Yep. I gotta go.
This is why I like to point out that thinking NASA is full of shit, or knowing NASA's full of shit, is not exclusive to flat earthers. There's globers that think they're full of shit too. So, do these people that come in and ask us why they lie, do they go and ask them why they lie too? They're inadvertently or consequently lying about the shape of the Earth, right? Whether intentionally or not, right? But what they're intentionally lying about is going to space. That's what they're lying about. Their capabilities of being able to enter a region that is outside of Earth.
Hello?
Hello.
Is anyone there? So,
I just spoke, dude.
is the Earth flat or round? What are we?
It's observed as flat, it's measured as flat, and it's navigated as flat. So I'd like to say it's flat.
Yeah. So when are we going up there in the atmosphere to look at it? Why don't they let us do that? Why don't they let us go up in the atmosphere and see
Who's
the dome?
Who's they?
People.
Which people?
The government people.
Well.
Why are they not live streaming? I saw the moon landing and it's just so fake.
Okay, now you're just trolling.
I'm not trolling at all. Shouldn't there be like a fund campaign going up?
A what?
To see, like GoFundMe campaign or something to go up there and see for like. Then you see it once and for all. You like a live stream. If there's a dome, you see the dome. If there's not a dome, then there's not a dome.
Because the narrative the government pushes is that we live on a spinning water ball in a vacuum. So they're obviously not going to do that.
And you know that's the whole thing. Like is only one government organ that gives you everything about space.
No, it's not just one. Right? You got NASA, RASA, JAXA, ESA. I think you got India in there now.
But
You have all these different space agencies, and they all show the Earth completely different from each other. So I'm wondering which one's real.
Yeah, and the Indians, do you think the US would be okay if they completely change the narrative and show, another side? They wouldn't, right? I mean,
Well, no, I was just going to tell you that you don't even have to like GoFundMe and touch a dome, right? Like you can't just go, oh, dome, therefore the Earth is flat. You can actually know for yourself if the Earth is, of course, curving like they tell you it is, and they taught me too, or that it's actually flat.
But the best way for the masses to tell the truth for the masses is to go up there yourself and like film it. An independent person doesn't even have
Some
to be.
people have.
They
Some
have
people can post it in the live stream
with those balloons or something.
Yeah, there's been some high altitude footage,
and
there's no curve.
Damn. Really?
I mean, sometimes you're going to have even an upwards curve or a downwards curve due to, sometimes a lens. And to be fair, even if you did see a curve, how would you calculate for the amount of curve that you should see on the claimed geometry? Even the ISS, supposedly, if you calculate it, right, can only see 3%.
Yeah, they're not far away enough. And there's also the whole question was radiation.
Well, yeah, then you've got LEO, right? Low Earth orbit. That's supposedly only the Apollo missions.
Yeah, exactly. There's this.
But what if you can debunk that?
The Van Halen belt. If you go over that, the radiation is so high that your body can't make it. And that's the whole question I was asking earlier. How the fuck did they
can't even go to a
manage to go to the moon? Apparently, I mean, even if it existed, let's say you don't believe it existed, I'm objective.
Well, the moon exists, yeah, but not as a physical place or an entity that anybody went to.
So what do you think? It's like a holographic or something?
No, it's the same thing you and I both see if we're standing right next to each other and we're looking at the moon. Do you know what it is?
No.
Is there any way we can verify and go test it for ourselves?
Me and you? No.
Yeah. No.
We can't go
it's privy to some sort of organization, at least, right? They get to choose what is said or what story.
NASA?
Yeah, or JAXA or RASA or whatever territories.
I only heard about NASA though. I haven't heard about the other ones.
Well, there's many others.
And what's your take on the 5G and 6G and the jab?
Well, that's not really relevant.
You guys have taken the jab?
It's not really the topic of discussion.
They don't like
but
talking
I think
about
you would
that
find that most here.
Oh, but why don't you guys want to talk about the jab? It's also
because it's an off-topic TOS violation.
How?
Because this is a 24/7
We're talking about the government. Yeah, but we're talking about the government and the conspiracy and the lies. The jab is one of it as well.
It doesn't matter. Sure. I mean, the government has a lot of lies, man.
Like this is obvious.
It depends what words you use, but depending on how you talk about it, it can be classified as medical misinformation, which they can ban you for.
Refusing to move on.
So
it is medical misinformation, exactly. But
If you want that topic, you don't need flat earthers to talk about it. You can go right to the current director of national health, Robert Kennedy.
Or why don't you make your own channel called 2020 Events and just go talk about it there?
Wait, Crit, you here?
But why are people so upset about this?
No, dude, we're not doing. So, do you guys agree that there was like Pangea?
Were you there?
No, I'm just asking. Do you guys believe in
Like the
Pangea
continental
concept?
drift? No, that's complete garbage, dude.
Oh, okay.
So do you think we're gonna find out that the Earth is flat, really flat, with photos and evidence?
Oh, wait, we can get back. I can steelman that. So Elon announced Grok 3 yesterday, and he said his goal is to solve physics, solve whatever's up there. What do you guys think about that? AI tackling.
I don't trust Elon.
Elon Musk is a puppet, dude. That's all he is. He's just
Probably a good idea.
Okay. I'm asking, what do you think about a lot of different research groups, people, whatever, running different scaled AIs trying to solve the problem? Do you think it's going to help mankind solve this or no?
Well, I'm telling you, we don't trust Elon.
Not you, bro. Like the
He's enslaving humanity. That's what he's doing.
The people who believe in flat Earth, not you, bro. They take qualm with things up there, so I'm curious what they think about a man spending all this money to compute it.
Why do you always come here talking about technology instead of the Earth?
I come in here talking about the Earth and solving it, and I have really interesting thoughts about it. I come in here and I throw questions to see if there's answers, and I take value from the answers.
Well, I personally don't trust AI. That's my view on it.
You shouldn't trust AI. Why would you trust?
It's just really
their
fast
narrative?
computing.
They literally control. They program the AI.
It's going to help us figure it out faster, like the Horizon.
Figure what out?
Like the thing
already
is,
know
AI
nobody knows what it is.
AI only learns from the data that you feed into it. So, what data are they feeding into this AI?
Oh my god. Okay, never mind.
You see, it is true. He said
so. You want to talk about it, and then when I talk about something, instead of countering my point or explaining to me I'm wrong, you say, "Oh my god."
Exactly.
Okay, I'll do it. I'll speed run it. But please, everything I'm saying is correct.
You may need to slow down because I'm not.
So what data? Answer the question.
I'm going to speed
What data are they feeding the AI? Answer the question. Where's the source?
This isn't 24/7 AI. Did you have a question about the flat Earth, Dylan? I mean, don't get me wrong.
Dylan.
AI is pretty cool. I don't think it's like bad or good. It's kind of like a tool. You know, it's just really fast computing. But on another, right, we've even had this fast computing talk to other fast computing and battle it out, right? And even talk about how the globe is chock full of logical fallacies. You know what a logical fallacy is? Dylan?
It wasn't me who brought it up. It was some other guy.
Well, did you have a question about the Earth then?
It was Newt, bro, and then he got muted and left.
He didn't suit his narrative, and when he knew that, he just dipped. They
It's
all
kind
do
of like
that.
a Newt. You know, I mean, he kind of slithers away and he comes back, don't worry.
These liberals all do that. I don't know why. When it doesn't suit their narrative, they just leave or they do something else. I don't know.
Well, some people have really strong worldviews, right?
You mean people?
Not strong as in strength of the worldview, but just in their head. And so when they're met with cognitive dissonance, they freak out. Sometimes over and over again.
I just hope you guys didn't take the jab. That's all.
Okay, dude. What? Like, why do you need to bring that up? It's not that.
I answered you from before. You know, I think we would be in agreement there. But, I mean, would you like to know if the globe was a lie or not?
Hello, Dylan. That question's for you.
Oh, sorry, no. Yeah, of course. I want to
You
know.
want to know the truth, right? Regardless.
Yeah, and that's why I told you I wanted to go up there and actually look
But you don't even have to go up there.
Yeah, but you know, it's like a visual representation of your beliefs. So it's better to go up there and then and live stream it.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty cool going on airplane flights and going across the plane. and seeing locally, even at a great distance, right? Because of that angular resolution and our optics being so far off the surface. But don't get me wrong, you can prove it just standing at a beach and getting the curve calculator for the globe geometry that they give us in the first place. And I mean, don't get me wrong, we're not trying to convince you. We're just trying to give you the tools and the information to prove it for yourself. Test the globe, if you will.
Yeah.
Because I'm sure you were taught the same things I was ever since we're little. Solar system, space, all of this stuff. You can debunk that by just breathing. It's amazing actually how simple this topic can be, but what's of course difficult is
sorry, continue.
to take it in. Sorry.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I was into astronomy when I was young, and I had a telescope and all of that, and I found out that all the images that NASA has released of these star systems and stars being born and all that, it's all digital. It's not, none of it's real. They have
A
these
lot of compositry.
yeah, they have these radio signals of the background activity, and then they process it through a computer, and it generates an image. But that's really not how it looks like. It thinks it looks like that, but we don't know for sure.
In some cases, a few pixels, and they're like, look, based on the data of this sensor, it probably looks like this.
Yeah. And it's pretty sad because some of the photos, I remember when I was a little kid, I saw those photos and I was very amazed and excited what was out there. And yeah, I saw all those images are lies. So, yeah.
And it's not like they were lying intentionally. I mean, maybe some artists did, and they were like, wait a minute, I'm drawing a perspective here. How does this work on a ball? You know, I don't think a lot actually ask that question until somebody really asks them, you know, how do you live? How do you know you live on a globe, right? For the most part, everyone around you is spouting the exact same thing because they're taught the exact same thing. They're reinforced with all the media, right, that they get. Television, every movie that starts with Universal Studios and a globe.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. You know, it's a lot that we don't know. So that's why.
But you can know if the Earth measures flat, and that's what's kind of beautiful. That this isn't even a conspiracy, right? You can prove it for yourself.
But then you have the other side that says
conspiracy here.
You have the other side that says that Earth is not flat, and they show their evidence. So you know, I don't know. I haven't looked into it, to be honest, of the
You're in the right place
and all of that. But the other side says the same thing. So you know, so I don't know.
Talk to some of the guys here. I gotta kick back for a second. I'll be right back.
Is anyone else here? Hello? Is anyone out there? No one? Really?
What's crispy?
Well, maybe someone wants who wants to talk to you.
That's rude. Why are you guys being so rude? That's not American-like of you to be that rude and cool stuff. I mean, I would understand if it was coming from a European or a Northern European, Scandinavian person that doesn't talk. It's small. But from an American?
Hey, can you stop talking so I can be rude to you or what?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, shut the fuck up, and so you can't really listen if you're talking the whole time, can you?
You see, I expect that from you, being a Brit, to be rude.
I'm not from Britain. Well, I'm not from Britain, so how about you shut that up, you butt?
Or somewhere around the area. Ireland, Northern Ireland.
No, not even close. Hello?
I expect that from someone sounding like you, but not from an American.
What's that?
I don't expect that from an American, but I do expect it from someone with your accent.
Which is from where?
Doesn't matter.
Oh, so you're just generalizing then?
I'm not. I'm just saying. I do expect that from someone with your accent, but not from an American.
So are you trying to be racist or something?
Not at all.
Sounds
I'm
like
not
it. Should I start judging you from your accent?
If you want to, go ahead.
Nah, because we're not
can't
racist.
stop
We're just talking about Earth.
But you guys brought the vibe of exclusion into the lobby. The vibe of
Oh my god, you are a crybaby.
And now apparently I'm a crybaby for saying that you guys brought the vibe of
Crying and whining and bitching.
How am I
and you don't
crying?
know you don't know much about Americans. America was built on rudeness, you moron.
That's not true.
That's not true.
That's not true at all. You're not a real American then.
I am watching you.
Crybaby.
You're the one. You're just implying. Projecting and implying. That's very immature.
I'm not crying.
That's very immature of you. That's not what a real American would do.
So have you got any globe proof, or are you just here trying to be racist?
You guys are trying to be racist, but the guy is trying to be racist.
Dude, you're a crybaby. Stop being a crybaby, Dylan, please.
Dylan, projecting isn't going to help. Any globe
There's
proof?
no
Or
projecting. You guys said, I was asking, is anyone out there? And no one was answering, and then the other guy answered the other guy saying, we don't want to talk to you.
For 1 second, you're an impatient little knob.
You see, now I'm being personally attacked. Where's the mod? Mod, I'm being attacked.
Dylan, I answered you when you said, is anyone there? I don't need a rundown of what just happened over the last 2 minutes. I just need the globe proof.
Okay. It is how it is. I just expected more from you guys, but hey.
More than what? Asking for globe proof and you can't provide it?
I didn't say globe proof. I said I'm just objective.
I did. Yeah, I did, and you don't have any.
Well, I never said anything.
So you just come here to talk lots of words and not say anything and just be racist and try and insult us.
I said I was objective about the whole thing. And the other guy that went to do something, he said that there was proof. And I told him, oh, you all heard. I said the other side says the same thing. That's all I said.
You're just talking meta, man. Come on. We want the evidence, not a meta-analysis of what's been happening.
Well, I never said anything about evidence. I just said the other side says the same thing.
So you don't have any.
I wanted to hear both sides. That was all. It's only fair to hear both sides, right?
Well, you've only seen the globe on television and then on the textbooks and in the movies, bro.
Exactly. That's true.
That's both sides. That's the whole thing. That's the only place you've seen the globe. Let that sink in, Dylan.
I'm being critical, don't get me wrong. I told you about the moon landing, how fake it looks. And people bought it. Even if it was in the 60s, how can you buy that? Where was this movement in the 60s? Right?
I'm sure a lot of people didn't buy it then, bro.
I don't know. I don't see any evidence of that, but
I don't see.
I mean, they wasted shit ton of money. What was it, 6 or 9 times to fake it? How many billions did they fuck up?
Well, no, it would have cost billions if they'd actually done it, or millions back in those days. But yeah, to fake it probably would have cost a significant amount less than what they're claiming it cost to actually do it.
So who took the money though? What took all the billions? So
I don't know. I'm not the American government's tax consultant or accountant, so I don't know, man.
Yeah, but the faking of that was, I mean, imagine they really fake something like that. I don't think they would be able to fake it today.
Well, dude, the Indian people showed a TV show of it last year.
Oh, faking it?
Well, they didn't say, "Hey, here's our fake video of our moon landing." They said, "This is real, very, very real. It is on TV. It must be real."
So they are in on it too. Obviously.
Well, do you think their TV show was real? Did the Indians go to the moon?
I don't think so.
Their own thing, man.
Okay, yeah, then they're faking it. They're in on it.
Did they open a deli shop over there as well?
Well, it's the same thing with the COVID shots. The whole world was in on it.
Off topic. Off topic.
Dylan, ask NASA why do they have the world's biggest green screen?
They do?
Yeah, they got the world's biggest green screen. Yeah. Go and find out.
You can't really ask, can you?
Or you could ask them why they're the world's largest consumer of helium.
Also, how is NASA tracking Santa? That's just crazy.
That's NORAD. That's a little bit different.
Yeah, NORAD, yeah.
Isn't that off topic?
No, the answer is why they would lie, and too many people would have to be in on it. Like a kid says, "Hey, mommy and daddy, is Santa Claus real?" And like, hey, NORAD's tracking Santa Claus.
If the moon landing, how many people?
Do you think how many people would have to lie for?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So how has no one come out and said
for Santa Claus? Well, how about for Santa Claus? No one came forward for Santa Claus.
But this is different, though. Wouldn't you want to?
All the parents, like all of them, all the parents are in on it. All the department stores, that Santa Claus at the mall, all of NASA, NORAD, Department of Defense, Coca-Cola, all of them. They're all in on it. Come on, dude.
But it's another thing. It's not the same thing, brother.
The lie
it's not
would be
the same thing.
All the kids.
But the kids do find out that it's not real, no?
They do. By who? Who do they find out by?
By themselves?
But just by themselves. They figure it out?
Or their parents.
Oh, the people who were in on it told them.
Yeah, but why is no one telling us anything?
So at some point, the people who were in on it told you.
But why is no one from the supposed Apollo missions coming forward and saying it's all fake? It was a movie.
They didn't. They didn't come forward.
Did they whack them?
Some of them.
Damn.
Just look at the amount of casualties an Apollo astronaut. You did not want to be in a car. Like the level of car crashes for Apollo astronauts was fucking crazy. Like, holy shit, dude. Like, do not get that's a death trap. Like, it's like every day, like Apollo astronaut dies in fatal car crash.
Well,
How the fuck do these guys keep crashing their cars? Like, holy
on a
shit.
railway track.
If you're an Apollo astronaut, do not get in the car and definitely do not cross a railroad track if you do. Like, holy shit, dude. Like, the chances. Like, what's the chances of, like, seriously, like, holy shit.
Yeah, and Dylan, Neil Armstrong, he gave about as cryptic of a speech as you could give at the White House on one of the anniversaries of the moon landing.
Okay, what did he say?
You got to peel the onion to find the truth. It's gonna hurt. and it's going to invoke a lot of tears. But
The,
just
the
keep
video
digging.
I saw a video of a guy that came with a Bible, and he asked
dude.
Neil to swear on the Bible, and he wouldn't do that the moon landing was real. It was something along those lines, and he just went away. He literally went away. I thought that was so weird, and he looked very uncomfortable, and you could see that he wasn't telling the truth.
Well,
He didn't want to
Neil
swear on the Bible.
Armstrong turned into a hermit, dude.
Yeah. Have you guys seen the video where he refuses to swear on the Bible or put a hand on the Bible and say that the moon landing was real? Or it happened? Yeah, that was very weird to see that, you know. And I imagine knowing they must fucking eat you from the inside. Imagine lying to so many people and so many people looking up to you. Especially the younger generation, and everything is based on a lie. You wouldn't want to do that, would you? I don't think anyone would want to do that. To live with that lie. And to keep
No, he ain't give a shit. He'll lie to the American public. He won't lie to God. That's what he told you there.
Yeah. That's just really... how come they haven't backed him, though?
You have to swear on the Bible. That's bullshit. Dude, the high-grade military officer, he's sworn on the Bible many times.
Yeah, but he didn't want to do that.
Edgar Mitchell didn't have a problem doing it.
Did they whack the other people, the other astronauts that were on the later Apollo missions?
No, they just got in car crashes. Don't worry about it.
They can't. So they haven't whacked Neil, and they haven't whacked Baldwin.
Baldwin?
Yeah. Isn't his name Baldwin?
Yeah, his name's Baldwin.
Or am I wrong? Are you trolling, or I don't know?
No, his name can be Baldwin if you want. That's all right.
Well, what's his name, though? I forgot his name.
Aldrin.
Guys, what's... Aldrin. I see. I don't know why I confused it with Baldwin. Okay, Aldrin.
It's a Freudian slip.
Yeah, so that was faked. One more was faked. I mean, what about the Russians? Didn't have any. Didn't they follow? Or they be probably in on it as well. The Soviet Union at the time.
No, the Russians aren't in on it. They blew the whistle.
When?
The recent director of the last director of the space program said that there's no proof
that they went to the moon.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you have the rover footage, and you have the spaceship. It looks like aluminum foil. That is like literally. It looks so fragile, and then the camera. I mean, I work with film and photography. The panning. I mean, someone had to go out there, place the camera, and then get back inside, and then they have to come out. If it was real, let's say, and it wouldn't make sense. And then you have the radiation. The sensor would have died. You have the light that would be too strong on the moon surface. Yeah, that camera would be fried for sure. The battery system, everything. And the panning, when they leave, it pans upwards. They can never time it. Even if it was on a timer or whatever, it's almost impossible to time it. From Earth or from there. So it was just so many things. And they apparently live streamed it, the footage. But then they did a weird shit where they filmed the footage they were getting on some screen or something, and then they streamed that to all the households. And the movies are gone now, and the technology is lost, apparently. And all the data is also lost. So, yeah, it's just, I don't know, it's just very... It's very bad. Bad liars. It went really quiet. Are you guys still there?
No, go ahead, man.
No, but like, what's your take on it, Crit?
Yeah, you know. Take a guess. What's my take on the Apollo program?
But so, do you think it was this film director that did it? What was his name? It starts with a K or something. I forgot his name. Kubrick, some sort of shit.
Yeah, some shit.
So they did it in a hangar in Hollywood. But where did they film it?
On set.
Yeah, well, where? What part of?
And you keep going back to this. You don't need flat earthers to talk about the Apollo program. All this content about the Apollo program deeply inside the globe Earth paradigm. You've got people who think the Earth is a globe and hate flat earthers, like Bart Sabel.
But see, that's the thing. Why I don't understand.
Listen, pay attention. The guy who did a lot of this, investigative journalism about the Apollo program, he hates flat earthers. He straight up said publicly, all flat earthers, without exception, not a single one he's ever met, is not CIA or some CIA asset. Every single one of us. So if you want to talk about the Apollo program, go talk to him, tell him how much you hate flat earthers too. Then do your circle jerk, and then you can talk about who's right about the Apollo program.
But why would you hate anyone?
Because he really distrusts the government. This is a guy who thinks the government is up to no good. And he thinks that the globe is a foregone conclusion. This is something, who would dare question the globe? So then when you cross-reference those two things, you end up getting this really odd paradigm where deeply religious people, Bart Sabel, and deeply anti-religious people like George Carlin or the American Atheist Foundation, they both have deep-seated questions as to why Nixon faked that shit. And
it was Nixon.
Even better, they all hate flat earthers, just like you do. So
I don't hate anyone. What do you mean?
When you came in here, you talked about how much flat earthers are toxic and they're nasty.
It wasn't me. What the fuck are you on about?
Oh, okay.
It wasn't me.
All right, your voice sounds similar then. I was tabbed out. Maybe it wasn't you.
It wasn't me.
Okay. I
never said anything. I was the one that said I was objective. I didn't have any hate.
Okay. Well, earlier, a guy came in here and that he's very upset at how flat earthers treat people.
Okay, why though? Why is he upset?
Who knows? To dive into that would be, would be staring at the mouth of madness. If you look too long, stares right back at you.
I see. Yeah. I don't know, but I mean, life is too short, to be honest with you. Just try to live it to the best of your abilities, and that's it. Really. We all live in a lie of some sort and a bubble, so it's kind of sad, but it's how it is.
That's just reality.
Yeah, I mean, imagine that we live on a planet, we are born on a planet, and we don't have the birthright to live on it. We have to work, do some meaningless job for some paper currency. And they're not even giving you food, even though the planet can basically give you food. They're not planting fruit. Imagine if they planted fruit.
One of the findings was totally asked backwards, and that was the sole focus of the article. So when you know a topic really, really well, and you ever read a newspaper article about it, you will almost always find this really egregious error.
Right.
And then you'll turn the page on the newspaper and suddenly be reading about Hamas in Israel, and the amnesia effect sets in, and you go, well, they must have got this right. Like, sure, on the topic I was able to pass, and tell whether they were wrong. They definitely were wrong. But on this one, they must be right, because I don't know anything about what the fuck's going on in Israel. And I think it's a really funny really funny bias because it absolutely, I think, exists. Certainly for me, I notice it. Like one of my ones is the other one is cognitive dissonance, where I would say a good 90% of people have the effect completely wrong. They do not understand. Most people don't get what cognitive dissonance actually is. But then I'll read about other pop sci stuff that I don't know as well and be like, okay, I guess that's correct.
Yeah, it could almost be considered some sort of fallacy, couldn't it?
Yeah, I think, well, because I think almost you can usually find every bias has a fallacy, right? Fallacies are just like biases are how we have broken thinking, and fallacies are how we express them as arguments. So yeah, like for every fallacy there is usually a matching bias. So yeah, I'm trying to think. I would think what you would call it, but it would be like
The Gelman amnesia effect set in already, mate. You know everything about the Gelman amnesia effect. I don't think you know everything about logical fallacies. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure. I read. Maybe Wiki's wrong, because I'm pretty sure I read that about Michael Crichton on the Michael Crichton wiki page that he coined that term. But maybe I'm wrong.
It could well be. Yeah, I just assumed because it was called Gelman, it was by somebody called Gel and somebody called Man had been working together and noticed it and coined the term. But it sounds entirely like a Michael Crichton kind of thing. And then it wouldn't surprise me if you dug all the way into it and found who had done it. They would be like, well, actually, no. Like, that in itself had the Gelman amnesia effect as well. They're like, well, you think that's how it started. Because that's the other one I keep trying to think of is like how you would name a bias for, I guess it's slightly the Dunning-Kruger, but how when we don't understand something very well, it's very simple. And then when you talk to an expert on the matter, you're like, oh, so, X equals Y, right? And the population will be like, yeah, X equals Y, X equals Y. And then if you ever talk to an expert on the topic, they'll be like, well, it's actually much more complex than that. When you factor in da-da-da-da-da, like it always ends up with all these caveats and blah, blah. Which is, slightly what they're both effects are talking about, I guess.
Yeah. Well, there it is. I just posted it in the side chat.
Oh, awesome. And it was come up with by Crichton?
According to Wikipedia, yeah.
Yeah, awesome. And so why is it called that? Does it say that on the wiki? I'm driving, sorry.
Says he explained that he had chosen the name ironically because he had once discussed the effect with physicist Murray Gell-Mann, And by dropping a famous name, I imply greater importance to myself and to the effect than it would otherwise have.
Well, that's so good. It's that for a physicist who had not much to do with its creation. That's very funny. And I got it completely wrong because I don't understand it.
Yeah, he's not a silly fella. He's pretty smart.
Mm.
I might say he's on the ball.
Nice work.
You guys, I fixed my flat Earth game. Now, like, the wraparound happens properly for at least for the Mercator projection. Yeah, it was glitched out before. It would wrap around from like vertically. It would wrap around from like the North Pole just to the South Pole, which didn't make sense at all. So I had to like figure out how to mirror image the top edge and like the bottom edge respectively, so that like let's say I'm going out of the screen from the top left, going up, it would wrap around to the like top right of the screen going down. So basically from one side of the North Pole or whatever to the other side, or same with the South Pole.
Okay, it's good. So before, if you went off the top, you'd appear at the bottom, like you'd disappear out of the north, appear in the south. Right.
Exactly.
Well, you've made an actual game for this.
Yeah. So like the horizontal scrolling, it works like that for like from east to west. But the vertical scrolling, like what should have been treated differently, and it wasn't. So I got that coded properly.
What are you building?
Play it in a second. Huh? Oh, it's just propaganda. What'd you say?
Sorry, I feel like I keep talking over you. What are you building it with? Are you like writing code or?
Oh, it's just it's a simple Python coded game.
Oh, wicked!
Which is funny because it's actually like the Nokia Snake game. So it's fitting that it's in Python.
And do you think this?
I'll put it up in a second.
Do you think this Pac-Man Earth of yours, or wraparound, sorry, you're calling it, Earth of yours, would yield any testable thing that we could go out and go, here's how we would tell that is the case? Because it sounded before when you were saying it like your gut feeling is if you were doing this wraparound, it would be imperceivable to anybody.
Yeah, no, it would be imperceivable. But I mentioned earlier, like I presented the other day, a method by which we can ascertain whether or not it's kind of like this Mercator projection versus like any kind of like a map wherein the equator is going straight versus a map where the equator is circular, like in the azimuthal equidistant projection or whatever. Basically, like by using vision augmented dead reckoning, we can ascertain whether the sun's going straight on the equinox or on a solstice.
I think there's a super easy way to do that. And that's just get on a section of the equator, so be somewhere the sun goes dead overhead using a transit telescope to ensure that it goes dead overhead, like a telescope that points plumb upwards. And then from that, get due north, south, east, west, and see if it sets perfectly west of you. And if it's wrapping around to the north or the south, it should be north or south of dead due west, right? Because the sun itself, the GP, the sun will be thousands of miles away by the time it's setting for you. So if it was curving left or right, where the ball is in the sky as it touches the horizon, that itself would also be north or south of the line, which is local east-west.
How are you ensuring that this telescope is moving absolutely straight, though?
I'll set it with a gyro compass or set it with celestial north or local magnetic north factoring declination.
A gyro compass has to be calibrated, and usually calibrate it to like observe the 15 degrees per hour drift, right?
Or you could do it like this, where you could line the sight up on sunrise, and then it goes dead overhead and sunset, and make a triangle between those angles, or like line those angles up, and they should be a dead straight line on the equator at equinox. But if if it's flat with no wraparound effect, that line must curve left or right. It must curve through X and Y because it cannot curve through Z. And then if it's curving left or right, you'll be able to tell because it would be, rising north of east, setting north of west. And even if you don't know where exactly east-west is, you know that it wasn't 180 degrees from where it started because it went dead overhead in the middle. Do you get what I'm saying? I'm not sure I'm describing it.
Yeah, I think I'm kind of getting it. Like, it doesn't really matter if you're saying if east and west is kind of like curving away from you because you're centering it out on north, and at zenith it'll be straight at the center.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so that's the first method. But the second method I'm saying is like, if I'm on the equator at equinox, the globe dictates that the equator is a circle that curves through Z, so curves vertically. Mm-hmm. Whereas if it's flat and no wraparound, it must be curving through X and Y. It cannot be curving through Z. So that means it's a circle around the north or a circle around the south. What that means is from sunrise, like wherever I am locally, I'm getting the point where I know it's going to transit over. And at sunrise, it cannot be due east of me. It must be slightly north or slightly south of due east. And then at sunset, it cannot set at due west of me. It must be slightly north or south of due west. So even if you're not bang on about where north, south, east, and west are, you'll find that it did an arc from sunrise to then midday to sunset. So you get 3 points, which are just angles. And 1 point is where you're standing. And so it's
either... you dumb nigger. You're a stupid fucking...
Be that as it may. Go ahead, finish eggs.
They did get me, though. I am...
I get it. It's actually a lot simpler than what I had in mind. I don't know if it's... it sounds doable. I don't know if it's ever been done. It sounds like something that should have been done, and if that's the case, then why are we even screwing around with, I imagine like the observation was that it's actually straight. And in that case, why are we messing around with the eyes with equidistant projection? Any projection that has like a circling equator, it doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, but this is not news. Like Heretic knows this. There are flat earthers who know this. If you look at Star Trail or the path of the moon, or even like Orion's belt stars on the equator, if you're standing on the equator, they go in a straight line. There is no discernible curvature to their movement as perceived by an observer who is standing on the equator. Whereas every star except ones on the equator have a perceivable curve to them, and that curve is more and more pronounced as it gets further and further from the equator. So yeah, this is an existing observation that is, I would say, fairly rock solid, showing that if the equator is set from the sky and completes a circle, that circle is not curving left or right. It must be curving down or wrapping around which is your case, your proposition.
Yeah.
I think the valid rebuttal that flat earthers have to that is the sky is not the ground. But the retort to that rebuttal is the equator is a place on the ground. It is set by the sky, but it is on the ground. If it's on the ground, it must curve left, right, or down in order to meet itself.
I feel like that's a disconnect that a lot of flat earthers have. Anything about the sky, they kind of disregard that these celestial things sometimes have ground positions, and they just like just throw the baby out with the bathwater, and removing any kind of like kind of information we can glean from the ground positions of these celestial objects.
You've always got a buzzing sound in the background when you talk, Sage.
I don't know, that maybe it's because I'm so fly.
Oh, I've missed your puns. Where have they been?
That being said, Eggs, I'm still, you kind of like took the wind from underneath me, but I still have, I'm still pretty proud of my vision augmented Dead Reckoning thing that I came up with.
Yeah, I think it was a good, solid idea. And
were you here when I presented it?
I might not have been. I think I was here when you were starting to talk about how you might do it with, I think, LiDAR. You were proposing the idea of LiDAR on some like plane or flying object.
Yeah. Apparently the technology all exists. I just need, we would just need a nerd to kind of like, code all this stuff together. Two nerds. One to handle the software, one to handle the hardware.
Get our nerds on it. I'm not the nerd you're looking for. The only coding I can do is with the help of ChatGPT.
Yeah. I think me and you are on the same level. I had to enlist the help of ChatGPT for my Flat Earth game.
It's dumb not to, though. Like, I did that whole Python course on Udemy or wherever it is, Udemy. And had to stop myself from using ChatGPT. Otherwise, it would just solve the problem. I could just paste the question into the ChatGPT, and it would just pump out this, and also tiny amounts of code too. I would write this stuff that would be like a full A4 page, and it would do it as a single line. I'm like, fuck off.
Yeah, it's crazy actually. Some of the sometimes this solution to this problem, that big problem that you're having, is such a little itty bitty piece of code. Just and because a lot of times it's like you're trying to find a specific solution for your specific issue, but a general rule, some little code that establishes a general rule solves that specific issue and any other specific issue that's kind of akin to it. So sometimes the answer is a lot more simple than you first intuit, simply if you just zoom out a bit and address the bigger issue.
Yeah. Trying to remember one of those, but because I ran into exactly that course, I forget what it was. But yeah, to be equivalent of you're there going, okay, I've got to find the biggest number and take that to the top of the list, and the second biggest number to the second in the list, and you write pages and pages of code, and they're like, yeah, just use sort. Just write the word sort, brackets, give the name for your list, and it'll just sort that list. You're like, oh my god.
That's a good example, yeah. It reminds me of if you know something, you can teach it simply, right? If you know the subject matter well. If you don't know it well enough, you can't. It's you can't explain it simply. So it's same with these little rules. So there are these little fixes. If you know your stuff, you can give a very simple fix. That kind of it illustrates how much you know about the topic.
Yeah.
If you're very articulate linguistically, you're very brief, concise. Brevity is the soul of wit. But if you're kind of fumbling about, then you're verbose and long-winded.
Yeah, very much. I think actually your challenge for the equator is a good one. So for the people who stick to a non-wraparound flat Earth, would they agree with what it sounds like Percentage and I are agreeing with one another on, that the equator must curve left, right, left or right? It cannot, like, the globe says it curves down. Concave says it curves up. I think it's got to, for flat, I cannot conceive of a way it does anything except make a 8 inches per mile squared curve, left or right, wrapping either around the North Pole or the South Pole. But it can't circle both. To me, it has to be in a discernible single place, right? Because an individual who understands what the equator is can discern whether they're on it, right? You can say, okay, the equator is the point at which the sun passes over on equinox, and they can go, right, it's equinox, does the sun pass over? And they can say yes or no, they're on the equator. Would we agree that if the Earth is not wrapping around and it's not curving down, that line must be curving left or right because it completes a circuit? It's a circle. Seems fairly.
You're absolutely correct, Eggs. And I'd be curious, the responses, but I think right now it's kind of like a downtime.
Because it's got the same radius, right? It's got the same radius as Earth. So it's got to have the same 3959 baked into it. And it could be going around the South Pole, which would make all of TFE's observations bang on.
Yep. So why don't you believe in the wraparound, Eggs?
Well, I think it wraps around physically through curvature.
No, I mean, like, why don't you believe in a flat Earth with wraparound?
Because I think there's discernible curvature.
You're not a good Christian.
Exactly. I'm not a Christian at all. I think the books are probably wrong. I think.
Well, what are you? Hold on, what are you? Like some Hindu?
Hindu. No, I was just hanging out with
you. Picked the worst possible one.
This weekend. He's
You picked the worst possible religion, man.
What, atheism is worse than Hinduism?
It's the worst possible religion is atheism, yeah. At least say agnostic. At least say like I'm a deist or something like that. But don't say atheist. Oh my goodness.
I'm not. I'm an agnostic, but an agnostic in the true sense of the word. I think.
No, wait. Sorry.
Agnostic.
You're agnostic.
That's funny, actually.
That's
a fun I appreciate. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a very percentage pun. Yeah, I'm like true agnostic, where the way I put it, which ends up sounding a bit trolly, I think, is I can't answer the question. I can't give an answer until the question is better defined. Right? It's to me, it's like saying, do you believe in blah 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 blah? And I'm like, okay, but can you define blah 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 blah? You know, if you tell me what God is, I certainly think the God of the Bible probably doesn't exist. I think anything capable of creating all of existence would be incomprehensible to anything existing within that existence. Like, it's like a watch trying to understand what a watchmaker is.
Do you believe that there's a prime mover that's the cause of all existence?
No, but I think that any claims that go from the start of existence end up with logical impossibilities. So a prime mover argument seems to say, well, something can't come from nothing. And then the solution to it is this thing that came from nothing.
The solution is this thing that always existed. It didn't come from nothing.
But if something can always exist, then you don't need a prime mover.
No, because it's like it's special pleading. Like if we're being completely cutthroat about it, it is special pleading. But it's more logical for me to say that this supernatural thing, like and just like one instance of a supernatural thing existing, compared to what some people say, like the Earth is. They say, okay, the Earth, what if the Earth was eternal? And everything in Earth is temporal, but Earth in totality is eternal. That like screams to me like some sort of logical fallacy, like fallacy of division, or I don't know what it is. But anyways, so for me, it's more fallacious to say the inverse.
Yeah, I think it is special pleading, but I think a prime mover argument is worse than special pleading, because special pleading is where you're begging. It is special pleading, so yeah, you're saying, oh, this thing makes an exception to this rule. But I think its extra problem is it has a conclusion that disagrees with the premise. So the premise is something can't exist forever, and you cannot have infinite causes. Right? Those are the premises that lead us to conclude that the premise is false. Right? I go, things can't have existed forever, therefore something existed forever. And I'm like, what? It's like
I think you're making a category error there. Because like the category is that something in nature can't exist forever. So we special plead to something above nature, right? Above nature, something supernatural can exist forever.
But it's still doing the same thing, right? It's just using the word nature to get around the fact that the conclusion disagrees with its own premise, right? I don't think, does it solve it? I don't think it does, because it's the only...
It doesn't solve the special pleading, but it addresses the category, it addresses the self-fulfilling thing, because one is like just about that which transcends the natural state, and the other one, and we agree that the natural state, you can't have something eternal.
Yeah, but so I don't know that that's the case, that something can't be eternal. But I think, as I say, I don't pretend as an atheist. Like, to me, the idea of being an atheist or an agnostic is to go, I've got no idea how everything started. I'm highly doubtful of this 13.5 billion years. I think that it's hubris to think that we know, but I get why we want to. But yeah, God solves a lot of problems.
But you do admit that it has to start somewhere, right?
I'm not sure about that. I think that when we get to that scale, the idea of starts and ends might not be as simple or as clear cut as that. In that, I feel that starts and ends exist because I started at a point, right? In 1981, I did not exist, but by the end of 1982, I did. But the cells that make up my body predate me. The parents predate me. The sketchings or words I said or stuff that I did will follow after me, as will the cells. So the idea that, because what all of them presume as a necessity is that nothing existing is the natural state, right? And it's all of these are trying to answer the question of how is there something, and the smuggled in assumption is because at one stage there must have been nothing. And I don't think that's logical to presume, because it's the only thing for which we couldn't possibly have evidence for, because we are something.
So I feel maybe you're overcomplicating it a little bit. Like we agree that 0 plus 0 plus 0, like ad infinitum, it will never equal 1, right? At some point you have to have something go into the system for there to be existence, right? They have to start with something. It couldn't start with nothing.
But again, that's begging the question, isn't it? Or maybe I've missed something you've said there, but it still seems like it's begging the question of there being a pre-existing state of nothing, isn't it?
No, I mean, like we can agree that there was no pre-existing state of nothing if we're saying it started with something, but it had to start with something because we have something now. It couldn't have come from nothing. 0 plus 0 plus 0 it won't equal 1. You have to at some point have 1. Or at least like a fraction of 1. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, sorry, I was talking for ages and then realised I muted myself, so I didn't make noise when I came in. Yes, I agree. I was agreeing with what you were saying, and then I said what we can agree on is whether there was a creator god or still exists a personal god. What they created was a Earth that is flat and wraps around. Seems like Viking is taking you up on your Mercator map.
Yeah, I think it's the same. Maybe the same image I use. Maybe not. I don't know. It's actually like very arbitrary that I used the Mercator projection. It's just like I searched for an app on images, and that one was like a good quality image. That's what I took. It was just like on account of how good the resolution was.
So it seems we can take people's silence as tacit approval of our geometric claims about the equator. The necessity of the equator being a circle, or at very least a circuit.
Sure, let's do it. By the way, to everyone in the server, I'm gonna marry your firstborn daughter. Whether like wait until she's the age of majority, and I'll marry her.
What the fuck's the age of majority?
When she gets really fat.
Yuck.
Percent.
So they are here.
About that stuff in here, dude. Your Sharia marriage age stuff.
Wait, you don't assume that. Maybe I'm divorcing each one in turn. No one said I had to be married to multiple at once.
I don't know what this age of majority or whatever you were talking about. We're gonna just.
You never heard of the term age of majority?
No.
Dang, I'm telling you, man.
Isn't it just a fancy way of saying age of consent, or is it about to do with reproduction?
No, it's like legal. Like, someone's a legal minor, or when they're no longer minor, they're basically, they've reached the age of majority.
Right, okay.
Yeah, maybe it's like more of a legal term. I'm not sure.
Yeah, probably.
But Crit, I didn't hear any disagreement from you. So I guess for you and for everyone else, including you, Eggs, you didn't detest it either. So I guess it's done. Because remember, silence is tacit approval.
That's right.
No take backs.
They've all agreed with our geometric proof of the equator.
Geometric proof of the equator. Yep. Alright, I'm off. Catch you guys later.
All right, mate. See ya.
Catch you, dude.
I'm gonna jump out for a sec.
vehicles.
By that.
I mean that as we observe Venus throughout the entire year, do we observe it change directions?
No.
We don't. So Venus never goes into retrograde, according to you. Is that correct?
Are you saying retrograde is, I don't know, Venus going the opposite direction of other stars?
That's correct. It travels in one direction for a while, and then it stops, and it travels in the opposite direction. Agree? Yes or no?
How do you observe that? What do you mean?
You just watch it in the sky from night after night.
Well, when you say night after night, it doesn't sound like you're saying it's moving, like you can observe it in one direction and then it's going the other way. I don't. What are you
That's exactly what we observe.
In one night?
Throughout the entire year, it spends about 3 months in retrograde.
3 months in retrograde. Describe that to me.
That means that for 9 months out of the year, it isn't traveling in one direction, and then for 3 months, it's traveling in the opposite direction.
What do you mean?
Do you agree
is it
not?
Moving? Hold on. So are you telling me that Venus goes from east to west? And then west to east?
Correct.
Is that what you're telling me?
It travels from east to west for 9 months, and then for 3 months, it travels from west to east.
I'm sorry, I can't agree.
Do you agree?
I'm sorry, I can't agree with that because I've never seen anything in the sky go from, well, I'm sorry. I've never seen any of the planets go from west to east. No, never seen that.
So you have never heard of retrograde motion of the planets?
I know what retrograde motion is. Like I said, observationally, I've never seen Venus go west to east.
Okay, so you've never heard of like Mercury in retrograde, like astrology?
Like I
You've never
said,
heard of that?
I've heard of retrograde. I've never seen any of the planets go from west to east.
Okay, so then are you willing to then admit that you do not have the direct observations capable of participating in this conversation?
Do you have them to produce for me to see?
Yes. We know and we can observe that all of the planets travel in retrograde for a portion of the year.
All right, hold on. Let me mute Johnny for a second.
Who is we?
Elijah, real quick, because I mean, I know you're gonna probably take it from there, but the movement of Venus doing this movement that it repeats again and again. This is part of the wandering star, so they do this movement, and it's acknowledged that it's doing certain movement, and it's a repeating pattern. So, if it's doing that, still is the celestials moving, as the other guy agreed earlier with you. So
what is that? Listen, the bottom line is
not really.
Whenever I'm looking at Venus at any time of the year, it is going from the east to the west. It's never going the other way.
That's false. There are 3 months out of the year in which Venus travels in the opposite direction. Do you deny this?
I'm sorry. Is it rising in the west? Is that what you're saying? And going the opposite direction of everything else in the sky?
It travels in retrograde motion.
Okay,
that means that it is traveling in the opposite direction that it normally travels.
Doesn't mean okay. So retrograde motion, first of all, which is a misnomer, made it up, has nothing to do with what you're saying. Because obviously, when I unpack it and I say, okay, so are you saying that Venus goes from west to east? You can't tell me that because on any given night,
so stupid.
Any given night, Venus is going to come from the east and go to the west.
Yeah.
Are you willing to bet money on that?
Hey,
are you willing to bet money on that?
I'm willing to bet my whole retirement on that.
You're willing to bet your whole retirement on that?
They go in the same directions. All the
Excellent.
Same direction.
Excellent. Let's lock this down right now. I want to bet thousands of dollars right now that Venus travels in the same direction every night of the year. Are you willing to bet money on this?
Don't do it, Elijah.
Let's lock this down. I want to lock this down.
Jimsy.
Okay.
I'm going to lock down my whole retirement on Venus not going from the west to the east in the sky on any given night.
You have a time lapse that shows that it's going always east to west.
Yeah.
He's saying that 3 months of the year is
you want to bet your retirement
going from the east to the west.
You want to bet your entire retirement on one night out of the year, Venus traveling from west to east. Are you willing to do that right now?
No, maybe it's some illusions from you guys have.
I'll take that bet. I'll double down. I'm gonna double down.
Are you willing to take the bet?
I'm doubling. Double
5
nothing.
million.
Look, he's doubling down.
No, I'm talking to the guy who wants to bet his retirement that Venus never travels in retrograde.
I didn't say that.
That's what retrograde means.
No,
the opposite direction that it normally travels.
Retrograde doesn't mean what you're saying. If you're plotting something on a chart throughout the year, that's not the same as me seeing directly on any given night Venus coming from the west and going to the east.
Yeah. That's exactly what I'm challenging you on. So 9 months out of the year, Venus travels in one direction, and 3 months out of the year, it travels in a different direction. That's my claim. Are you willing to bet money that I am wrong?
I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
I ain't gonna lie. I want to be surprised if that's actually happening.
That's what I'm saying. How about let me back out of this bet. But you show us now that
no, he said east to west.
No, he said west.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, west east. Exactly.
I want to see that. And one night, I want to see it come.
Yeah,
I want to see it come from the west. Oh my God! I'm sorry. I tried to not mute you, Johnny, but you get on my nerves. It's not. I can't do it. It's just a whole bunch of drunken sounding muttering. I can't do it.
That's okay. I will let you out of this, but I want to ask you as a follow-up. If Venus changes directions for 3 months out of the year, my question to you is, what makes it change directions?
Oh, I wouldn't know, but still, regardless, I would like for you to post in one given night, Venus rising in the west, going to the east, while all the other stars are going in the other direction. That's what I'd like to see.
Oh yeah, Venus spends about 3 months in retrograde. This is
you keep repeating that, but I don't need the 3 months. Can you post it, bro? I just need the one night out of those 3 months that Venus is going to rise from the west and go to the east. That's all I need to see.
Yeah, no, this is common knowledge. You're welcome to look it up.
Well, no, I mean, it's your claim. I don't believe it. is your claim. If you're not going to produce it, then I'm not going to see it, am I? Because it's not my claim.
Oh, so
I know what retro.
You just want me to post the path of Venus throughout the entire year? That's easy to do.
So I think I'm getting sort of annoyed with you because I'm being very specific with my words, and you keep on trying to tell us that on a plotted chart, and especially with reference against all of the other stars, because I'm sure that this is actually what you mean, that Venus is going to appear to, I don't know, get lapped by other stars as you plotted it and seen its position over the course of days. I'm sure that's what you mean, because remember, Jimsy, when we were looking at the moon and we were looking at Jupiter and all of this, maybe 5 years ago, 4 years ago, however long it was, we would say things like, oh shit, how the hell did those stars get beyond the moon when they were behind it? Is that what people call retrograde? Because how the fuck would you explain that in heliocentrism?
No.
Remember that conversation we had? No, you're not Jimsy. I'm sorry. You're not Jimsy.
Retrograde is a very easy concept to understand. Retrograde means it is traveling in the opposite direction.
He thought he had a chance. You remember that conversation, Jimsy? All those nights that we stayed up talking about that. Remember when I had Stellarium? When I used to live in well, I do still live in that, but when I was up in Harlem.
That's what I'm trying to say. That I remember some of the wandering stars doing weird stuff that didn't make much sense. So maybe some observations can show some type of movement that is part of the label wandering stars. You know?
Yeah, but the thing is, we never saw a star go the other way. What we did see, our stars get lapped. And it's like, well, how did that happen? Because all the stars move together. Usually. But in certain times, different things get lapped. Right? So, just because something gets lapped doesn't mean it's going in another direction. Obviously. Because if you're just looking at just Venus and not referencing it against anything else, it's still going from east to west. But Homeboy didn't really want to address that. He just kind of wanted to move beyond that.
Yeah, it's like if you're in a race with 5 people, the person in the third place, just because they're slower than you, doesn't mean they're going in an opposite direction as you.
Exactly. That's all. But these people, I mean, and he did all of that. He did all of that to ask why that happens. Listen, first of all, the Earth isn't a globe, because the claim is that 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet would give you the distance to the horizon. That's not true. The globe that you call, well, when whoever asked us for a flat Earth map book, that's the globe, because elevation angles to Polaris is what built the globe. So the Earth is flat. It's definitely not a globe. Why the fuck are you asking me these other weird questions about, oh, that's because since a child you've been told fantastical stories about the sky, and now you want me to replace that story with another fantastical story? I didn't make claims about the sky other than it looks pretty. So I really don't have the tolerance for people like that.
Yeah, what is the claim after? Because he's asking, do you know that Venus does this and does that? I mean, okay, so then what? So what he's claiming that he knows the mechanisms of the luminaries, and therefore, since he knows what's happening, he's gonna make a determination and a conclusion based on that.
That's what it sounds like. I mean, that's boring. And again, like, people are retarded. You know, like here's the thing: like people are retarded, like dead ass. We can't just keep wasting time with retards. If I was talking to an astronomer or somebody who really, knew the subject, they go, "Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying." Because if I was to hit him with the moon jump, he'd be fucking breakdancing. Because there's no reason for the moon to jump. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, the same fucking thing that you were talking about retrograde, seeing something plotted over the course of time. Well, if you're looking at where the moon rises every night, and then it jumps a few degrees, what the fuck would cause that in heliocentrism when all we're doing is spinning? But he wouldn't even know how to fucking deal with that because he's a religitard. So it's like, what's the point of wasting effort, time on people who just really aren't here to listen or have conversation? Like, tell me what the hell is the point?
Yeah, in the beginning, I thought it was like someone new, but then he made this with the retrograde. So when he was asking the movement of the sun, yeah, the sun is moving. Yeah, yes, it is moving. Then he made it to the retrograde, and sure, we observed the luminaries doing some movement, but is it apparent?
He's trying to say the shit moves backwards because what?
Doing what?
Who says it moves backwards? Like, get out of here.
Maybe because you going in all. No, you sound like an that.
And then you try to have a real conversation like, well, I mean, do you mean like it looks or appears to be lapped relative to the other stars movement? Because I'm definitely saying from west to east, I can watch just Venus go from west to east, and he keeps on repositioning his question like I wasn't clear about my response to that, and then my clarification of what retrograde actually is. No, you're fucking retard. Nobody had time for that.
Hello, Elijah.
What's up?
How you doing, dude?
Pretty good.
Listen, bro, I've been smashing the ball for the past few days.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I've been smashing it pretty good.
What's up?
Yo, can I propose a question?
What is your question?
Right, so,
it's this guy. Hey, you're back, dude. I remember you.
Yeah. I'm not making a claim for Globe. I'm just curious how this would, be explained on a flat surface.
Did somebody make a claim about what you're asking about?
No, I'm wondering what the explanation on the flat Earth side for this, which we can observe every day.
Did anyone make a claim? Because in order to give you an explanation about something...
Well, you guys are making the claim that the Earth is flat, correct?
I know for damn sure you didn't just cut me off.
You want blood. Let's hear it,
I know for damn sure you didn't cut me off. Coming here acting like you're talking nice and then cutting me off. I know you didn't just do that.
You should have seen him before he got banned here before.
No, I'm just trying to ask a question, right?
Are you trying to get banned?
No, I'm trying to ask a question.
All right, well, you're not going to answer the question.
Okay, whatever.
All right, good. We'll do something else.
Does anyone else want to engage with me? Or is...
All right, I want to hear it. Go ahead, yes. Jim Z. Go ahead, Jim Z. Entertain the...
Okay, right. So, Jim Z, do you make the claim that the Earth is flat?
Because I'm telling you, but Jim Z, you know I've always hated entertaining people that are like, listen, we're in a flat Earth server. We have
who the guy is. Are you thinking it's someone new?
No, I know it's somebody. Isn't it? It don't matter to me.
I don't know even. I don't know. I'm not looking at the names. I'm just curious about the question.
New. He always. I think I spoke to him this morning or something like that. Like he does the same. I just want to propose a question, and then I'm like, well, did I make a claim about it? That's why he's trying to cut me off because he's tired of me taking that tack with him. But I already had a conversation with
him. I don't believe I've ever spoken to you once.
Yeah, okay.
But that's
why
okay.
Are you cutting me off?
Okay. Okay. Can I address Jemsy? If you're not going to engage, can I talk to Jemsy?
No. Why'd you cut me off? I told you.
Okay. I apologize for cutting you off. I thought you made the claim that the Earth is flat, and I was trying to clarify that.
Well, I did make the claim the Earth is flat. You want to know what?
That's all I was asking.
Do you want to know the evidence for it?
No, I just had a question because I mean,
okay, so
to me this seems to contradict the idea.
Listen, if you want to know how I can validate the claim that the Earth is flat, that's great. But if you're going to ask me, I wasn't going.
Continue.
If you're going to ask me about something I didn't make a claim about, then you can fuck up.
Right? Okay. So you made the claim that the Earth is flat, and this is an observable thing that we see happen every day, and frankly, over the years.
Yeah, so.
Right, so I was wondering how it would relate to the flat Earth claim if you had an explanation for it.
Well, I wouldn't have an explanation for a claim I didn't make outside of the Earth being flat.
No, okay, dude. Yeah, I don't think you understand what I'm trying to say, right?
About what you're asking about, the explanation about what you're asking about is that the ground that you're standing on and the waters across are not curving, so it's not a globe. I'm
not claiming a globe. I'm being a skeptic. Right, so
okay,
I can explain this one phenomenon on the globe, right? But I can't seem to explain it on the flat Earth. Right, so I'm just wondering what your answer is to it.
Okay, when you ask your question, I guarantee you my answer is probably going to be exactly the same. It's probably going to be in the form of a question.
You're observing something from reality. You're observing you're observing an observable phenomenon.
Let him
go ahead. I just want to say. He's gonna say it. You're gonna say what you gotta say, right? But the thing is, you're observing something from reality. And that reality is not a globe. So now you're asking about the observable phenomena from reality. Go ahead, ask your question.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, that was very semantical. Anyways, right. So I can pick almost any point, right? Any point, anywhere. Just to give you an example, let's say New York, right? And I can get on an aircraft and I can fly a heading of 090, which is due
aircraft?
East. Yes. Yes.
You're done.
Let him keep going.
No.
Go ahead.
I can get on an aircraft, right? I can fly 090 due east, and if I continue flying that heading, I will arrive back at my original destination, effectively doing a giant circle without changing heading. So how is this explained on a flat plane?
Is this a...
No, seriously, please elaborate. I'm curious.
What do we go back to 2015 or something? I was waiting for some profound questioning shit. We're stepping back to 2015 to glue sniffer. What the fuck?
Jimsy really wanted to, so.
What the fuck? What the fuck is that?
Yo, Quantum, I mean, can you...
What the fuck is that?
Can you give me an answer?
Can you give me an answer? You fucking idiot of a moron.
What?
You're going 090 magnetic azimuth? Yeah. You're going to go in a circle, dumbass.
How can this occur on the flat plane?
What do you mean not going to occur on a flat plane, dumbass?
You said circle, bro. Draw a circle on the table.
Azimuth. Azimuth. You're not getting any azimuths on a globetard, moron. Azimuth. Azimuth. Pull out your compass and point it fucking downward. See if it works. And it's going to get stuck in the bevel ring, you 2015 moron. You got to be kidding me. You caused all this ruckus for that dumbassery? 090. That's a magnetic azimuth. Yeah? Yeah? Oh, my God. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Yep. Just shut the fuck up. Says who? Let's get this more important question. Says who? Did you get that, Bo?
Dude, no. The frickin' USPS is killing me, man. 2 days late.
Boo. Damn communist.
I just wanted to say something to the guy before you move on. I just wanted to say, your mama is so dumb that she looks at the juice bottle for 24 hours because it says concentrate.
That's stupid.
That's a reply to your airplane question. When he said airplane, I was like, bro, you're done. That's it. You said airplane. Then he said circle.
Yeah, you could have got him right there with the flight. But, oh my God, azimuth? 090, huh? That's your IQ? Not yours, Gemsy, his.
Mine might be lower, but I put them to work at least, if I can.
All right. Now we're on to more important stuff. Says who? What did they tell you now? When's it coming?
Dude, there's no update on the tracking. It's just like, item in transit to next facility, arriving late. Yeah, no kidding.
Welcome to my world. That's all right. You got a whole shit ton of time before the next competition, so you're good.
Yeah.
Welcome.
We should be ready to go.
Everybody getting fired. Good luck. Be surprised if they got here by April.
My buddy's a boat tech, so
right.
If you have problems, when you show up, we'll hook you up.
Okay.
All right.
It should be good. I'll tune it. Should be good to go.
Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah.
All right. We can move on. Big Daddy Flurf and your fucked up mic. Turn the bass off.
My other mic is discharging.
Too much bass, dude. I mean, if I have to work burn calories to hear you, there's something wrong.
Yeah.
Hey, did we get a lot of people in here? Oh, shit. I see you, Danny. Not Danny Faulkner, Dan Flester. Right? What's up, man? How's the family?
Going fine. Just doing the bedtime routine.
All right, fair enough. I'll let you go do that. You know what I'm going to ask you next, right?
I don't know. We'll find out in a bit.
All right. It shouldn't be rocket science, man. I threw you a bone with that refraction presentation. Yeah?
I'm sorry, I still haven't watched it yet.
Okay, fair enough. Platter with Danny. Ew, buddy, man. All right, what else are we going to talk about?
Man, you remember
Your mama's so fat that she was diagnosed with a flesh-eating disease, and the doctor gave her 250 years to live.
Listen, your mama's so fat that Thanos had to flick his fingers twice. Snap his fingers twice.
I'm definitely gonna steal. Babe, hold up, babe. You ever heard that your mama's so fat that she was diagnosed with a flesh-eating disease and she had 250 years to live? That's wild, yo. Let me get my good headphones in. Hold up.
Glober mama so fat that she stared to the juice for 24 hours because she said concentrate.
Your Glober mama's so fat that when I pictured her in my mind, I broke my neck.
You picture it with the phone. With the phone, it's gonna say full memory.
It's Glober Mama from now on. Thanks for that, man. I appreciate it.
Yes, I did it again. I just did it. Where's the new people? Any new people got any questions? Direct them to Big Daddy Flurf.
Big Daddy Flurf, right?
What happened?
Yeah.
Is that your new mic? Let's adjust that shit. Go ahead. Radio check.
Mic check 1 2 1 2.
That sounds a little better. How about a complete sentence like "Yo mama, yo mama, yo mama"?
I don't have okay. Yo mama, yo mama.
You cut off on the last "yo mama."
Yo mama, yo mama, yo mama.
That yeah, mom. You got yo mama, yo mama, yo mama, mom. That's it.
Yeah. Was you here for the whole planets, Venus moving backwards and shit?
Nope.
Dude was saying, how can planets go retrograde on the flat Earth? Like, explain why the Venus would change directions 3 months out of the year. So I said, okay, so Venus goes from west to east, you're saying?
Yeah, I don't deal with the wandering stuff. I don't deal with astronomy in general because it's all a fairy tale for the most part. You follow where I'm going? Because they can't confirm anything because they don't know what the medium is. So I really don't stress those points. If you're asking me the question, I really don't know. And what does it matter? What does it matter anyway?
It doesn't matter, but they just talking about shit, lapping shit. Nothing's coming from the west and going to the east. They're just talking about, I don't know, like, for example, Jupiter being in front of the moon and then behind the moon.
Yeah, I don't deal with it. I don't deal with that stuff, man, because you can't make any claims. They can't. I'm sorry. Let me rephrase. They can't make any claims whatsoever about Narnia. They can see what they see, but that's it. There's no, how would I say? There's no basis. There's no conclusion. There's nothing. It's just, I observed this. Great. Thanks. Who cares? Follow?
True.
Yep. That's my policy on it. I mean, why do legless amoebas travel backwards in Narnia? Well, firstly, you're going to have to prove Narnia before I get into that question. Right?
Yeah.
Yep. So prove Narnia first, and then we can discover the mysteries of legless amoebas. That's where I stand. But you can go another route. That's fine. I'm just saying where I stand with it.
I was trying to be reasonable. Apparently, I should have just said, "Dude, fuck your religion." I don't know.
What was the point? Okay, let's say it does. Let's say Venus does fucking circle jerks in a second law of thermodynamics violation. And what?
His point was explain it on a flat Earth. That was his point.
Explain it on a what?
Mm-hmm.
Well, first you'd have to take elevation angles to it, right? Yes.
Yeah. I definitely went through. I said, "Yo, why the fuck do you guys come in here asking random ass questions when we're point blank cannon to your face telling you that it's not a globe and this is how your globe was built?"
Explain why a bird goes from west to east and east to west in circles and gets in a V formation on a flat Earth. I'll tell you what. Explain how underwear works on a globe-tard. That's tantamount to the question that he asked me.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the route I take. It's meaningless. There's no point.
I agree.
Yep. It's like, so what? And that's where I settle down with it, because there's nothing you can do. There's nothing anyone can validate. There's nothing anyone can confirm. All you can do is observe and declare. That's it. The same thing the village idiot can do on the corner. Same thing. No difference. Want me to explain it? Okay. Well, you got these fucking divisions of invisible three-toed gnomes. They go out there and they grab that son of a bitch by its axis, right? And they spin it in the opposite direction, and then they carry it from here to there using invisible closed fucking hanger wrappers, and then that's what it does. That's my explanation. Good?
Why not?
Why not? Right. It has just much veracity as this does, scientifically speaking. So it's pointless. It's meaningless. It's a nothing burger. It's just here to deflect and divert away from their globetard.
Basically.
Yep. So don't let them drag you around chasing yourself by the tail. You know, get back to the point. Globetard. What are you doing? Dishes?
No, I'm cleaning my bike because I had it in the snow today. I don't like it with all that salt.
Snow, you had your bike in Coke?
I wish I just hose it down. But I got to get the salt off it before it starts eating away at my paint and all that.
Hose it down. This is a family show.
Hey, that's a good man. He's taking care of the bike. Yeah, clear the salt. Definitely.
Yeah, close enough.
The bike is taking him around, so definitely clear it up, clean it.
Let me go on mute because I'm about to spray some WD-40.
Yeah, spray some in that mic. Did anyone answer the question that about parallel light rays, from Eratosthenes? Parallel light rays. It's one of the foundational concepts, assumptions, whatever, from Eratosthenes, right? Parallel light rays. But then in reality, all we see is divergent light rays. But then when we look at their fairy tale fuckwit diagrams of their eclipses, we have convergent sun rays. So what happens here? I mean, does reality change and shapeshift depending on the argument? It just changes and shit from argument to argument, right? What's up with that?
Zanuck asked me that pretty much exact question. He gave me an answer once how do I explain this? He asked me what happened yesterday, and I said about that, and I said, I'm not Adam Meakin. That's the first thing I said. And then I said, well, what had happened is that in the math, it comes in parallel. And apparently, it diverges, and then in the diagram it converges. And he gave me an answer, and I was going to go look for that answer right now.
Fuck Zanuck. He said a dependent variable was a shoe on a table. What the fuck are you even talking to that idiot crayon muncher for? I thought
he I don't know who he is.
I thought he died. Where the fuck is he?
Outside you guys saying his name, I don't know him.
Oh, he's a fucking idiot from way back. We crushed his dumb ass and jettisoned him back in 2018. You know what this glue sniffer did? He took our questions that we asked him to a high school physics forum and was asking the questions there to them to get their answers. This fucking clown of an imbecile.
He also looked at, a photo with the horizon, a still shot from a video with the horizon, and said that there are multiple horizons.
Yeah.
In any event.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
He's stupid, man.
He's a dumb fuck from way long time ago, dude. I'll bet you that some bitch is over at Land of Misfit Toys. Because I haven't seen him. Oh, is he over there? I'll guarantee that fucker's there.
He might be.
That idiot of a retard is, I will guarantee it.
He's there. He did post this a long time ago. He says he was Zanuck 3.0, and he was posting that, and I just debugged him with that photo.
I don't know. Okay. All I can remember is his example on a boat with spinning hot tubs and a torpedo. He's that much of a dumb fuck. And he owes me $4,000. I still got that shit somewhere. He's not going to pay because he's fucking retard. I busted his dumb ass with entropy laws. Oh, somebody got price of that. Where'd you catch him at? Where's he at? Where's this from?
That is the exchange I had with him yesterday.
Where's it from?
Discord.
Discord where? Oh, a DM. Yeah.
That's kind of my metric to know that I'm doing okay. Is when they come at me.
Okay, let's see what fucking retard says. Well, that's the model. They don't have a model, and he doesn't know what a model is. It's parallel. What's parallel? Just the flashlight will have parallel rays. Really? Well, I guess he doesn't know what a fucking flashlight is. As well as rays in all directions. He just contradicted himself. The sun is so much bigger. The sun biggie. So there are parallel rays. Where at? Coming from the footprint size. He's a fuckwit. I'm not reading anymore. He couldn't.
He's a parasite.
Just the discussion. Topics are interesting to discuss. Just like when I was teaching physics to high school. He wasn't teaching physics to high school kids. He was in their fucking text chat asking him questions because he couldn't answer the questions that we were pounding his dumb ass with. This fucking guy couldn't teach the bionic woman hearing if he tied to her back of a dump truck and drug her around a nicer glycerin plant. He's a fucking retard. This guy. Absolute imbecile. He's dumber than Brenda. There you go. How you like that shit? Bring him in here. I'll fucking show you. This fucking pretended clown fraud of a dumb fuck. Zanuck, dumbass, that was jettisoned out of FED for cause because of dumb fuckery. What's your dependent variable, Zanuck? A shoe on top of a table. Fucking retard. Delusional Dunning-Kruger. He's a fuck stick is what he is. That's the technical term.
Well, like I said, I don't know him, but and I never heard his voice or anything like that. I only know him through you guys talking about him. But I do like looking at things from like a conspiratard view. So
what does that have to do with my question?
Which part?
The question I asked. Parallel light rays. We're told parallel light rays. Parallel. They're parallel. Everything's parallel in the light rays. But then, in reality, we always see divergent rays. And then the heliocentric Baltard spinning space monkey religion from NASA, Rice University, and the Smithsonian, they all show convergent rays. Not only convergent, they cross over, then diverge again. What the fuck is going on out here in Shangri-La? They think they can get away with that dumb shit?
Dude, quantum.
You want to see the diagram that they gave me? Look at the diagram. I put it. It says U-cube. That's the diagram that I've been given. This is the globe model.
Yo, quantum. Yeah. Quantum.
What the fuck you want?
Are you a flatty?
Your mama's so fat. Your Glober mama's so fat that she went to the beach. She came back with a sunburn and 3 harpoon wounds.
Quantum, are you a flatty?
Game over.
Quantum, do you believe in flat Earth? Yes or no?
No, I do not. I know it for
What do you believe in, dumbass?
If I'm a dumbass, you're Helen Keller.
Come on, spit it out.
You fucking clown. I am the paterfamilias, Sunshine.
Oh, Kiwi. This is the guy that I've talked about with you before. This guy screams and yells and just talks over you.
Here's the yapper.
He gish gallops.
Here he goes. Keep yapping.
What's your best scientific evidence for your globe tard?
Look up, man.
Look up? That's the sky.
Yeah, look at the sun. Look at the moon. Look at
the sun. It's nighttime.
Look at Venus.
Let me say this again, dumbass. What's your best scientific evidence for your globe?
Hey, you ever played?
Shut up! Shut up!
Wait.
Shut up! Shut up! So, what you should have said, and you didn't. You should have said QE. That's a malformed question. Natural science and the scientific method only adjudicate natural cause and effect relationships. It has nothing whatsoever to do with shapes. That's geometry. Heretofore, rendering your science acumen below 3rd grade.
Have you ever played pool?
Shut the fuck up. Don't talk to me. Shut the fuck up. Don't want to hear you. I don't talk to retards. Go back to primary school. Pay attention this time. You might want to drop anchor periodically in 60-level basic reasoning courses along the way. Pay attention this time. Now, if you want to come back here after you graduate from high school, make sure you put your claims... I'm not done yet. Make sure you put your claims to a primary school, like pre-K, and if they don't laugh their asses off at you, then maybe, perhaps, you can come back and ask your questions. Other than that, just sit down in a corner and shut the fuck up. Thanks.
Like 50% power.
English this time. Go ahead. Matrix, where's that intensive care cheap bastard at?
Don't know. He's been dodging you, it seems.
That's what it seems like.
What was it, yesterday? The day before? I'm losing track of him. He was in.
Was he?
He has been informed. So, yeah, I hope he's got a fucking bulletproof vest on and some shit like that.
What was his answer to his cheap bastardery?
Yeah, he had a bit of a laugh when I warned him. Because I told him what happened, and I cacked myself laughing, and told him all about it. And I said, yeah, because he's such a cheap bastard, I had to fill him in. And he's like, oh, well, thanks. He was pretty cool with it, so.
Yeah.
He said, oh, fucking give him a couple of months.
Did you tell him I was trying to post a citation and an argument, right?
Yeah, I told him you were trying to post something up and it wouldn't work because it gives you a word limit or some shit like that. I know it does lock you down. And, yeah, so
Too funny.
Reloaded you. Now you're good to go for another couple of months.
Appreciate it, man. Thanks. Give me about 5 minutes, man. Got to take care of something. I'll be right back. Should I leave so people, ignorant baltards will come in?
Nah.
Yeah.
Don't bother. Don't bother. Just do your thing.
I'm going to leave. I'll leave and then I'll come back. I'll catch you in about 5-10 minutes.
We'll put some chum in the water for you, QE.
Still looking for that definition of Earth. We agree, right?
That is fascinating.
What do you think? Do you think that, when I look out at a sunset, is where's the Earth in that? Can you define it? I can. It's pretty easy. I would say the horizon, surface of Earth would be the water. Like, it's okay. It's part of Earth, right? And so the question is for the Globers, is the sky part of your definition of the Earth? We had a guy say the moon is
there is a true level. It will match a water level. And if you put that into the hands of construction, it will be a perfect level, or you're not constructing correctly. You're constructing out of level or vertical. If you do not match water level.
Well, we need to scale up anyway because you're talking about a small distance, Musa. Okay. Now, when would curve begin? Because you start zooming out and we're not finding it no matter how high of an altitude you go or no matter how far you measure, it still remains flat and level. So when would the curvature of the Earth begin?
Yeah, we know. We can tell you. We've done the math because we're a bunch of dorks, right? We're a bunch of flat earthers. We became this way because we studied the globe, not because we post flat earth memes. So we know what the globe's dimensions are and can set up a test.
Okay, so do you want to answer the question for me? Do you want to tell me when the curve starts?
Yeah, so based off of your height, it's going to change, right? Because if you're on a ball, the higher you are above the ball, the horizon distance where the curvature of the ball appears to meet the background will change, will extend the higher you get. In this formula, you can actually derive it using the Pythagorean theorem, since you brought up Pythagoras. When you derive it out, you get to 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height, the height of I in feet. So if you take your observer height, let's say you're 6 inches. Let's say your eye is 6 inches off the ground. You're a well-endowed man. Good for you. 6 feet off the ground, excuse me. You could be 6 inches long too, in which case you'd also be considered well-endowed by many people's standards. You're just 6 feet off the ground, right? So the observer's height is 6 feet. 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Your height in feet is 6 feet. Take the square root of that, multiply it by 1.225, and you get something close to 3 miles. This means from that height, the geophysical curvature of the ball that you think you're standing on should apex at 3 miles away, and beyond that point, the surface is curving away from you. In other words, there's no logical path for light to be reflected off that surface and into your eye. The law of reflection will debunk the globe at that point because you can see much further than 3 miles.
Okay, so let's say the Earth is flat. What about the other planets?
Well, that's a funny thing. Glad you brought that up. We aren't the Flat Earth Society, so we don't think Earth is a flying space pizza with ice dripping off the edges, okay? At least I can speak for that. I don't think Earth is a flying space pizza, and I'm pretty sure most of us in our panel would say the same. So what is space, right? What are planets? Space, to us, is just above your heads, right? Like anything that's above the ground is the free space that you can dwell in. And the planets up in the sky are lights, colored lights. They appear to have texture on them when you zoom in on them with telescopes. But I have no reason to think that that's land up there. maybe it is, but I don't have any reason to believe it.
They have texture?
Okay, so do you believe in any other life anywhere else except for Earth? Like, do you believe anything else exists outside of Earth?
Maybe. I mean, where I'm at personally, and I'll speak. I'm speaking for myself. I think Earth and sky, including space that you see at night, I think this is all one system. It's one realm that exists together.
Okay,
and
so
the limitation of it's probably a lot smaller than what you were told with the Big Bang cosmology. I mean, this thing could be maybe limited to, a few tens of thousands of miles or something, or it could be big, or it could be infinite in some way. And then there are cells that contain life in certain areas. Who knows? We have no idea what exists outside of this realm. That's all up for speculation.
Well, if you look up, you see the moon, right? So
yeah, the moon's pretty interesting, right? It looks like it's got craters. It looks like it's gray dirt.
But I'm saying, like, if I see the moon and then it's at a short distance, then like I would believe that there's something out there that I can't see.
Yeah, that's what the mind does. The mind likes to wander, right?
I guess, yeah.
I mean, imagine being a flat earther like us and how we like to wonder and speculate about space. Because I guarantee the way we speculate and wonder about it is way different.
Then how do you guys do that?
Well, it begins by knowing where you live and having a firm foundation for understanding how to think about the world that you experience directly. So when I say Earth, right, when I say our home is Earth, immediately, most people will go through this process where they have a God's eye view of the solar system, or a God's eye view of Earth and moon and sun and outer space. When you say the word our home, or home, like planet Earth, right? Say planet Earth, and people just think about this Big Bang outer space cosmology. Well, when we hear those words like Earth, we don't immediately think of a planet Earth, even though we used to, and we still can. But our brains don't filter these ideas through these thought forms and patterns that other people describe for us. Instead, they're filtered through our own lived experiences and what we know we can verify. It's a different way to think. It's a way to think about your world using rational empiricism, taking in your sense data, and primarily filtering your experience and how you think about the world through that, instead of through a mental construct somebody else gave.
Okay, so basically, like anything you don't experience, you end up rejecting it. You only believe what you see and what you know.
I wouldn't say we reject it. I mean, we don't feel obligated to believe it just because somebody claimed it. Does that make sense? Like, why should my default position be to accept something that somebody says when they haven't established proof?
Mm.
So, like, I went to the gas station, right, to pump up my gas tank. This was years ago. And some guy walks up to me. He had a van. He opened up the side of the van, and there were stacks and stacks of burnt CDs. He says, "Hey, man, I'm selling movies. You want to buy some movies?" I said, "What?" And he's like, "Yeah, man." And he started showing me. He showed me a list he made and all the movies, obviously pirating these movies, right? He burned them to CD. I had no way of knowing if there was even anything, like, let's say I wanted to buy a whole stack of pirated movies. I had no way to know that those movies were really burnt to those CDRs. I could have paid the guy and come home with like a spindle full of what I thought were pirated movies, only to find they're all junk and blank and, maybe 320 by 200 resolution. Who knows? There's no way for me to go find out and validate and test that the man was telling me what he really had. I am not obligated whatsoever to believe him just because he claimed that he had all these movies burned to CDs. So the only way for me to know for sure would be to find out and test it. And there's no way for me to do that at a gas station.
Yeah, but at the same time, like it's not that expensive, Like, for me, like I would just pay the $5, instead of going home and wondering and be like, hell, well, what if it was movies? And what if it wasn't?
Yeah, right.
The worst thing that can happen is you lose $5, right?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And for a guy like me at the time, $5, $5 was a lot, man. $5 was half a gas tank at that time.
Yeah.
So I'm like, dude, I don't know. But when you're talking to us in this room, the 24/7 Flat Earth community, you're talking to people who highly cherish and value personal experiences, because it's the only way to know things for absolute certainty in your life is to have a real experience with the thing that you're gaining knowledge of.
Okay, so with all due respect, are you an atheist?
Nope, not at all. Yeah, I know that might sound contradictory, but nope. I mean, I would love to share my faith beliefs with you in private someday if you wanted to DM me. But for this purpose in 24/7 Flat Earth, we don't talk about our personal beliefs so much.
Yeah, I noticed that, but like I was assuming that since you guys only believe in what you guys see instead of the unseen, like I was assuming that you guys don't believe in the unseen, right? So.
No, fair concept. That is fair. But I'll tell you this: we do draw a line between what we know and what we believe. Modern science actually struggles with this. They call this a demarcation problem, where they say that the definition of science is so broad that it includes that which is empirical and that which is not, the way it's defined in modern days. Which means science is both something that an experimenter does to interact with the environment in order to prove the presumed cause of something. And it's also inclusive of things where so-called scientists don't have to interact with anything in the real world and just have to develop computer models and simulations and do statistical tests of things. When I was younger, they used to call this difference hard science and soft science. They used to do a better job at differentiating them. Now, 20, 30 years later, they muddle up the difference and they teach kids that pretty much everything is science. And there's no clear-cut definition of what is science. We in this community, we uphold what is the classically defined as science. We're hardcore empiricists and rationalists. We uphold the lived experiences of people is the ultimate form of knowledge, along with the logical processing of what those implications and consequences are that we experience.
Yeah, the one thing I notice about science is that, science is always new, right? Somebody would discover something and then 20, 30 years later, somebody else would come and then that guy would get refuted. And then it would be false all of a sudden, and then a new discovery would come out, right? So, yeah, science is always new. So,
yeah, they are discovering new things all the time and correcting old things. And you know what? We like to say that's what Flat Earth is. We are here, guys. We have finally arrived. We're here to correct all the modern preconceptions of cosmology that are wrong. We can show you that the Earth measures flat. We've got high-altitude infrared images that apply photogrammetry measures to measure distances, size, and scaling of objects. And we can see and measure distances and scales of objects that are way too far for it to be a globe using infrared, which means you're cutting through refraction claims. We've got radar and radio that we can transmit and receive over distances and amongst conditions that should not be possible if physical Earth obstruction is getting in the way and creating radar shadow. I mean, we've got simple observations that anybody can do, like in their hometown, with mirror flashing the sun across a lake to your eye just above the water. If you can do that, something like that, just over a distance of a mile or two, you've seen flat Earth. It doesn't take much. People are surprised to hear that. Like, what, isn't Earth so big? You shouldn't be able to do that? Well, I'm here to tell you that yes, the the globe is claimed to be enormous, and the curvature is expected to be pretty slight. But with certain techniques, we can overcome those limitations, and we can show you that you really don't need much distance and scale to prove that Earth is flat and doesn't curve the way they tell you it has to.
Isn't that the first thing we went over when you got here, Musa? The things we can validate those measurements, contrary to the things you've been told, the reason for your belief in the ball, like you stated yourself.
Yeah. The first thing what we were talking about, yeah.
Go ahead. Sporadic. I didn't mean that.
No, it's okay. I'm glad you brought it back to that because I wasn't here initially when he jumped in, I don't think. And I heard you talking. So if anything, I probably interrupted your flow, dude. So.
Oh, no. I was done. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. Point being is we have these tests that anyone can do. And you don't have to be that technical of a person, but we also have very technical people who do bring a high level of sophistication to these curvature tests. We have a guy named Dr. John D out in the UK who has gone on tours. He's got high-end optics. We're talking telescopes and lenses that cost got to be in the tens of thousands of dollars. He's got lasers. You know what he does for a living? He's a doctor of photooptometry, so he studies the behavior of light. And he helps people design materials and systems to work with light. So I kind of call him the doctor of refraction. If anybody knows what refraction is, what miraging is, it's going to be somebody with the doctor of photooptometry, as in his case. So he actually set out to disprove flat Earth. He's like, you guys are a bunch of morons. I mean, I used to think that too. He's like, you guys are a bunch of morons. I've got all this high-end lab equipment. I've got lasers. I've got telescopes. Let's go see the curve. Who's with me? And so he set up a bunch of tests. And he kept finding that he can see too far. And he can shine lasers too far. And everything he did, he could not find that curvature of the Earth. He's got a YouTube channel posted, and he posts his work, and he's very rigorous. He is an academic. And he applies a lot of rigor and integrity to his demonstrations and tests. He occasionally goes on tour with his equipment throughout the UK and tries to draw crowds, saying, "Hey, want to see flat Earth? Check this out. I got this telescope. That over there should be hidden behind X number of miles of curvature, but there it is. You can see it." So he's one guy that's applied a higher level of sophistication to these observations that you don't need, but nevertheless exists for people who want to believe in, smart men doing smart things to help substantiate their own observations, right? We got another guy, Jay Tolan. He's a radio frequency engineer, RF engineer and technician, and has a background in optics. He's got contracts with the U.S. military, of all people, and he actually got in trouble for showing people some of the things he's shown. He's got a YouTube channel. He takes high-end optical equipment, basically the kind of things that I hate to put it this way, but if you could take like a satellite and aim it sideways and put it in an airplane, like when you think of like what satellites can zoom into from super high up, right? People say that you can read newspapers and crap like that from satellites. Well, imagine taking gear like that, packing it in with this stuff in an airplane and shooting it sideways. So he's got a whole YouTube channel of that, right? And he's zooming into mountain ranges and terrain features that should be behind miles and miles of curvature. I mean, in one instance, he's shooting a video, actually, an infrared video of a mountain range over the desert from an airplane that should be about 14 miles below the curvature of the Earth. And yet, there you go. You see it right freaking there. He's worked out all the math, with the height of the airplane relative to the tangent of the globe curvature and all this. He's worked out some of the optical phenomena with his camera and with the wavelengths he's dealing with, and he presents all the data, and he's like, look, guys, I don't know what to say. We can't see the globe. Nothing we can do shows us that there's even a globe to believe in the first place. But honestly, the best thing you can do, instead of just reading and looking at and viewing these videos on the internet, is to go out and do it yourself. It really changes your perspective. We can't change your mind for you. There's not a single video that I can put in front of your face that will convert you to a flat earther. You mentioned, do I have to get baptized? No. If you really want to know, you got to find out for yourself. We can help you do that. We can give you tips and tricks and ideas. If you're totally serious, we can help you plan out a flat earth weekend so that you can finally settle this once and for all in your own mind if you're curious. You got to do it yourself and see it for yourself. And this makes you a flat earth knower and not a flat earth believer. Thanks for letting me ramble.
Yeah. Okay, so how did you feel, as soon as you found out, the Earth was flat? Yeah, but basically, how did you feel knowing you were lied to, I guess?
Yeah, I like that question. So we all have different stories, right? Flat Earth Ranger told you that he was actually raised this way. I've met a few people like that, very rare instances. But yeah, there are native flat earthers that exist. I was in my 40s when I first came across this. And I came with a lot of baggage, man. Like I used to work in aerospace and a few other places. So the globe was a big part of my life. And it took me a while. There were moments where I'd find myself driving home from work, right? And I'm like looking at the sun, thinking, what the heck is this really? What really is the sun? Earth is flat. It's not a planet. The whole Big Bang cosmology is fake. Now, what the heck is that stuff? What is going on in the sky? The stars, the sun, the moon, everything in the sky suddenly felt a lot closer. You feel a little claustrophobic. Because you're like, wow, these things probably aren't, light years away and hundreds of thousands of miles away. They're right there. Some of us go through a crisis of conscience. It took me a few years of digging into this topic before I was really interested in kind of committing to the idea. When I was early on in this, I used to go to the Reddit Flat Earth subreddit, and I used to LARP as a flat earther. I thought this was all a game, all for fun. I'm like, okay, I'm going to pretend to be a flat earther. This is fun. I'm going to pretend to be a flat earther like all the other people in here pretending to be flat earthers too. Because, right, that's what we're doing, right, guys? Right? The first rule of Fight Club is to not talk about Fight Club. Hey, isn't the first rule of Flat Earth to not talk about that this is a giant LARP? So, yeah, I thought I was LARPing with them. And the more I LARPed, the more I started to have questions. And so I stopped doing that. I discovered some flat earth content on the internet, and then I went out and I freaking checked it out for myself. I have a rather large body of water near where I live. I did the mirror flash test with a friend one weekend, and I'm like, holy crap, it's true. And that's when I got started off on this research kick. So I had access to some journals, some databases, LexisNexis and others. I started searching through, trying to find and track down papers. Because one thing I had heard from flat earthers is that nobody's measured the curvature and nobody has a validated R. That is a radius number, 3959 miles from the radius, from the point of origin, the middle of the Earth, out to the surface. I kept hearing again and again that nobody has ever established these with an actual measurement. So I set out to go find that. And my research eventually led me to this field of surveying and geodetic surveying. And I started looking there for evidence, and none of the papers that I ever came across, if you go to the sources and references of one paper, you can get other papers and you find the sources and references of that. So I was looking for evidence of the R value and the curvature value. Does your reference cite an actual measurement of the Earth as a globe? I would go check that, and the answer is no. they'd provide another source that says, here, check this source. They have the measurement. So I'd go to that source. I'd read the paper. No, they say, we're referencing this source. So I would go check that source. I'd read the paper. Again, no. And guess what they provide? Another source. I spent like 6 months on this freaking, dog chasing the tail thing, trying to find the missing radius value. And I couldn't freaking find it. And around that time, I was looking at Flat Earth on the internet, and I found this community on Discord about 3 years ago. And I joined it. I was a globe skeptic. And now, over time and learning more about the Earth, I became a flat earther. And it is a crisis of conscience for me, but not for everyone. And it's just an interesting journey. What can I say? It's frustrating. It's frustrating knowing that you see something about the world that most people around you don't. And most people would think you're crazy for noticing. Hey, where have I heard that before? Is there a topic out there that you might be crazy for noticing? Yeah, there are many topics like that out there. Well, this is one of those topics where you're crazy for noticing that the Earth is flat. And you reap social consequences for it. People have lost their jobs, lost relationships. It's kind of tragic. And it's because modern society has focused us into thinking that flat earthers are the dumbest people alive, that we are basically no better than cavemen, and that Greeks with sticks and shadows technology figured out that Earth is a globe already, so we don't have to test for it.
Me personally, I feel like it's worse. What's worse is the people who call in to have people lose their jobs or have their kids taken away or feel comfortable even insulting these people because society says it's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, listen, man, when my kids were younger, and I was first looking into this, I'd heard that the kids have a flat Earth concept of the world when they haven't been indoctrinated yet, right? So I would ask them questions in their young age. I'm not going to dox myself or anything. I don't like talking about them on the internet to begin with, but I mean, yeah, they both thought the world was flat. Now that they're older a little bit, they've been indoctrinated by the system. They're believing in the globe. So, and you know what? I think the best way for them to become flat earthers is to learn everything there is to know about the globe. If you learn everything and look at all of its warts and bruises and scrapes and pus and everything leaking out of its gaping sores, you will become a flat earther. So I say, great. Yep. Teach my kids the globe, and I'll really teach them everything about the globe. I'll teach them all those things about the globe that they don't like to talk about, like what I brought up before regarding eclipses. I'll teach them all of it. They will get to make up their own minds. I don't have to convert them or brainwash them. They will be flat earthers on their own.
All right.
Yeah, it's a long reply to your question, bro. So
Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, I appreciate that. But like, it's a flat earther belief. Yeah, it's a belief. Yeah.
No, I wouldn't say so. For a lot of them, it is.
Yeah,
Not for me. It's not a belief.
A lot of people say, I'm a flat Earth believer. Isn't that what they say?
Yeah, it's what they say. A lot of them are that.
I'm sorry, Amish. Did you forget the beginning of the conversation where most people in here, we know it's flat? You have the belief because you've been told things.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. We talked about the demarcation problem, right? Between believing sciencey things and actually knowing and having an experience with sciencey things. That's how you differentiate pseudoscience from real science. It's by virtue of having a knowledge base, a knowledge background. And how you gain knowledge is through your senses. True knowledge is gained through a direct experience with the world, not through models. People say, hey, flat earther, why don't you have a model? We say, we don't need it. We we benchmark our claims to what exists in the real world. Why do we need to develop a model to benchmark our claims against? We have reality. We can go out and freaking measure this stuff, guys. So, that's the great dividing line. Within Flat Earthers, there's that great dividing line between the believers and the knowers. And you're right now talking to the community of knowers. Like, I don't know if you heard of David Weiss and those guys. That's the other side of the community. They got this app and they go on these tours. But David Weiss does all these interviews with people and he says, hey, if you want to collect 3 Bitcoin, I'll give you 3 Bitcoin if you can prove that the Earth is a globe. Just one proof. And you know what he does? He actually sends people to our community, 24/7 and the Flat Earth debate community. And that's where these people go to try and collect their Bitcoin. They end up here to debate us. They lose and they don't collect their Bitcoin. Now, that hasn't been going on for the past few years because of a falling out, but that used to be the case. and I personally never debated anyone who was here for the Bitcoin. But that used to be the arrangement. Like, I think Nathan Oakley and David Weiss were a bit closer together back in those days. And so he had this conveyor belt of globe earthers that he was interviewing and debating with and would send them over. And they'd all get train wrecked by Nathan Oakley and Quantum Eraser. And then they'd come to 24/7 and get wrecked by freaking Indio, AI Overlord, and other high-level mods and admins at that time.
Okay, so what about your friends and family? Yeah, I don't know if they're flat earthers or global earthers, whatever.
Oh, it's mixed. I don't talk about it. I don't bring this up at Thanksgiving or Christmas, man. Like, I know it's contentious.
Okay, so how would you
They know what I think, but they don't give me a hard time about it because I don't bring it up.
Okay. I don't know if you knew that thing. Do you know that Dave Weiss sent some people who wanted the Bitcoin to talk to Bev?
No, he's sending them to Bev? Oh, geez. He's a glober.
He had Bev. No, Bev wasn't a glober at that moment. He said that it's not.
Oh, yeah, back then he wasn't. He is now.
He had even the link to the Discord of Bev. That's how I knew Bev, because I found the link of his Discord in Dave Weiss app and YouTube channel.
Oh yeah, I used to follow Bev when I was new at this too. Like, I mean, Bev, back a few years ago, I had no reason to think he was anything but a flat earther. He was kind of a bit squirrely with the way he described Euclidean principles, but I mean, he's got some good tools. I don't want to speak ill publicly of people. He's got good tools that flat earthers can use. He teaches people about Euclid. Yeah. And that is an important tool to have in your quiver, an arrow.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah. More flat earthers need to be accustomed with Euclid. It can only help you because he teaches, so like geometry, right? This is what this is all about. We talk about this all the time. Flat Earth is a geometric claim, geometry. If you want to know about geometry, you got to start reading some Euclid. That is like the foundational principles. Geometry isn't just a system of measurement. It's a system of computational logic. When you sit down with a compass and a straight edge, not a ruler, just a straight edge without the markings that a ruler has. With a compass and a straight edge, you can create circles and lines that will build a computer for you on a sheet of paper. I'm not even joking. The computer that you can construct on a sheet of paper will depict ratios and relationships of numbers that you can use for calculations and you can use for measurements and scaling things. It's incredible what the Greeks discovered regarding these two tools thousands of years ago. Yeah. And Euclid described a system of logic based off of geometric principles. Things like, every parallel line that's parallel to each other is never going to touch. These simple axioms that we base a lot of our arguments on are found in Euclid. And Bev goes into Euclid in heavy detail.
Okay, so how would you feel? How would you feel if your wife and then kids are all like globe earthers?
I mean, they basically are. They basically are, man. And I'm fine. They know that I don't think like they do, and I don't make it a point of contention or an issue. I know as they get older, and as I know as my kids get older, that they're going to become flat earthers. And I know that my wife, she really doesn't give a toss either way, whether the globe is earth or flat. She thinks flat earth is nuts, but she knows that there are issues with the globe, and she doesn't think about it or obsess or care about it. So, I mean, it's just not a big topic in our house right now.
My own family, they are all now flat earthers. My wife too. I married my wife after she turned flat earther.
Oh, good for you! You got a flat earth wife. Nice.
Yeah.
That's good.
My son, I'm letting my son just go to school normally, like anyone, like me when I was young. I'm letting him in that indoctrination system, like me when I was young. And when he will just have that his own reason, he will start reasoning a bit. Will get 12 or something like that. I will just teach him to distinguish between belief and knowledge. At that moment, he will just turn flat automatically.
Well said, Nekros. That's all you need. I think that's true. If I was a kid, I would resent it if my flat earth dad was trying to cram flat earth into me the whole time. And I didn't quite understand why yet, right? I mean, I would grow up to resent that. The best gift I think you can give as a parent to your kids is to teach them critical thinking and trust that the process will lead them to flat earth.
Yep.
Yeah, brother.
Yeah, pretty much. I've been in relationships with women, and every time we talk about the subject, they pretty much convert, as you put it. They pretty much become flat earthers, or at least start thinking about it. I've only had one situation where the girl spazzed out without her. She had issues and daddy issues. Yeah, pretty much.
Dude, I find that true. Women are way more open to flat earth than dudes are. Absolutely.
Correct.
We have some women at work that I talk about this with, and they're all flat earthers. They're like, yeah, they're totally into it.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, my brother, he didn't turn flat earther by debating me or something. I even fought with disputed with my brother as we stopped talking for a bit, like a month or more than that. But he still turned flat earther because his wife understood me and she researched the thing and she explained to him everything. He started researching and he's now a flat earther. So his wife explained the thing to him because she understood faster.
Nekros, you're a ladies' man, aren't you? My best friend's wife listened to me, not my best friend. Hey yo.
It was my brother, and he said that I'm crazy. I'm just nuts. Now he agrees with me that it's just nonsense. The globe is just nonsense.
Man, the more you look into this, the worse it gets. It's like that old meme that shows that jalopy with dilapidated parts, right? And it's like, this is the globe Earth model. At first it looks okay, but the more you look at it, the more screwed up it gets. I need to pull that out and post it here. Oh, I see in a text chat, Aethergrass said sporadic E, so you flat smacked yourself? Yep, that's right. I did flat smack myself. I flat smacked myself to a flat earther. I love it. I did flat smack myself. One big pond, sporadic E, teach them they are loved, respected, and appreciated. Self-respect is the key to ignoring the liars around every turn. That's right. If you have enough self-respect and knowledge and yearn for the truth, you don't have to fear anybody. And you can respect yourself.
Yeah, you always find out there's a certain thing about the people that you can't teach this subject to. You always find out there's an underlying thing preventing them from even listening to the subject.
Yeah, for me it was satellites, man. I could not get over satellites for the longest time. I did work in aerospace. It was a technology close to my heart. And but now I'm like, holy crap! All right, I thought I was in the know. I know for a fact that I was not in the know. That's all I can say about that. Flat Earth Ranger, I think you and I probably ran in similar circles. I was never a uniform guy, but I was doing crazy civilian stuff with the soft smooth community.
Yeah, that's what you find out when we in the little warehouse. The guys that are working on the parachutes, they're right next to the civilians who are working on the NASA balloons at Satellite Beach right here in Florida.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yep, I was a civilian and contractor, never a uniform. But I didn't go to airborne school, man. But I was going to be a civilian in airborne school.
Oh, nice. But
I hurt myself. Yeah, I didn't get to go.
I didn't like running in boots. That's the only thing I didn't like about it.
Yeah, I had to wear that crap too when I was out deployed doing stuff. But I didn't have I didn't portray myself as any rank or anything. I didn't have any of that. I wore the same community badge as everybody, but from a distance, I looked like one of you guys, so one of the freaking Taliban would have shot me just as easily.
Yeah, the only thing different was the contractors made way more than us.
That's so I went from civilian to contractor because I found out I could do the same job that I was doing just a few desks over with a different color badge for like twice as much money.
Yep.
Interesting what you said about balloons, man. You ever see one of these? Let me show this to you. I'm going to post it in chat. Let me show you one of these things. It's a tactical surveillance balloon. You probably already know what I'm talking about. Dude. These are cool as crap, dude.
While you are researching the thing, did you watch the third video of that level thing? There is level, next level, and level with me. The third video have that discussion with the guy working with NASA and in his truck, and he's coming from that facility where they sent balloons to the sky, helium balloons. They have that discussion with him, and he confirmed that they sent thousands of balloons, helium balloon. That was NASA.
Yeah, I've seen it, and yes, I've seen these only on the internet. I've never seen them in person. I may have seen them assemble them without knowing I've seen it, but I've definitely seen them working on these balloons.
Yeah. They work on them. They tend to deploy them when they're away from people.
The one that Amish sent, that is specific material that can resist that cold there in that high altitude. So that balloon will stay there for a long time.
What I can't figure out is, in the 60s, they stopped doing this, but in the 60s and late 50s, they were launching rockets, and the second stage would deploy a balloon, and the balloon was set to be going 17,000 miles per hour, and the balloon was set to be at 1,000 miles high.
Nonsense.
There's a bunch of them by the Air Force. The OV-1-1 through 1-12 or whatever was a whole series of these. They were low visibility balloons. I don't want to call them stealth balloons, but that's the idea. They were low vis balloons that were sent up with rockets, and that's what they did. There was also the Echo 1 and Echo 2 passive communication balloons, but there have been others, and it's like, so what's really funny is when you look at space history, right? You got balloons. You got James Van Allen, the Van Allen belt guy. Who was he? He was launching balloons off of aircraft carriers in the Pacific in the late 1940s, calling them satelloons and raccoons. He's like the father of satellites, right? So they go from like balloon tech from the 40s and 50s. And then you have like Sputnik, which was like the first time there was no balloon used. And then you had America's Vanguard and Explorer, which responded to Sputnik. But then you still had a whole bunch of balloons after that. Balloons. some not balloons, more balloons, some not balloons. And then now it's all not balloons. Now they just totally like faded into no more balloons, at least in the public eye. But then you start looking at what the scientific ballooning program is out of Palestine, Texas, the Concordia Base in Antarctica and stuff. It's all freaking balloons. But these are the balloons nobody talks about. Everybody likes to think that AT&T and Verizon has freaking cell phone satellites and shit orbiting the Earth.
And the fascinating thing, it must be a coincidence, like every coincidence they have on that globe. They imagined those satellites after Arthur C. Clarke wrote about those orbiting things around the globe in his sci-fi book. So who?
Yeah, Arthur C. Clarke. Yep, he did. He imagined these, and then they came out. Yep.
Yeah. So who is the inventor of those things? Is it the sci-fi guy or?
Yeah. Self-orbiting balloons. I got newspaper articles from 1958, like from the day after Sputnik was launched. These newspaper articles are by scientists. You're like, there's no way. There's no way that these things were self-orbiting. Sputnik was said to weigh like 84 kilograms or something. Scientists are like, there's no freaking way that this thing is like hurling itself in a gravity well around a globe. We think it's a balloon. Like even in the days of Sputnik, we're taught that in the space race that the Russians launched Sputnik as a self-orbiting satellite, which changed the world forever for outer space. And everybody just believed it. Everybody just accepted it. And it was like, oh, well, I guess the Russians did it. Now we're kind of screwed. We have to figure out how they did it. That's not what happened at all. In the early days of Sputnik, people were like, this is a load of crap, guys. People were writing into newspapers, calling into radio shows. People were like, this, what are you talking about? This is the dumbest thing on earth. So, and then when you look at Sputnik, right? Sputnik is this ball with 4 big spikes emanating off of it, kind of radially. So they're not all pointed in parallel to each other, but they're splayed out a little bit. To me, this looks like in radio what's called a disc cone antenna. A disc cone antenna has like a central axis with radiating elements that kind of fan out in a conic pattern. Sometimes you might only have like 4 of these radiating elements, these antennas. Other times you might have a whole cluster of them, so it looks like a traffic cone. But Sputnik looks like a disc cone. And for Sputnik to work, so they depict Sputnik how it's flying, like they show Sputnik and it's almost on its side. So it's got the ball and then like the spikes are shooting off sideways out of it. Looks like it's flying through space. But for that, if that's a disc cone antenna or something like it, for that thing to work, it's got to be tilted 90 degrees upright, and the antenna have to be pointing down to Earth's surface. It'd have to be flying like that. And the only way I can think of for something like that to maintain orientation in such a way is if it was suspended. If Sputnik was suspended on a tether and dangling below a big balloon. It should not work when it's tilted 90 degrees to the right. It would work better if it was upright. So, you just kind of look at it. If you have a little bit of knowledge about this stuff and you start looking at things again, you're like, man, things aren't adding up. The space race doesn't add up. Satellites don't add up. The globe doesn't add up. None of this stuff adds up anywhere I look. And the more you look at it through the lens of a flat earther, or I should just say a globe skeptic, the worse it gets. Oh, thank you, Necros, for pointing. You see that? Yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about. 39 minutes past the hour. Necros posted it. They depict Sputnik like in the bottom image with the radiating elements kind of off to the side, like it's zooming through space in that direction. But if that thing was really going to work effectively, those things would have to be oriented downwards, which means the thing was likely suspended by a tether as a gondola below a massive balloon above. That's what I think. I'm going to put myself on mute while I fish out some of these old articles from the news, and I'm going to post them too.
just imagine those 4 antennas like being a parabola. So the parabola have to point toward to face the surface, not away from the surface. That's stupid.
Precisely. I mean, hey, Musa, you still there? Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
That's all right. I was hoping he was still there. Here's some articles. I've got more, but I posted a few. 40 minutes past the hour. What's funny is Truth Frequency Radio does some good truth videos, and she found some of my research, these articles, and she put them into a series on the space race and satellites, which I thought was cool.
Can you pop the link to her channel?
Yeah, let me go find it. Crap, it looks like she's not on YouTube. Probably on Rumble. Hang tight. Dang it, not there either. Well, this sucks. I follow her on Twitter. Hold on. Oh, sorry, Truth Stream Media. That's her name. Truth Stream Media.
Stream?
Yeah, Truth Stream Media. All right, there's her channel. Let me find the video she did, which is, I thought, really good. She went into a few other things that I like to talk about too. While I go fish that out, I'm going to ramble a bit more. So the Eisenhower administration was the one that created NASA and the space race and the Antarctic expeditions. There's a memo that I found on archive.org, declassified. It's called National Security Council, NSC, Space Program, Program Policy, and the document title is NSC, National Security Council, NSC-5498. It's one in a series of these policies. The policy describes how the space program would be constituted and utilized for political and military purposes. Again, it's one of several. This article lays out a foundation for it. And amongst those is a satellite program for satellite reconnaissance, where it says that we're going to use this technology primarily for psychological exploitation, for striking fear into the hearts and minds of our adversaries, by projecting a technology and capability that we may or may not have. Yeah. These documents related to this also commingle NASA scientific research with rockets and ICBM weapons development. For example, in I think one of them called NSC 6200, it talks about how the same Ajax rockets that are used for as a nuclear weapon deterrent of Russian bomber freaking squadrons flying over the United States would also be used for peaceful scientific testing and meteorological studies of the atmosphere, ionosphere, and so on. it starts to look like that you take an ICBM, you paint a freaking NASA logo on it, and you can test that MFR all day and not call it nuclear weapons testing, but scientific research. I'm just saying. Maybe that's what's going on, maybe not. But you decide.
Yeah, you decide. Like relation, when they implement some fear in the heart of the population, they tell them, if you don't do this, the gods will just be angry and they will kill us. They will start earthquake or volcanoes to kill us. So those population will just start sacrificing and doing those things, those nonsense things, just because they are scared. It's the same thing.
That's what I used to say. The only thing they stole from the past is the ability to scare the population into compliance. That's the only thing they learned from the past.
All right, let me send you her YouTube link. I can't find the exact video. It was within the last year. What I will share you is the source documents. So hang tight for that. All right, there's her channel on YouTube. Let me go get some source documents, 5498 and the others. Hold on, I'm going to post this stuff. It's freaking bonkers, dude. One of these documents used to be on archive.org before they were hacked, and after the hack isn't on there. I don't know what that's about, folks, but it kind of looks and it's sus.
It sounds so obvious.
Yep. Jeez, it's funny, man. Like I labeled these documents, I sorted them, I put them in a folder, and now I can't find anything. Or if it was just in my freaking junk folder, I probably would have been able to retrieve it already. So, I started my local directory by downloading all of this stuff on 24/7 Flat Earth. And that was like 4 years ago, or 3 years ago. 3. And then I started building on it myself, and I've got like this massive freaking Flat Earth directory. It's amazing. All right, so it's probably in here. Yeah, the whole series of PDFs. Oh shoot, 5498 is actually the name of a freaking tax document. What am I thinking of? I thought it was 5498, like 5894. It's in 1958. Probably been saying the document title wrong too this whole time. Don't worry, I've got the receipts. Like I said earlier, right? Satellites were a sore sticking point for me. It was a hard thing for me to give up, like in the way I thought that they worked. All right, here we go. Satellite program history documents. It's the name of my folder. Let me go to the PDFs. All right. Here we go. Got them. 5918, 5814. Okay, 5814. NSC-5814. That's the name of it. All right, I'm going to start selecting these. I'm going to post these into the chat, just like a link. It might go to my Dropbox. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Here we go. Export. Export. Okay.
I'm gonna read that shit.
Crap, it's not letting me do a direct export. Don't worry, I got this still. I'm going to do 5814 first, since that's the one I was just talking about. Share. Copy link. It's weird, I can only copy one link at a time. Here you go. There's the first one. There you go, Necros. 5814. That's the big one. Here's 5918. Copy link. Here's the next one. 6108. Share, copy link. Next one. The rest is correspondence. So in one of these letters, declassified correspondence letters, it's between the National Security Council and the president. And they're discussing who should be the interim director of NASA before NASA's officially started. Guess who they nominate? A freaking guy from CIA.
Which one is that? Is that the last one?
No, that's going to be one of these that I'll send here. So there's something, let me give you context. There's something called the Operations Coordinating Board, OCB. This was an office established after World War II to project American dominance in the world as the clear and decisive winner of World War II. It's a gigantic propaganda arm. The OCB existed under the Office of the President, still exists today in a different name. And here they're talking about how they're going to use the space program to project American achievements and dominance in the world and who they should get to do it. And that's where they also mention, no, we should have the CIA do it. So here comes another one. Share a copy. All right, here's the first one. These are all on archive.org. Here's the next one. They've been formally declassified. You won't get into trouble if you have a clearance. If you don't have a clearance, you also won't get into trouble. This is history. This is not anything that, at least what is currently considered sensitive or precious national security information. It must be protected. So here you go. Funky crap, dude. So here we have NASA being stood up as an intelligence effort in order to commingle nuclear weapons development with scientific research and muddy the waters in order to project technology and achievements that haven't been made in reality, in order to advance America's image and interest in the world as a superpower and as a force that cannot be toppled, must be reckoned with. That's the power of the space program. And I'll say this, you'll hear flat earthers talk about how astronaut pilots, right, must be read into the flat earth deception. And that's not necessarily the case, not even for Apollo. I think astronauts are probably read into some program where NASA's probably being used as a propaganda deception move to advance technological achievements that don't exist. And that's all it is. And so they say, hey, why don't you go in this vomit comet? We're going to do a bunch of filmings of you playing with water, doing so-called zero gravity experiments. We're going to send this to the world as if you're in outer space orbit. And because you're part of this huge propaganda arm, right? You're completely on board with this, right, Colonel? And they say, yes, sir, we are. We're totally on board with this. Because we're doing this to make the Russians look stupid. And say, okay, let's continue. Let's go film. And so they do. They have no idea. They still think Earth is a globe. I mean, this whole thing, like the space program, might have nothing to do with flat Earth at all and everything to do with something different, like, developing weapons or something secretly. Who knows? We can come up with all kinds of speculation, but here's some documents that show that in these days that they were trying to get Nazi scientists to work on doomsday weapons. And how are they going to do this and test it? Well, we can start these space programs and we can cloak it under the veil of public scientific research. Oh, that sounds cool. Okay, let's go do that. I'm just a dude on the internet looking at this stuff saying, holy crap, what's going on? And other people are picking up on it too. Yeah. If that makes me a flat earther, so be it.
That would have been a perfect thing for most of the here if he was here still.
Musa, you still there, man?
You might have fallen asleep.
Yeah. So, am I saying, are we saying that all satellites are only on balloons? The answer is no. We have a lot of evidence that they could and should only be balloons and maybe some other conventional technologies, but there could also be some very unconventional, super high-speed exotic technology at play, which may or may not exist. We have no way to validate, but it doesn't change the fact that the Earth measures flat. So I'm popping open these technical research memos on NASA's technical report server, where they're showing like the space shuttle program was using electrodynamic thrusters, not like chemical aerosol, expending thrusters, not like hairspray canisters, but we're talking some seriously complicated crap, manipulating magnetic fields and stuff to drive propulsion.
Like an ionic thruster?
Exactly.
Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen that.
So, well, yeah, you've seen it if you go to like McDonald's, at least in America and some other countries, you go to McDonald's, the hand dryers in the bathrooms, they don't have any fans. They're made by Dyson. You stick your hands in this container and this bowl, and you feel a massive whoosh of air.
Oh yeah,
drying your hands off. Yeah, same technology.
Here's a video that you will like. Making an ionic thruster, and here's another one better than that one. This one is completely new.
So this concept's been around since the 70s, dude, and I've got documents showing that the space shuttle used this technology in the 80s.
Yep. Here's another one. You have the Mark III, Mark I, Mark II.
And what's really cool is when you know like the keywords to search for, you take to the internet and you start looking for articles, right? I found this crazy article about NASA having these electrodynamic propulsion driven drones, small little things the size of like, I don't know, boxes, like refrigerator boxes, flying around the furthest reaches of the upper air using nothing but electrostatic or electrodynamic propulsion, ionic propulsion. How long's that stuff been around? How much of it's around? Does that explain UFOs? I got so many questions.
How are you going anywhere with it if it's just pushing warm air out like the dryer, but no air?
Here a test with a small objects like a rocket using ionic thrust also, and you can make it move. I had one. The guy made a RC boat with ionic thrusters.
Does it move in the vacuum?
Here it. Moving in vacuum. You think ionic thruster would work in vacuum? It uses gases to turn them to plasma and to create that thrust.
So space is out, right? No ionic space thrusters.
Hold on, look what I posted at 0 minutes past the hour. That's a space shuttle. What the heck is that? Above the space shuttle, guys. Did you know that space shuttles did that? Did you know, guys? Did you know that space shuttles deployed a freaking balloon out the top?
Oh.
How are they going to stay stable? How is they going to stay up there? Got to release that helium balloon out the top, the satellite.
How high do they go? How fast do they go? And how long do they last?
Well, they're sticking to the 17,500 miles per hour velocity, completing an orbital period every 90 minutes at an altitude of between 250 and 400 miles. They're sticking to that.
And Echo 1 and 2 went about 1,000 miles, so anything under that's easy.
Yeah, exactly. We did it in the 60s, so all this stuff we did 20 years later is much easier, guys. Yeah, what is that? What is freaking that? That's the TSS. That's the tether program. The electrodynamic tether program, which is used for propulsion. So they say that what they can do is they can flip a switch, right? When they turn the switch in the on position, it manipulates Earth's magnetic field to move at great velocities. And it can move up and down and sideways, left and right, and rotate within the field. When they flip the switch the other way, it stops. And it gathers energy and charges batteries. It sounds crazy as dog shit, dudes. I'm not joking. It's freaking like you can pull up that technical report there that's cited underneath, and I've got copies of it here. That's what this is about.
It's basically space age technology. That's why it was kind of swept under the rug, put in the closet, hidden in the back corner. They don't want folks to be messing with stuff like this, even though it has existed for a very long time. It's just now that they're allowing, like, people are getting into it and they're able to mess with it, but for a long time, nobody could.
Yep.
And it was more for a lack of knowledge because the info wasn't readily available. Now people can they can access it and start messing around with it themselves. Figure it out.
You'll hear our community talk about the chain of custody issue. So you have this supposed public space program, right? It's completely transparent. You're at 3 minutes past the hour, another thing from the data sheet. So let's say you're going to develop a device to go in the CubeSat for the CubeSat program. What do? You and a bunch of your dork friends are in your garage, I don't know, in Detroit or whatever. You're building some radio tech. You're building some transmitter, some receiver tech. You might build some encryption into it, do something cool. You say, man, I want this thing launched into orbit as a CubeSat. What do? You go to CubeSat. You sell your idea. They decide whether or not it's worthy to take on. They go to a company called like Orbital or, freaking Launch Alliance, Universal or Launch Alliance, whatever. They go to one of these rocket launching companies, right? They're basically an Air Force cutout contractor, and they manage Air Force payload integration facilities and launch facilities. And you know what you do? You give your little box to them. You don't see it for weeks or months. They give you some reports on the status of the launch. And then on launch day, they tell you it's going to launch. And after it launches, you get an email. It says, great, your CubeSat's in orbit. And you say, see, guys, I proved Earth is a globe. Totally serious. That's how it goes. The chain of custody is broken. There's no way that you and your buddies are going to be able to go down to a top secret freaking Air Force rocket launching facility and babysit your little pet project CubeSat payload all the way through to launch day and watch the thing go up in a rocket. That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. You don't have clearance and access. There are real legit national security reasons why you normal people wouldn't be invited to go to an Air Force freaking payload integration and launch facility. Because they got spy satellites and other crap that they're going to have to launch too. And there's no way that they want to expose any of that to you. That's the story, at least.
You're sitting in your house waiting till they make that call and tell you, "Oh, your thing is in space."
Yeah,
You believe
hey, it's
it.
in space now. Yep, you can turn on your receiver and get the bleeps and bloops from it.
Yeah.
You have no idea where it actually is, what it's actually doing. You have no freaking clue. You just trust. You're like, I paid Orbital Launch Alliance. We sent it up into outer space. They sent me an email. It says the rocket launched. Yep. Or my college astronomy team did this. We totally sent them the satellite, guys. It took them like 4 months, but they got it sent up, and they sent us the email to tell us it was launched.
Let's talk about the ice wall.
What ice wall? The one that the U.S. Geological Survey found?
It's an Admiral Byrd era claim there. Has nothing to do with the flat Earth. So that's a Glober claim.
Okay.
I mean, they were documenting the ice wall around Antarctica in like the 1800s, dude. They called it the Great Ice Barrier in old maps. It's not a flat Earth claim.
Okay.
So we have to reverse the question to you now. What about the ice wall?
Yeah. What's with the ice wall on your globe?
Well done.
What is that?
Well, I brought it up in the conspiracy channel, and they said that's flat Earth shit, and they told me to come here. So,
Do you want to see where it's on? Where it's surveyed by the U.S. Geological Survey is ice walls?
yeah.
All right. Give me a minute here. I'm rooting through my Dropbox and stuff. So
No sweat.
Yeah, I didn't expect to have to talk about ice walls just now either. So, yeah, like I mean, we pulled this crap down from Wikipedia to start, of all places. Where does it go? Here we are. All right. Yeah. So how has the Antarctic coast been surveyed? Here's a screenshot from a Wikipedia article, 8 minutes past the hour. Based on current manned exploration of Antarctica, the following table generalizes the frequency of the types of coasts found on the coastline. Ice shelf, 44%. Ice walls, 38%. Ice stream outlet or glacier ice, 13%. Rock, 5%. 95% of that could be construed as some kind of ice wall, whether an ice shelf, an ice wall, or a glacier.
Okay.
That's what's around Antarctica. Not so crazy to sound and to believe, right? I mean, for the globe, it's a polar ice cap, right? I mean, it probably should have some ice walls. It's like, oh, you crazy flat earthers think the polar ice cap has ice walls? It's like, yeah, of course it would. Why wouldn't something made of ice have like walls on it? You got a continent of ice and expect no freaking ice walls? Like, what the hell's wrong with you? Yeah. So the conspiracy guys, they hear flat earthers talking about an ice ring around the flat earth, but that's not what we think. That's flat earth society bullshit. None of us, we're not the flat earth society. Today's flat earth movement, whatever you want to call it, is not the flat earth society at all. Especially 24/7 flat earth.
Okay. So what's the deal with the Flat Earth Society?
Well, I mean, they were started as a parody organization. They were started to joke around as like a big troll op over 100 years ago. There's a founder named Leo Ferrari, like the car.
Yeah.
Leo Ferrari, who's a doctor, he was an astronomer, and he was with the Royal Society. He was with the Canadian branch of the Royal Society. They're a bunch of scientists and astronomers. He started the Flat Earth Society to basically say, look, you can't prove that Earth is a globe. Even though we know it is a globe, you can't prove that it's a globe. And I'm going to demonstrate that by starting this think tank. And we're just going to go out there and we're just going to basically be a bunch of denialists. And we're going to tell you that you can't prove that the Earth is a globe. And he himself admitted it's a parody organization. You can go to their, like, the Wikipedia freaking entry. Again, I hate Wikipedia, but sometimes there's truth in it. I mean, it talks about the founder and everything. It's a parody organization.
So is it just a shit post?
Yeah, it's for fun. Like, it's a bunch of real scientists and astronomers who are LARPing as flat earthers. And that's the problem, because we're not LARPing as flat earthers and 24/7 flat earth.
Okay.
We're actual flat earthers. Yeah. Yeah. So the Flat Earth Society, they tend to uphold something called the Gleason's map, or the azimuthal equidistant map. It's like the generic flat Earth map of the world, for lack of a better term. And they say that this is the world that we live on. This is true and real, and we disagree. We disagree, and we can tell you why. The azimuthal equidistant map is actually a globe. That map comes accompanied with a scale. You know how maps have scales? They're like, hey, this is an inch, and that inch represents, I don't know, like 1,000 miles. So if you take that inch and you put it over anywhere on the map, it's got 1,000 miles distance.
Right.
So maps have that scale, right? Well, the AE map has what's called a non-uniform scale. So depending where you are on the map, you have to adjust the length of the scale for miles. And if you apply that scale the way you're supposed to on the map, you'll find that it's actually a globe map.
Right.
Yeah, and a lot of flat earthers don't realize this. Like, they're too stupid. They're like, but no, you just got to ignore the non-uniform scale. This Australia really does look like a hot dog. Yeah, we're not those flat earthers, dude. We know that it's a globe that's been distorted.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. This is definitely a picture of a fucking globe.
Yeah. Yeah, we're like, yeah, that is a globe map, and you know what? It freaking works. For everybody's practical purpose. Like, I've never known it not to work. It freaking works.
Mm-hmm.
As a flat earther, I'll tell you that map freaking works if you apply the scale properly.
Correct. Do you know how it works? Like that map that you can draw with some footprint, and you make a red X on it to say that here is the treasure. And remember treasure map? Those are maps. Yeah. They work. They work because it will tell you go 5 foot forward, you go 10 foot to the right. So you will reach your destination even if it is just some point on a yellow paper. It will work. Like the grid will work. Have some a grid. If you have a grid and you you put on that grid in every sorry for my English. So every cross intersection between those lines, it is for you. It is a point. It is a number. So every time you move something through that grid, you know where it is because you know the grid and you know the points that you made in those intersections. So it will be easy to travel on that grid. That's what they do with the globe, or not the globe, with the maps. They have a grid and they travel in that grid. You will go to where you want to go, whatever the map that you are using. If it is Mercator, the AE map, Peter's projection, they are completely different from each other, but the grid is the same.
Yeah, we talk about this in our channel a lot, like the map versus, like the terrain versus the grid. So the grid exists as a separate construct apart from the Earth itself. The grid, in this case, like latitude and longitude, people think of latitude and longitude as being on globe Earth itself, like the lines of longitude connect the North Pole and the South Pole on the globe. The equator wraps around the surface of the globe, etc. But those lines, those conceptual lines, the grid lines actually originate in the sky. They're not on the ground. The only way to create a latitude and longitude grid is from celestial observations, looking at the sky. So what we have by convention is a map grid coordinate system that's spherical. And it's spherical based on projections of 2 points of origin, one in the north and one in the south. These 2 points of origin in the sky show stars circling around them. And because these points in the sky, the north and south celestial poles, are fixed and don't move, we can use them as an absolute frame of reference for traveling over flat Earth. Coming out from each of those points in the sky are stars. Every star is above a point on Earth at any given particular time. Over the centuries, people have mapped when those stars are directly overhead different points of the Earth and different points of time. And that goes into what's called the Nautical Almanac. So out of this system of sky coordinates is produced a globe. And it's because the sky is interpreted to be a sphere, whether or not it actually is. I personally don't think the sky is a sphere in the sense that you see or think of it. I think it's actually something else. But we interpret it as a sphere, and it goes into something called the celestial sphere model. And this celestial sphere model is a series of latitude and longitude lines that are interconnected, that have 2 points of origin, one with the north celestial pole and one with the south celestial pole. And as you move over flat Earth, this conceptual sphere rotates in the sky, and people map positions from the stars to the Earth as they move. What they're also doing, you could conceptually think of it this way, is they're taking flat Earth and they're mapping points on the Earth up into the concept of a ball. We hear all the time from CellNav that they're taking stars and they're drawing them down to Earth as GPs. Well, guess what? The opposite's true. And I think the opposite kind of reveals what's really going on. We conceive of the sky, of the star field, as a gigantic sphere that rotates with our position. We take flat Earth and we map these points into the celestial sphere as we move. And then we say, oh my God, Earth is a globe. When all we're doing is we're taking conceptual sphere and we're taking fixed points on the ground and wallpapering a sky globe around us. That's all the globe is. The globe was invented from this. The globe was invented as a device to reconcile the flat Earth with the celestial sphere and create a single interoperable sort of model in a casual sense of how to conceive the world and how to navigate it. But that is not really what the Earth is, because we can measure it flat. We observe and experience it flat, and it doesn't move.
Yeah, like the protractor. They use the curve, the curve side of the protractor. That's the sky. It's what you use every day during celestial navigation, measuring elevation angle to top of a mountain or anything. And the 180 line stretch that is flat and level doesn't move. They just turn that curved line of the protractor that is above they just change it to the ground, like if it is the ground, but it's not in reality. That's what you use in the sky, not the ground. The ground's still that line that is 180 degrees, and you measure from that baseline.
Right, they're taking the base of the protractor and they're mashing points to the top of the protractor, wherever it's 90 degrees. And then they imagine themselves as not being in the protractor, but on top of it, and say, "Oh, Earth's a globe."
Yeah.
And you know what's even crazier is when they do this mapping, it doesn't really work to create a globe. So they have to introduce all these corrections. And I've talked about this before, like yesterday. There's a book called I think it's called Higher Geodesy. and it's a book that's like 120 years old. There's a German guy named Helmert. Helmert wrote this tome. It's almost 2,000 pages, I want to say, or like 1,200 pages. And the whole book is basically on how to reconcile flat Earth with the celestial sphere model and all the mathematical corrections that go into it, into creating a globe out of a flat Earth. Now, does the book actually say that? No, but that's what they're effectively doing by way of all the math. So what happens is, so his name was Friedrich Robert Helmert. What happens is like if you're doing surveying, like globe surveying, right? You're gonna have to use the stars. And how do you determine your position? Well, you get your astronomical fix. Now, sometimes, so what they'll do, they'll open up the nautical almanac. They'll say this particular star has to be above my head at this exact point in time, and it's not freaking there. Maybe because Earth is flat. Okay, well, how do we correct for it? Well, let's assume that the starlight to that star really is above your head, even though it doesn't look to be the case. And the reason why it doesn't look to be the case is because the starlight is bent by fucking gravity, guys. I'm not even joking. That if you could drop a plumb line from the star to your head, it's actually straight, but it looks like it's curving because it's gravity.
Bending.
Yeah. Is that unfalsifiable or is that falsifiable? It's completely unfalsifiable as a claim, right? I mean, nobody can actually prove that that's the case. It's a great post hoc rescuing device. Then they say, okay, now the star that's in front of me, horizontally out on the horizon, that shouldn't be there at that particular point of time either. What's up with that? Well, they'll say, I know, it's not gravity this time. Well, it could be some of that, but really what's going on is astronomical refraction, guys. The reason why the star appears to be there when it shouldn't be is due to astronomical refraction. That starlight is coming from 4.7 light years away. It's coming from a surface that is effectively flat compared to the round Earth, because the surface of the star is so big, right? Stars are massive. So the surface of the star is so flat that the light that comes out of the surface normal is perpendicular, and all the light rays from it are parallel. And it's hitting the globe Earth and going directly to your eyes, but it's being bent. It's being bent by the atmosphere, folks. That's why it's not there. It's being shifted. So, yeah.
Just to make the claim unfalsifiable, like I say every time, all those excuses, refraction, gravity, atmospheric refraction, or any type of refraction they claim, so those are just things that they put there to make their claim about the globe unfalsifiable. The entire globe is unfalsifiable.
Right. The very nature of cell nav on a globe requires fundamental assumptions that the globies don't like to talk about and flat earthers don't know to bring up. I'll tell you what they are. The two most fundamental assumptions are what I just said earlier, that the starlight hitting the globe Earth is parallel and perpendicular to a surface normal that's effectively flat. So they still need a flat surface for this to work. Instead of taking the flat surface below your feet that you know exists and can measure, they move it to the source of light, off in the distance, to a place you can't verify. They say the surface of the star is flat, and that it's shooting rays of light that are parallel to each other and perpendicular to its surface at Earth, and that the Earth has to be curving in order to explain the assumption of parallel light from a perpendicular flat surface that you can't see or measure. That's the most fucked up thing about this. As flat earthers, we say we don't have to assume any of that. We can actually assume that what is true is what you see, that the starlight is a point source in the sky. And the reason why celestial navigation works is because the light is not parallel.
Yeah.
Because the light is divergent from that point. And you measure different angles to it. Yeah. You measure different angles to the light to get your latitude. Am I correct? Yes, I'm correct. The angle to the light changes to Polaris. The angle to Polaris changes to get your latitude fix. 45 degrees north means that Polaris is 45 degrees up from the horizon. You're not at 50 degrees because the angle is different, because the light is diverging at different rates, at different points. But the globe says, no, actually, the light doesn't diverge at different angles. The angles that are changing is due to Earth curve. And you say, okay, prove it. Well, we have to assume the light is parallel first. It's like, no, dude, no, we don't see that. We have no reason to think that's actually happening.
Yeah. I can only imagine the light rays being parallel. I've never seen that in reality on any spot of light at all. Parallel light rays, a spot that is emitting parallel light rays, no matter what the distance of the light spot, the radius of that light that will have on the wall or the object will be always the same. The light will never get bigger because those light rays are parallel to each other. It's not the thing that we see in reality. Every time you get this spotlight farther than the object where you are projecting the light, the radius of that circle of light gets bigger every time.
Every time. We have no reason to think that the light's parallel, because if it was parallel light from an object that big, it would occupy your entire field of view.
Yep.
It's insane. It's such a paradox. The whole globe concept contradicts itself. And this is why we as flat earthers just have to let globies talk long enough, and eventually they're going to contradict themselves. We know it has to happen because we know that their claim is not foundationally sound. So people come in and say, flat earthers, come on, you make a claim, and we'll dismantle it. We say, we don't have to. You make yours, and we'll see what happens from that. You can't make a consistent claim about reality. Everything that you bring up is going to be contradicted by something else that you have to have as necessary for your belief. And we're just going to sit here long enough for you to expose that fact to the audience. And once you do, they're going to see that the globe Earth cosmology is so full of contradictions. You're going to end up making flat earthers for us. We just have to let you talk.
Yeah, that's why every time they come to us, joking about us and telling us that, oh, you don't have a model, because they know that model is just a bunch of speculations. Those things that you just see and you can't verify, you want to speculate about them. We flat earthers, we don't do that. So they come to us and say, oh, you don't have speculations, aka model. You have, so let's break down that model that you have, those speculations. Let's see if they are really real. They are not. Only speculation. No one knows what's happening in reality. And we don't want those things.
And I like to say that's why I appreciate speaking about this subject in person much more, because you don't have these reactions that you get on the internet. You never have these type of reactions in person.
Right on. I mean, that reveals the kind of people we're dealing with in this venue online and Discord is not representative of the kind of people that exist in reality either.
Yeah, and I heard the same thought that you just had. I've heard it expressed at least 10 different times in 24 hours, and some people just won't get it. It's so funny to me.
Yeah, like I wish somebody had explained this to me in that way like 4 years ago. Nobody did. I mean, point being that nobody probably could because our community wasn't as developed back then as we are now. I really think that our community has gotten smaller, but in a good way, because we're able to very easily differentiate the flat earth believers from the flat earth knowers, the pretender clowns from the true flat earthers.
I agree.
Early on, man, I was like caught up with all kinds of feast and nonsense stuff. I mean, I was a subscriber to Rockfin. I was like consuming Mandela Effect and Tartaria and all kinds of stuff. I was spending more time on those side topics than this actual topic. I think I lost a lot of time to that.
I've been
Wasted
looking for
time.
gravity for a long time, and I can't find it. I can't find where it points to, where it goes, where it comes from, where it's located. You know, because that first plumb is supposed to locate gravity for you for all the next plumbs, so they can know where to point to that first plumb. That's not what. That's not what happens.
Yo, that's right, Demok. Like I was looking for gravity and a replacement for it and other things like that, and realized after years that, oh my gosh, that's actually fallacious. I don't need to replace it with anything.
Exactly.
It's already got an axiomatic explanation. Yep. I mean, so people try to replace gravity, and they get into freaking, electrostatic acceleration and ether mechanics and all this other stuff that's freaking fringe nonsense, a load of crap. Nobody can prove or demonstrate. And unfortunately, that seems to be what constitutes the other half of the flat Earth community, or people that are looking for things that don't exist and coming up with cosmological ideas that are unprovable.
Unwarranted ifs and buts and candies and nuts, so we can all have a Merry Christmas.
Yeah, don't forget the fruits.
Right. Well, I tried to leave those out the basket, but we got to.
You mean you don't like a little fruitcake for the holidays, Demok?
I mean, I've tried it one time in my life. Probably never again. I was really young, and I was like, fruitcake, what's that? Taste of peace.
Yeah.
Oh,
Fruits and nuts? Yeah.
warm grapes. You get to eat a grape raisin.
Yeah. What's all this fruit doing to my bread?
I know this old Italian lady that she used to bake everything in bread, man. Vegetables, fruits, anything you want to put in there, she'll put it in the bread, bake it. But it was pretty, I mean, people liked it, they bought it. But yeah, like it's everybody's looking to like replace something with something else and be magical and be the next guru of words without demonstration. And that's the problem. So like if you can bring out this little stuff and you can do some cool stuff and you can manipulate stuff to where it weighs nothing and you're like, okay, I can explain the manipulation of this thing's weight. Right? So yeah.
I got to step aside. So take over, guys.
Why do we need so many ifs and buts anyway?
If ifs and buts were candy and nuts, we'd all have a big old party, wouldn't we?
A Merry Christmas.
If ifs and buts were candy and nuts, we'd all be living on a globe.
That's right. If ifs and buts were science and nuts, we'd all have a little gravity strobe.
is happening this beautiful flat morning, everybody?
What's going on?
Just hanging out, just waking up.
How come they don't have a gravity detector that points like straight to gravity that shows you where the center of Earth is? Like a device. On the device, it has like a dot, and that dot, right below that dot, represents where gravity's at. And then like it stays in touch with the center focal point of gravity. It's like a fine focal point. See, they say the plumb point's down to gravity alert. Then they say a mountain can affect it. So not the gravity of Earth.
Right, and they say that is the evidence of a globe. So now they have to prove it.
Right. So now they have to fly an airplane by that mountain, and the mountain has to suck the airplane to it, like gravity. Like when you go past the mountain too fast and it doesn't want you to, and then like you went past gravity, and gravity's like, oh, come back, get back here, like a dog paying gravity.
No, the icebergs. When an iceberg fall from a cliff, an ice cliff or an ice mountain, that iceberg fall on the surface of water, so it doesn't have to drift away, because the mass of the cliff or that mountain or that island have to attract that iceberg. They claim that shit.
Yeah, Iceberg is that nice Jewish millionaire down the street.
Every time an iceberg fall, it will have to stay there, stick to that ice cliff, because the ice cliff mass will attract the ice. Why would the ice go away? Why? Why it will have to drift? Doesn't have any reason.
You're talking about Mr. Boring Shit's iceberg. Yeah, I've met him before. I like to talk to Boring Shits. We just call him Mr. Iceberg, though. He doesn't like his first name, Boring Shits. I'm just being stupid.
Drop something on the cup or the dinner plate on the surface of water. That is that the thing that you drop is able to float. It have to go toward the edge of the cup or the dinner plate.
What's the center of mass for that water? How much that water got on gravity? I mean, is that not a mountain of water? I mean, I'm just saying, where do we go with it? So is it air that can, a big mass of air that can pull you that way, or just the mountain dirt, only dirt? No gases, no waters. They don't account as mass to be able to contract or control or pull you close to them, like mass attracted mass, supposedly, or whatever. I mean, you see what I'm getting at? Like, why wouldn't the atmosphere itself be a mass if all these massive gas planets are pulling stuff or doing stuff? Or the very thing that's moving everything around, it's the sun? Big gas ball? So how's the big gas ball moving more mass and doing more shit and having more gravitational pull than anything else? But here on Earth, it's a lonely mountain. That's odd.
Hey, can someone go grab some fishing line and a Twinkie or a pack of ho-hos and just drag them through Gem Panda's server once? We need to bring some Globies in here to debate.
Oh no, 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 no. You gotta keep the chimpanzees inside the chimpanzee habitat. If they get out, it's like game over. You know, there's like right now we're already marching towards oblivion. You know, they just turned like the doomsday clock up a few seconds. But if you let the nutcases of the nut house and just let them roam freely around the internet, that's like game ogre right there. That's it.
So that server is basically their life support.
Yeah, it's like their echo chamber where they just stir in their own shit. What's good is like they eventually curated the perfect platform where they've got everyone and they agree with each other and they all disagree at the same time, and they just spaz out over minor misunderstandings of very simple words.
Sounds like the ideal world in equilibrium.
Yeah, it's really something glorious.
So if emotional fuel could be turned into energy, that would be a perpetual motion machine.
Yeah, the endless spiraling and triggering over flat Earth would be, that could. I wonder if they could harness the power of that, like the energy.
Yeah,
you know, call it geothermal.
Yeah, like I was listening to you guys for like the last hour. I really appreciate that, Amish, what you've been talking about, the whole thing. But what you just said about the energy from the spurging and the spiraling, like, remember that guy, the German guy who created the water thing where he had swirling water and he created energy from that?
Yeah, Schaumburger, Victor Schaumburger. Yeah,
that one, a Schaumburger globe spiral device. I just thought of that while you guys were talking. But yeah, don't make Crit's life more harder by bringing them in here with Twinkies. That would be.
Dude, I got a funny story about this. So I was in college, and for a senior capstone course, they brought in a senior engineer vice president from Pratt & Whitney. He was responsible for developing some of the jet turbines for Pratt & Whitney. He was talking about the technology and how it worked. And he was going into some of the dynamics of the vortex that these engines create. And he told us that the turbine engines, the creation of the vortex pressure zone, is a more efficient mechanical device than the bicycle.
Yeah.
Wow. See, I believe that, like, since I've come along here and the last almost 8 years, 7, 8 years, I've thought of these things about like the turbine and how that conspiracy about jets, that they don't need fuel, that once they start up with that high pressure air, it's just a continuous cycle. And that would be awesome, man. Like, to create like an engine like that for like well, they probably already exist, but a small turbine to like power a boat or anything actually.
Yeah. That configuration is so energy efficient. It is almost self-sustaining, but not entirely.
Yeah. Now the other thing is that what was that you posted about the freaking plasma motor or something? Hold on, let me pull.
The electrodynamic drive.
The ion motor, the ion. Like, I was looking at that. I would love to build something like that. And this guy, the plasma channel that you posted, that Necros posted actually, about how to build a small radio-controlled plasma motor catamaran.
That's awesome.
But I mean, that's just a smaller scale model, but that would be cool to be able to test it on something larger, like a small, like maybe a rowboat. I don't know. I'm just kind of like I'm just kind of like open thinking here, you know.
Yeah, what they're moving away from is they're moving away from mechanical fins moving a medium of air to create the vortex.
Yeah.
To using ionic propulsion, using electrostatics, electrodynamics to move the air, using magnets, using charged plasma to create the vortex, the same vortex that mechanical fins would have to create. It's a lot more efficient when you do it electrically, like the Dyson motors that push air around.
Yeah. So, like, what this also makes me think of, and this, I think, if you merge certain types of technology, you could come up with something really amazingly economic. And what I thought of just now is I thought for years about flywheel technology. If you can make flywheels that you wind them up, like you could even wind it up just with your hand or a small motor just to wind it up initially and get it started, and then have like magnets so you could create a vortex with flywheels.
Yeah, and a wind-up motor. Yeah, you could create a plasma vortex with a wind-up motor.
Yeah,
absolutely
think about
right.
That's incredible, man.
I will post a video where you can create a vortex of air with ionic thrust.
Yeah, I was looking at that about building the catamaran. Sorry, Denmark.
That's freaking wicked, dude.
Yeah, I saw
Watchmakers been doing it for the longest. Rolexes and the little bird watches and the cuckoo, all the little watchmaker masons.
Sporadic, I know that you love that channel. Videos I sent, it's from the same channel. That guy is just an engineer, electrician, and he does many experiments. He made many ionic thrusters, many types. He made even wings of a plane with ionic thrusters built on the wings, so you can just place the wing on any type of shape, like a cone or a cylinder, and it will fly like normally, like a plane.
That is wicked cool, dude. That reminds me. Thank you for sharing that. I'm going to check it out. We have a gold status moderator in 24/7 who runs a YouTube channel, and he tries to recreate Tesla inventions. Did you know that? One of our flat Earth buddies runs a YouTube channel where he does engineering of Tesla's inventions.
No,
that's awesome, man.
Let me post it. Here we go. Master Evo. That's Evo. That's Golden Monkey guy.
See, I've thought about these things like the static electricity
channel. This channel is about open source.
Sorry.
Oh yeah, there must be a lag, so we overlap. I apologize. Let me just finish what I was making a statement about. I've thought about this for years, that I thought there might be a way to propel yourself. Now, I don't know, like I ride a bicycle a lot. So I thought about this in reference to a bicycle motor. Somehow, I don't know, because you need a grounding, so you could just drag a ground. I don't know how efficient that would be, but if you could make yourself somehow the positive and negative of the static of the earth, that you could propel yourself somehow. Now, I don't know if you would use a motor of some kind or what you would do, or if you could possibly somehow use the electricity from the earth itself to maybe even create an ion or a plasma thruster or something like that. So
Jay Leno had the turbine car. They made it a long time ago. The actual car with the turbine in it from Chrysler,
Right.
and it runs on everything. Yeah. So like that, I mean, it really is efficient. It's just compressed, super compressed. You just have a big thing and it's cone shaped, and it all the way down it just recompresses what it's already compressed to a focal point, and that's the
is it using compressed air?
compressed air and then whatever you put in it from heat.
I've seen that air powered motor before. Yeah.
It runs on everything: peanut oil, perfume, probably pee. I mean, anything that can. Might run on gas, like just air, gases. Not liquid gases, but just air gases also.
Well, if you compress gases enough, they combust. Certain kinds of gases, like
Correct.
petroleum gases.
So if you had a little canister and just sprayed it like,
Yeah, man. So, like, the diesel technology is like that, where they just have injectors, and then the compression is so high. Once they heat up the plugs, they just continue to go with that compression. Yep, pretty amazing.
Really?
Yep. They don't really have a spark. They just have glow plugs. I've seen on a big ship. I was able to go on board and visit with people that were sailing on a 3-masted frigate, 120 feet long. They had a 6-foot tall 1-piston diesel engine, and they mashed up bananas and shit like that. Coconut oil, like they used cooking oil. They could run anything in that motor.
Yeah, why not?
Water.
Yeah.
You could mix water with something else. As long as it could burn, then it could run on it. But they had to like mash it up and stuff like that to make it thinner. So they would
refine it.
Shit.
Compress it together with another thing, or mix it in a certain ratio. Yeah, it's like they do oil and coal, or water and coal to make gasoline. Same shit.
Yeah. I mean, they could ferment. You could ferment something and run alcohol in it, like anything.
Yeah, even water and coal, steam and coal make gasoline too.
Yeah, I have to go to breakfast here pretty soon, but I've often thought about small diesel engines, that could be used on just about anything. Really, I mean, you could make them so they're super clean. I mean, it's not that difficult.
I never understood why the environmental Nazis never figured out that diesel's better for the earth than regular, non-diesel combustion.
Well, the turbine also, it put out like when it burnt, it just smelled like cooking oil, peanut oil when it came out, or whatever you put in. So, whatever, like the same thing. It's like when you supposedly put in the hydrogen, what you're going to get out is breathable.
Yeah, really, you just need a heat source of some kind to run your turbine. So,
did you see the car that were invented just recently? The air car.
Yeah, seen that. Denmark and I were talking about it. Compressed air car, yeah.
Compressed air car, yeah. Yeah.
Are there this many people in here? It's just completely silent.
Hey.
Well, we're talking variously. People speak up, and then, there's periods of time where someone speaks and then they mute their mic, and then you're probably used to like everybody talking and it being just a clusterfuck. We don't do that here. We pretty much have mic discipline here. So that's why you just have one person speaking at a time so we can understand what's being said.
If you notice, people are self-muting in here. We're not server muting. Yeah. So people from the other channels in the server often remark that. They come in, they're like, oh my gosh, I can hear a pin drop. People are actually having conversations. What the hell is this? Yeah, we don't run a freaking chaotic mess of a room. This is not a food fight.
Exactly, food fight. That's a good way to put it. So Cyclone could add to this and comment about it, because see, you notice one person speaks, we like there to be some space there so people have chance to think, and that way we can eventually come to a conclusion, take an argument all the way to the end, so we have some sort of resolution. And that's what we're trying to do, is take a conversation all the way to the conclusion. So that's the only way we can do that, is by having some space here.
This is objectively the most important topic in the server, so we also have a responsibility to take care of the room in the way it's discussed.
Why is it the most important topic?
What topic is?
Did you see the topic at the top of the caption? You know what
24/7 flat Earth?
That's right. Yeah, we talk about Earth here.
Interesting. Yeah, no, I've talked with a bunch of you guys before.
What were you saying, Moniker? And do you have a question, Moniker? I heard you trying to speak up.
Oh, that wasn't me.
Okay. If you have any questions for the panel, I'd say feel free to ask. If you have questions about why these flat earthers are here for nearly 10 years, this is a good place. Sorry about that. I got to go for a little while. I'll be back in about half hour or so. Talk to you guys later.
You guys been flat earthers for 10 years.
Oh boy.
Pretty much. Something like that. Close enough. A lot of weird stuff happened back then.
Yeah, I'm not the same flat earther now than I was 5 years ago, 4 years ago.
What makes you different?
I think my understanding of the world is more focused and sharp than it was. I understand what the globe is claimed to be with a lot more depth and detail.
Why does a water droplet take the form it does when there's zero gravity? Do you guys know?
When it's falling through air, because of air pressure containing it.
Zero G is just a state of falling.
Yeah, you put that water molecule in a vacuum and it won't be a sphere.
Zero G is just not catching up to the container yet. It's just the same rate. It's just the same rate. It's not. There's no differential between the rate. That's what the zero is. When you got resistance, there's an amount. You get a number. But lightning, we need to outsource lightning. Actual lightning, use lightning.
It's pretty much a reference frame.
Without the air containing the water would vaporize. Poof.
Correct.
And anything left would crystallize.
Yep.
The Earth is a ball.
No, Earth is no
Earth. We've heard that all day.
No, but why would it be? It's a weird claim, so why would it be a ball?
Right, because if the idea is that a droplet of water is a roughly spherical shape due to gravity, then what about the thermodynamic boundary layer, the contact layer that forms between air and water around the droplet? That's not due to gravity. That's due to intermolecular forces. So Earth can't be a sphere due to intermolecular forces if you're going to say it's due to gravity instead.
The surface has to have, I think this is what you're saying, the surface has to have an initial contact to even get a form? And if there's no resistance or no medium or nothing in space, what would be that contact? Like that initial resistance anyway to even touch anything to make you fold up and do this. Like for me to fold you up like Play-Doh, I got to grab you and fold you up. So how does this magic thing that's nothing grabbing something and folding it up? Doesn't make any sense.
Why would there be water forming itself around the ball in a vacuum when the same vacuum that would cause water to form into balls would actually vaporize it?
They would just go everywhere. They would, expand into vapor.
Right. So the vacuum of outer space is fake. So Earth can't be a ball with pressurized air in a vacuum.
Correct.
Not
It wouldn't
fake.
even be able to form a ball.
It isn't fake.
If the Earth is flat, why do we have time zones?
Even the formation of an atmosphere would be completely impossible. There is no barrier where that gas molecule will bounce off to come back to the surface of Earth. So if there is a creation of any gas molecule on the surface, that gas molecule would just leave the surface and continue going toward that vacuum. Because
That's right. Most of the air you're breathing must have bounced off the ceiling somewhere. Absolutely.
At the first place, there will be no accumulation at all. You won't be able to have the composition of the construction of that atmosphere. Nothing to help it form. Nothing to hold those gases in that around that Earth. So every gas molecule will continue go in the same direction. That's why we call it gas pressure, because the container helped the gas molecule bounce back.
Exactly.
Yeah, they say the atmosphere was formed because the sun heated up the Earth and evaporated, caused a loosening of molecular bonds, gasifying certain molecules, and this created an atmosphere. Well, how come the first gas molecule would have fucked off into the deep of outer space? And so would have the second, and so would have the third, and so would have the fourth, and the fifth, and so on. So how did we get a pressurized system in the first place? That's what Necros is describing here. You go back to first principles and it doesn't make any sense. Earth can't be a globe in a vacuum of space.
Who was asking about the time zones? Who was asking questions there? Was that Clint?
Hello. Hello.
Set this up.
Hey guys, I'll be back in about 20 minutes. I know I've been on all morning, but I still have some gas left in me, so give me a few and I'll be back.
Stay blessed, man. We'll
Hear
see
you,
you.
Amish.
Yep. Good hearing from you. Dude.
Love all my flatties.
Right.
You stole that from me. I was about to say I love you, but
Who was the guy who was asking about the time zones?
Oh yeah, time zones. What does it? What does the time zone mean to a Glover?
Hold on. I want to see if he's still even in the room. I'm gonna waste our breath. Is that Clint?
Time zones?
Monica?
Anybody?
Maybe they're shy.
The
Well,
zone
Glover,
of time you're in.
I would put it to you, if you take a look, you'll notice that the sun is moving. Because that's what I think you're actually asking about. When you say time zones, you don't mean like we've got the political designations that internationally have just been agreed based on the sun's position relative to the earth, but it's due to the sun's motion. Sun moves above the earth. Just like you observed. Crazy, right?
Yeah, I heard somebody say, earlier, Clint, that this is like one of the, what did they say, the most important topic? Is that what they said? Did you hear them? Like somebody was like, they said objectively the most important topic on this Discord. What do you think that's the case? Because it just.
Which topic, no thanks?
Seems like I just 20.
You're breaking up time.
7 flat Earth, right? Because in any other room,
We
you can
miss
go
most
in
of what
and
you're
go in
saying,
and shit.
man.
It's like not a big deal, but for some reason,
Damn. Let's see if that works.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're a bit better now.
Try to,
yeah.
say a whole first so we can see if we can hear you.
All right, let me give it a shot because I heard Clint chime in. I don't know Clint, but Clint, can you confirm? Like, didn't somebody say like this 24/7 flat Earth? This would be the objectively the most important topic, right? And if that's the case, since you're shy of the mic, right? If that's the case, what I observe on this channel is everybody jumps in on any topic. Doesn't matter, like bombing or war or who's the best at this, and they're not afraid to even talk about it. But here. It's like you're afraid to ask this question. Is this question off limits to you? That's what I'm kind of wondering. If it's the most important, is it off limits for everybody?
Is what off limits?
This topic.
What topic?
Talking about the time zones, flat Earth, any of it.
It's all it's part of it. Though the time zones are just gerrymandered around politics, so that's kind of weird.
Yeah, it's just like with Monica or Kenchi or Clinton, right? I could hear them in another room. They'll go off. They don't care. They'll put their input in on any topic. But this one, is there some code out there that you can't question this topic?
Wait, question what? I'm in the chat.
No, I think it is. I think it's that they don't have any reference to discuss. Like it's with politics and all these other topics. It's in the news. You hear about it in school, so they're used to talking about it, but they're not actually used to talking about the Earth. I mean, they get told about it in physics in a couple of classes, maybe. It's a spinning ball. Here you go. They've never had anyone be like, "All right, start freeballing on the Earth. Talk about what we experience, what we observe and measure." They just have no reference for it, so they don't know what to say. They don't even know what to ask.
Huh? Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Like, where do I begin?
Yeah, I mean, short of just like parroting some things they've heard on YouTube, Professor Dave, Nat Geo, top 10 debunks of a flat Earth. If they don't have that, they don't really know what they're asking.
Yeah, it is a weird thing, right? Like the thing that you experience the most, the reality here on Earth, is a thing that you can't talk or you don't know you know the least about. That would be crazy.
It's kind of like the algorithm fed them the script. It's not necessarily like they were handed to it by any individual person, but it's automatically programmed in that the endless scroll works. They're fed a script. This is how you should think. Like, it goes beyond the public school indoctrination stuff, is all I'm saying, and it's fed by the feeds.
Yeah, this is a different kind of education. They're not used to it. They're just like showing up to a class that they know nothing about. And they don't want to be the one who asks the dumb question.
Flat Earth Discord.
What was that?
Exactly.
I just heard Flat Earth Discord.
Yeah, it sounded like he was weighing
That
it
is where
against
you
like
are.
the stupidity of flat Earth.
Are you trying to confirm where you are?
Yeah.
You are in the Flat Earth channel. That's correct.
He's in the batter's box taking a couple practice swings.
But you all
Flat Earth
explained the
channel.
24-hour sun.
I know, Chris. What's up? What's up, Chris?
Hey, what's up?
Yeah.
How come in certain
line on a
locations
horizontal
on the
baseline.
world there is more sun? I mean, less sun.
Wow, you all come in at once, eh?
Like in
Yeah.
Ushaka. In Ushaka.
Digress.
In Ushaka, the sun is less. There's less sun exposure.
Yeah, it's all just relative to the sun's motion over the Earth. The sun takes a course over the Earth throughout a year.
How do we know
its
what course this
position-
is?
Well, you can only observe the sun from your location, right? You can't see the whole Earth at once and see the whole course that the sun takes, but it's moving between the Tropics of Cancer in the north and Tropic of Capricorn in the south, and then back, and it's repeating on this cycle every year and has done for all of recorded history. Some parts of the Earth get more light, some parts get less, depending on their proximity to the sun.
So is the sun hot?
Well, it's warmer when the sun's above your location, so infer from that what
Well,
you
why
will.
is it hot? Why does it make things hot?
Energy?
What energy? What kind of energy is this?
Are you asking what kind of energy source is the sun?
Thermal radiant energy.
You're saying it's energy.
Yeah, like thermal energy, heat energy, light energy, whatever you want to call it, coming from the sun.
I
As
like to call
travels
it
about.
hope energy. Energy of love and hope.
Oh,
That doesn't exist.
I just call it daytime.
Hell yeah, daytime.
It's usually warmer in daytime, isn't it, when the sun's above you?
yeah. I mean that's.
Then
I
it
mean
moves from east to west.
yeah.
But like,
it's decent to have an interaction between the energy from the
oh my god.
sun and the and the air molecules. You heat up the air.
Yeah,
you get
thanks. You're
thermal
breaking
energy,
up again.
whatnot. But what does that have to do? Oh, suck. Okay, I'll stay out.
It was just a little bit. You're sounding a little
Well,
bit
can
better
I-
there. But yeah, it's heating up the air, it's heating up the ground.
I
Seems
don't
to
know.
be
If
anyway.
it's doing, I don't know if it has to be doing any. Because let's check this out. If you're asleep and you're in the darkest room in the darkest portion of the darkest point on Earth, with the darkest covers and the darkest black under the darkest thing, and your eyes are closed, and you got one of those little things over your eyes, you're in the darkest thing you can imagine. But in your dream, you see sunlight, and you're playing on a hot, warm, sunny day. Where does the temperature come from? Where does the sunlight come from in your dream? The sky, the grass, or any of that? Where does like the attribute of that come from in your dream?
Well, let's not break their minds too much just yet. They're still on what's the sun doing?
Okay, I'm sorry. I'll stop.
But
you don't know.
To the new guys,
we're not really making any hard claims about what the sun is and what it's made of. We're just talking about what we can observe it to be doing. Because you can't go to it and test it, manipulate it. You can only observe it from your position. So forget all these fantasy stories that they've told you about a burning ball of plasma in a vacuum. Just, you know, think about what you're actually experiencing and go from there.
Do you think the moon is round?
Well,
It
when we
doesn't
say
matter.
round, what do you mean by round specifically? You mean spherical or just round?
Sphere.
I couldn't tell you because you'd have to go around the whole thing to know what kind of 3D shape it's got. We see a circular disc-like face, which I'll grant you may appear like it's got some curvature to it, but that doesn't mean that that's what it is or that it's a full sphere. It could be like a shallow bowl or something, you know? Who knows?
So let's just talk about the side we can see. It appears to be round, right?
Well, it's a strange disc light.
Like circular.
It changes. Circular, yeah. Like
And then there's
like in astronomy, they refer to the sun and the moon as discs, right? The
Right.
disk of the sun, the disk of the moon, because technically, all we are seeing is a disk, right? I mean, we're told that if we were to travel around them, we'd see that they're full spherical objects, but we can't actually confirm that.
So there also appears to be a top and a bottom to it, right? Like there's a top half and a bottom half.
Yeah, you could say that.
Okay, so do you believe in gravity?
Wow. What do you mean by gravity?
A downward force?
A downward force. Right. So it's not
towards the center of mass kind of thing.
Right. So this is where they confuse people. So they get people thinking that when you drop a rock, that's gravity, right? But then they'll also so yeah, we can agree on the phenomena of if I drop a rock, it goes down. But then they go further than that and they say, right, well, this is mass attracting mass and this will this forms everything into balls, right? Those are things you don't actually experience. And actually, this force concept of a mass attracting mass was superseded in 1915 by Einstein. So it's now actually a consequence of the uneven distribution of mass causing a bending and warping of space-time, which is pure sci-fi concept fantasy nonsense. So you need to separate the two, right? The effect of an object falling or rising, right? Because not everything falls. You let go of a helium balloon, it's not going to fall to the ground.
Yeah, right.
So
I
you
get
need
all
to
that. But
separate.
I want to finish. I got to finish my point, though. Okay, my point is talking about the moon. You see what looks like a physical object in the sky with a top half and a bottom half that's circular. So if there's no gravity, why isn't the bottom half falling down?
Right. See, this is what I mean. You're like, when you say gravity, what you're talking about in reality is that when you drop a rock or something, it falls down. But you have
Right, but the moon's not
there's
flat, right? It's not a horizontal plane. So if the moon's not a horizontal plane, which it isn't as far as we can observe, then why isn't stuff on the bottom half of the moon falling off of it? Like, I'm assuming there's rocks and dust and stuff on it.
Well, because you don't know. You're thinking about it in a way that you're like thinking about the Earth. They're different things. There's no reason to think that the moon is some spherical object that everything must be getting pulled towards its center. It's just, as far as you can tell, it's just a strange circular light.
Well, so like, let's say you could fly to the moon and you were to fly to the bottom half. You wouldn't be able to stick to the bottom half as your contention, right? You would just like slip off.
I mean, you can't even really say it's something that can be flown to, or an object that could be flown to and then landed on.
I'm saying hypothetically.
Yeah, but I mean, it's pure speculation and imagination. Like, It's not really telling us anything to speculate on this. What you need to be doing is starting from scratch about the Earth. Right? They've made you think.
This guy doesn't know who I am.
Yeah, I don't know who you are. Of course, you're just another guy on Discord, as far as I'm concerned. So, I mean, you've been convinced that speculating on lights in the sky is a good way of understanding the ground beneath your feet, because that's the way they educated you as a child. All of us.
Have you ever seen a light?
Think about it.
Have you ever seen a light that doesn't have a physical cause?
A what?
Have you ever seen a light that doesn't have a physical cause?
A light?
Have you ever seen light that just comes from nowhere, that doesn't come from a physical thing?
No, I mean, like a light source, I mean.
Yeah, a light source. Have you ever seen a light source that doesn't have a physical manifestation?
You mean like lightning?
For example, light the star on the jar.
I didn't understand that.
What do you mean, like a? I'm not too clear on what it is you're exactly asking.
Like, if you go into a room, okay, and you see light, are you going to be like, man, I don't know where that light's coming from. It's just a light in the room, or are you going to say it's probably from a bulb?
What's that got to do with thinking the Earth's a spinning ball?
Well, I just hate the phrase, it's just a light in the sky. Well, there's no such thing as a light in the sky that doesn't have a physical manifestation. Even if there is light, we know based on all empirical data that the light must have a source.
No.
Right, okay. Well, even if you want to believe
then tell me.
I'm not making
Stop
a claim
talking.
to that.
He said no. Then tell me a light that doesn't have a physical.
Who's this guy?
Sonoluminescence. It's called sonoluminescence, light using sound. Sonoluminescence.
Either way, I mean, that wasn't even the point being made. I mean, no one said these lights have no source. I mean, I don't know why you're trying to make that the argument. That's not the argument. I'm pointing out your speculation, your baseless, clueless speculation on the lights in the sky doesn't tell you anything about the Earth that we're talking about.
Because when you say it's just a light in the sky,
that's accurate. That's accurate. They are lights observed. Just let me finish this, because that was the other thing you were saying. You can't say they're a light in the sky. Yes, that is exactly what they're observed to be, lights in the sky. So that's perfectly accurate and acceptable to say. You can freak out about a source all you want, but you still observe them as lights in the sky. So that's totally accurate, and I don't know why you're getting spazzing out about that.
Well, Cyclone, I just want to point out, if you look at his account, he says, this is a character, none of what I say are my actual beliefs. So I don't take anything this guy has to say seriously at this point. He's wasting
Of course. Yeah, I mean, but he's just, if that's the case, he's got no belief to start. I mean, that's just a glober, right? He's been given his beliefs. We know what his beliefs are. He believes he lives on a spinning cartoon space ball because TV told him so. Anyway, I'm going to go on mute for a bit, so you guys enjoy. That sounds like you say, a waste of time. But there's some new people in here, so keep it moving, see who's about.
Well, let me spit this one at you guys, because it was interesting. I don't know. It caught my brain matter a little bit, and I was thinking about it. He said, is there a light that has a non-physical source, right? And my instinct was to think about lightning, right? I'm doing some kind of trying to see if that actually fits, but is there a light that does not have a physical source, or does all light have a physical source?
Sonoluminescence. It's sound. It's light by
Sonoluminescence. Can you expound upon that, sir?
It's light using sound.
That's still physical, though.
Sound is an energy.
The light in your dream. It's a mental construct of the light, or a memory of, right?
Yeah, that's one is. Perfect.
So is that. But you need a brain so you still need material to perceive that memory, right? Like a projector to play the movie onto the thing so you can experience it. Yeah. There's no such thing as non-material. I don't think you can have a non-material anything really, unless non-material means material. I mean,
But he was talking essentially about the light being a ball or like a physical source, like light torch that you can touch, something solid, because he's imagining that light is always emanating from a burning thing that you can touch, or like a light bulb that you can touch, or something solid. That's what they mean by when they say light. Consider the spot of light or the light source as a physical thing, being a solid, not just energy. Yeah, and like you said, that one is super good. The light that you see in your hallucination or imagination inside your mind, you see light. That light is not a physical thing at all. Go ahead, DJ. I'm so sorry.
Oh no, I was just saying it's a silly claim to say that every single light has to have a physical source, right? When everyone's seen lightning, ball lightning, sprites. All right, there's a big list of those types of lights.
yeah, but when you mean physical source, I mean you're excluding air. You're excluding what do you mean?
Yeah, he means an object, right? Like some kind of like a bulb, or like a reflection of something physical. That's all he means. He's not getting down to that level of detail,
Okay. I was because I mean when they throw me off when they say physical or non-physical, he just means is it a man-made attribute? Where do you have a non-man-made attribute of like a source of light?
Go ahead. What's the physical source of light in Christ Bearer? Sorry to cut anybody off.
Oh, he's on mute.
No, he's texting in the chat though. So
I mean, clearly there's a physical source to all those things that guy
you
said.
didn't
Lightning,
have to unmute him.
lightning is static electricity in the atmosphere with gases and things. Come on, guys.
Yeah, but it's not.
No kidding. What else is new, right?
Yeah, nobody even claimed that the moon was coming from no source. Nobody said the moon wasn't some type of physical thing. We said we don't know exactly what the moon is, right? So you just kind of strawmanned that. Yeah.
Well, no. Okay, so is the moon physical?
We don't know what the moon is, right? We can't validate it. What we can validate is that there's no curvature over distance.
Yeah. But it's a light in the sky, though, right?
Yeah, it looks that way to me. It looks like it's physical too.
How
so
do you know that? You can't go to it like you said. So how do you know it's even a light in the sky?
Well, we don't know. We don't know what it is. It looks a certain way, but we don't know. You don't know.
Okay, so stop claiming it's a light in the sky then.
Well, no, that's what it appears to be at a base sense, right? I mean, if you're to strip away all assumptions, if you're going to strip away all assumptions of what it could be, you're left with what it appears to be.
Right, it appears to be a physical object.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, okay, so what?
Well, so stop saying it's just a light in the sky. That is just...
No, it's not just. It appears to be that to start.
Well, you don't even know if it's a source of light. That's my point. So saying it's a light in the sky...
Nobody claimed it was. Nobody claimed it was a source of. It looks like one, but nobody claimed it is.
Also, a rainbow looks like to be physical, that you can go and touch and you can land on it. And some people think that it is just like a bridge, that you can hide some treasures underneath it. No, it's not physical.
So a rainbow's not physical.
No, you can't.
It's not. It's not composed of physical materials. So if you got rid of those physical materials, you would still have a rainbow, right?
Just a light.
Right.
I think it's a semantical argument of physics or non-physics. Like we said, there's no such thing as a non-physical thing. There's no nothing thing. So in that attribute, what are we really saying? But I think he's just saying, is it I don't know. It's hard to explain what he's trying to say, really, when you can't really divide exactly.
Yeah. He's being a bit silly. So I mean, he claimed it was a physical object. So
I'm being the least silly one. I'm saying you all say
on mute is what you're doing. Don't just start talking over the top of people, dude.
The point to this whole conversation is no matter what we think the moon is from the surface of the Earth, we can't go to the moon and determine our speculations to be true or false. You can't, we can't, no one can.
Correct.
For him, a rainbow is physical art. It's not just light. It's not light. Physical thing. Can have some rainbows there, a bag of rainbows. Can't
Oh, am
get
I
a piece.
unmuted? Am I unmuted again?
You're unmuted. Can't get a piece of rainbow like you can think that you can get a piece of rock from the moon. It's not physical. You
What's
can't
not
touch
physical?
the rainbow. Just
The
light.
rainbow's not physical. So if you
Yeah,
got rid of
you
the,
can't touch it, dude. That's what we're saying. It's not
can
an
I
object.
answer? Can I respond?
Okay.
Sure, I was just clarifying. Sorry.
Okay, well, you interrupted me and I got muted for that a second ago. So maybe the mod should, be unbiased. If you took away the physical attributes of a rainbow, the atmosphere, water vapor, the sunlight, would you have a rainbow?
Can you
Listen, you did not listen to my clarification. You overtalked me, so you don't deserve to speak
You
anymore. How about
overtalked.
that? How about that? I provided a direct clarification to your point, which you then rambled on about without listening to me.
Buddy, calm down. You're the only one that's all overexcited over talking people. Like, you can talk, just, let other people speak.
If you're going to pay attention to the room and listen to what people are saying, I'll unmute you and you can begin talking, okay, Christ bearer?
He's not gonna.
All right, you've been unmuted. Now you can engage honestly with us and patiently and listen to what we're saying. And if you don't, we're going to mute you again. It's that easy.
Okay, but listen, when it's 4, 5, and 6 people talking against one, it's a lot easier for me to quote unquote overtalk you all than it is for you to overtalk me, right? And by the way, you interrupted me a second ago when you were with your clarification, whatever that was. They couldn't hear because I was talking.
Right,
There's
because you're
somebody
going to
else.
straw man. I was
Someone else
catching you in the middle of straw manning our position.
Okay, so restate it.
The physical nature of it is with regards to whether or not you can reach out and touch it. We know that there is a preponderance of gas and vapor molecules and ice molecules that contribute to these phenomena, and those are physical. But you can't reach out and grab the object itself. It is a blatant refraction pattern that is created from different light waves that are bending at different rates through the medium because different wavelengths tend to interact with that medium in different manners, and they reflect different angles, and that's what produces a rainbow.
Yeah, and like you said, that's why the rainbow is not physical, because you can't remove the rainbow by just manipulating the rainbow itself. You have to touch something else that is not the rainbow to make that rainbow disappear. So, for example, the water reflector, the light that is creating that rainbow. So you can't manipulate the rainbow itself because it's not something physical.
Right. But you all say things like, "Oh, they're just lights in the sky." Well, how do you know they're just lights in the sky? God, another interruption. I mean, I can't even get 3 words in before I'm interrupted.
Because again, it's another straw man. Misunderstood. It's not what we're saying. I said what we were saying earlier. Doesn't matter about our speculations from the surface of the Earth. We can't go to the moon and confirm.
Right. So your straw man is the word just, Christ bearer. We said it's just lights in the sky. That's not what we said. They appear as such, but they're more than that. We're willing to grant that they're more than that. But for now, they are not.
How do you know they're not?
God.
Because they don't know.
Because you
Cannot
couldn't.
cannot go to them to confirm.
But he just said he knows they're not.
Oh my God.
And I'm just asking how he knows that.
He said for now, they're not.
And by the way, I didn't say every light is physical. I said every light source has a physical manifestation. That's what I said. So the rainbow has a physical manifestation.
Well, you're just changing your whole argument now. You went from every light source has a physical source to every light it has a physical manifestation. So now you're just all over the place.
No, that is what I said. The rainbow has a physical source, right?
Yeah, it does. It's the sun.
Right, exactly.
Right, so the sun, you could say, is a physical object that we don't understand.
Wait. You can't see a rainbow unless the sun is at your back. Do you know that?
Yep, that's right.
Let's try and skip past the rainbow.
Right. I mean, the rainbow is created by the sun's reflection, okay? And then the subsequent refraction from the reflection through water molecules. I don't think anybody disputes that here.
So
we don't go against mainstream science. Like, you tend to think that might be the case, and you're trying to strawman us as if we do, and that's not at all what's happening.
I've been a flat earther since 2016. I'm not strawmanning. I've heard all these arguments before. I know all of it because I am a flat earther.
Oh, you know? You really know? You've never talked to me.
Press questions. Okay, well, I've been on Nathan's show, I don't know, dozens of times back in the day.
Okay.
So I know all the claims. I know it's just a light in the sky. I know all these things, right? So but I like to press people. I like to ask questions that may be uncomfortable. Like when I say, why isn't the bottom half of the moon falling down, right? If there's no gravity, then what's holding the stuff on there? Rocks and things.
What? The bottom of the moon falling down, gravity? What? Can you clarify that question?
Yeah, is the moon circular, right? We know that. So it's not flat, right?
We're just going to get to the end of this conversation where we all sing in unison, we don't know. You're asking us questions
we don't
about the moon.
We see the same thing you do.
Like
we're
what
not
the
seeing
guys,
anything different.
Like what the guys told you now, just flew high above your head. Just think again about that analogy of the rainbow. The rainbow is not the light source. It's not something that can fall or rise because of gravity, because of density, because of any shit of that kind. So imagine that moon is just a manifestation of light coming from somewhere else that you don't see. You don't know if it is the case or not. You don't know if that moon is a solid thing that can fall and rise because of density or gravity.
Okay, but that's not what the evidence shows, because during, say, a solar eclipse, for example, the moon blocks the sun. So how do you have a light blocking a light?
Well, the moon moves in front of the light. What's so hard to understand?
But the moon's, it's not physical, apparently, right?
No,
it could be. I mean, we don't...
Anything we're saying. He keeps saying, made claims the moon isn't physical, right? Like, we've made that claim.
Well, the guy just said it's like a rainbow. The guy just said it's like a rainbow, and it's not physical.
Who said it's like a rainbow? What?
I didn't say
that. Was
the
a
guy
whole
with the
different...
Like, literally 10 seconds ago, the guy with the accent just said that.
All right, well, yeah, he needs to sit back.
He didn't say that.
Stop making... if he's making that claims, he needs to stop, but I don't think he did.
I didn't say that. No, I said
Can you clarify?
I said you don't know. No one knows what it is.
Yep.
Right, but my point is,
go ahead.
If you look at the evidence of physicality or not physicality, when you have something like a solar, I think it's a solar eclipse. I get them reversed, whichever, right? When you've got the moon blocking out the sun, based on our known experience, don't you have to have something physical blocking out something else?
So that's happening. Okay, so what? Now what?
So that lends credence that the moon is physical.
Yeah. Okay. So what if it is? What's your point?
He's already semi-conceded. Lends credence. Yeah, it's not proof.
I know. Yeah, and you know what? I don't care. So the moon's a rock in the sky. So what?
Right. So if the moon's a rock in the sky and there's a top half and a bottom half, then if you went to that rock and you went to the bottom half, if there was no gravity, you would just slide off of it, right?
So what if you can? That's all science fiction speculation. Okay, so what? What's your point? What is your point of disagreement here? Because I've not given you anything to disagree with.
Well, you're not the only one in here I'm talking to either. There's a bunch of people saying a bunch of things. And the thing that started this whole thing off was the guy saying it's a light in the sky. And when I asked how he knows that, he goes, well, you don't know if it's physical if you can't go there. And so I said, well, how do you know it's just a light in the sky if you can't go there? And there's no answer for that.
Well, right, because you just straw man with the word just. Like I pointed out earlier, you said that we said just, and that's not what anybody said. The fact that it appears to be a light is something that we can all agree on. I don't see why that's disagreeable, to be honest.
Well, I don't know if that's right because we don't know what
does
the
a light
source of the light
does it
is.
Holy cow, dude. So you don't think that you can read a newspaper by the full moon at nighttime? Because I can.
So for the thing that you can't go to that you don't know what is, you do know that it is producing its own light though.
Yeah, I told you I can read a newspaper by the moonlight and a full moon. Like that's not a big contention.
Okay, well,
it's the moon.
But so maybe the light is being reflected off from the sun.
Maybe it is. So what? So what?
So then that's not a light in the sky. It's a reflective object.
Well, yeah. I mean, a reflected light is still a light, right?
No, it's a reflection. Like if you had a mirror, you wouldn't
so it's a
look at that light.
Fine,
You would say,
it's a
look at that
reflected
reflection.
Fine, it's a reflected light. So what? What is your point, dude? What is your
Go by your own
point?
You go by your own simpleton logic, though. If you're agreeing that the moon is reflecting the light of the sun, and therefore that the sun is this great light, right? Why would you ever see the moon during the day then?
That's a dumb question. Because it's still reflecting the light from the sun, dude.
Yeah, but if the sun is out and it is the light that is the brighter light, you wouldn't see the one that's reflecting.
Yeah, you would if it's in the way of reflecting the light, like it appears to be. I have no problem with that. Like I don't know.
You should see a shadow then if it's occluding some of it. You shouldn't just see full.
Well, like what shadow?
You can see a full moon
shadow where?
during the day.
It might cast shadows on Earth during eclipses. So what?
Seeing a full moon during the day is a problem. See a crescent moon just as it comes out of or goes into a new moon phase, just before morning or just before evening.
I think I wouldn't even agree to that, but okay.
I think when he was talking about the shadow, I think he was talking about the silhouette of the moon during the eclipse, when it's eclipsing the sun. Because when you look at a plane that is going in front of the sun, you can see the silhouette of the plane, the part of the plane that is in the circle of the sun, and the other part that is out of the circle. But during the eclipse, you don't see all that shit. You just see the part that is including the sun, and that's all. The rest of the circle of the moon, you don't see that shit.
All right. My point is, we could concede all this stuff, and it doesn't change anything. Because we're conceding to speculation.
You can all calm down because he's left now.
Okay. I'm just trying to ask questions, guys. I'm just trying to get you to think, guys. Just asking hard questions. Why are you being so mean? It's like,
that was built different. That's why.
Yep, he's in here giving us a lot of dishonest straw man engagement and calling them innocent questions. You know, there's a term for that. Sea lioning is an actual troll tactic. It's when you just keep moving the goalposts, keep asking questions. But I'm only here to learn. I'm only here to find out. And every answer you give to me is insufficient. Every time you open your mouth, it's not enough. Oh, I'm sorry. That's just not enough. That's not believable. That's not verifiable. You can't prove that. Keep moving the goalposts further, guys. I'm just here to learn. Why can't you answer a simple question? That's sea lioning.
I had fun
It's
last night.
sophistry.
I've exhausted 2 guys last night that had formal education. It was fun.
Oh, you did? What were their claimed education levels?
One was an engineer, and the other one was a student still. So it was fun.
Yeah, that sounds like a good time. Recorded, I assume.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Anybody
it always
who thinks
goes worse
engineers
for
are
them when
smart,
they
watch
claim
them
education.
produce. Sorry, buddy. I was gonna say, anybody that thinks an engineer is smart, watch them produce any kind of drawings for a house.
Actually, the engineer was trying to
until they get to build it.
Was trying to draw the flat Earth on a piece of paper. I think Jedi was speaking to him. That's for me. It was last night.
You could do that.
That guy, yeah, that was.
Yeah, him and Plum Bob were going through it.
Yeah. Plum Bob has a methodical patience about him that I like. See here? No. He's meticulous. Like, he's a silent bomber. He'll just come in through the side door with a question. A really detailed, razor sharp question. I like that.
Yeah, by the way, Oblivion was in here, was wanting me to go through a few things like the Black Swan and stuff. And I don't take arguments in a direction where people usually want to make it a, a script. I just go wherever the conversation leads. If I use a Black Swan, it's because the conversation was going in that direction. I don't know. You know what I mean? I've been lately. It's real effective. I just exhaust them with their rhetoric. You guys should try it.
Just let them squawk. Let them squawk.
Yeah. Ether Grass has
No
been
such
listening
thing
to
as
me
it.
lately.
Yeah, he's been kicking ass.
Yeah.
They will always contradict themselves if you let them talk long enough.
But yeah, the guy said that the flat water looks curved.
There it goes.
he was saying
You're like,
that.
oh, tell me more.
Yeah, it was funny. Jedi was like, had to get another cup of coffee because he heard him say that. It was like, this is fucking crazy.
Oh gosh. They have nowhere else to go with it, and we know that. And it's true that we exploit that. But it's there for the exploitation, right? I mean, this is there for us to take and for us to manipulate and hold.
Well, the
If they
audience
didn't
doesn't
do this, we wouldn't either.
the audience doesn't realize how bad it is. I mean, they usually say, "Well, let them speak." So now it's like we're going to put them on display because they don't have anything for the Earth being a globe. It's all fantasy. But people don't realize that until they hear them actually speaking like thoroughly. And then
I think that's a great tactic. Let's let them do that. Let's ask them patient questions and get them to compromise and expose themselves. Let's stop trying to be polite and let them save face by jumping in to save them from overextending their arguments. No, let's.
I know
let's
one
give
guy
them
that may
freaking
have a
gas
big
pedal.
problem with that hangs around this room a lot.
Yeah, I was gonna say Skybound's true. Like you can try that, but with as many people as we have in here, somebody's gonna bring the axe down on logical statements and start calling them out on. So it's really hard to like say, okay, tell me how you visualize the Earth as a globe, and what evidence you have to bring that it is one. And then the moment they start opening the mouth, somebody jumps in. No, wait a minute. No, that's a logical fallacy. And it's like, dude, just wait till you hear the end of like.
I've done that to you, I think, more than once.
I know.
You're cooking a guide. I log in for the first time. I listen for 2 seconds and I jump in and I ruin the discussion by ending it.
Yeah.
And you're trying to give the audience an exposition. Yeah.
Fucking Oblivion was like, God, man, just give him the Black Swan. I'm like, dude, no, I'm not going to give him the Black Swan. I don't want to do that. That's not what I want to do right now. Like, what I'm doing currently is showing people that are listening that the person doesn't have an answer to any of the questions that they're putting forward. And, they start squirming when they, like, reach the end or, like, they don't know how to answer a point. No, well, you tell me how the flat Earth... We're not going there. We're going exactly where you wanted to go. And so, yeah. And
it's like, you wanted to talk refraction. Okay, let's talk that. Describe it for me. What's happening?
Yep.
Well,
It's beautiful, man.
Yeah.
So it's like watching somebody like try their hardest to bring something that doesn't exist into reality. It's like it's not possible. But if you think you have the ability to articulate, try it. Well, I have an education. Oh, you flat earthers, you guys are in here. Yeah, really? You think your education's going to save you? It's not.
Yeah. Nope. Right, because the things we talk about, you don't hear about in classrooms, but nevertheless exist out there in the public domain.
Exactly.
Which is why, guy, there's no such thing as dumb questions.
Right, only
Take
stupid
offense to you.
questions.
Take offense to you calling my moon accusations stupid.
Crazy. Lately, I've been re-engaged in how much fun it was. So far as to say that if I have a group of people in here that are just gonna jump in when I'm talking to somebody and like chop me off at the knees, because it's very difficult, man, when you're trying to get somebody and then like 3 other people are jumping in and just like, wait a minute, he said this, why can't we talk about that? I'm like, because there's a method to my madness. If you listen to me long enough, you'll understand that the person's gonna exhaust their talking points. They're not gonna be able to continue.
You know what
It
else?
requires like a group of people, and you have to be on like the same page, and you have to understand like going through all that, because it just becomes a shit show. Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I'm reminded of? Remember Deus Volt? Remember that guy?
Yeah,
Deus Volt. He used to be able to get into these discussions, long form discussions with these folks, and would tie them into knots for hours. Like that was so epic. Some of those older episodes of him talking, I really miss having him in here. Yeah, he pretend to be like sly as a fox, and come off kind of dumb. Like, oh yeah, really? I don't know anything about that.
Yeah. They even asked me, they're like, well, what's your education level? Well, I don't have any formal. I mean, I'm telling you the honest truth, man. Like, I basically got my GED, but I mean, if you think that you have whatever you think is your education, I'd like to see you put it up against truth. Put it up against truth and see how it fares. Because if it's true, then it doesn't matter who speaks it. It could be your janitor. And if he's speaking truth, it doesn't matter what you think. Truth will always win every time. So truth doesn't care about what education level you have. It remains true no matter what.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
We got Omnivore kind of writhing in the chat, saying that he wants me to talk some more. I don't have a mute button. It can be public, just moderate it by a third party. Like, no thank you. The reason why the mute button is important, the reason, I'm going to tell you why. Because when it comes to you not being able to control yourself, it's our way of being able to control you. Because you don't understand that you are all over the place when we're asking you to answer questions. Now, if we don't have that, we can't have the audience understand that you're going to a place that doesn't answer the question. That's the reason why this forum is effective, is because we have a mute button and are able to control that you're not able to go in any direction you want to. And when you don't want to answer questions and be dishonest, we can't stop that if you're on another platform. This is giving us the ability for the audience to realize you don't have the answer to the question. That's why it's important. So no, we will not go to another platform. Absolutely not.
Can't you just be like CNN or Fox News or all these other completely unbiased open platforms that don't ever censor people or don't ever cut off what they're saying or don't ever provide
they don't edit
or anything like that? Come on.
Yeah. Yes, we're exactly like CNN in that regard.
No, well, the thing is now, like, if somebody thinks that, like Omnivore, if you believe in your heart that you have evidence for the Earth as a globe, you'd be able to present it and you wouldn't get muted. But the problem is, when we ask follow-up questions, you don't answer those, and you want to go on a diatribe of what you think you want to do. Like, it's whatever you want to do. And no, that's not how this works. You're going to answer some questions that would lead us to understand you know what you're talking about. It's important for everybody to hear that.
Right. These guys like this come in with a new script, right? They listen to the latest McToon episode or whatever. They think they got a new gotcha. Man, I'm going to try this out. I'm going to go to the 24/7 Flat Earth channel. I'm going to try out this new argument that McToon came up. And then they come in here and they say, hey, why don't you guys debate me? And without the power of a mute button, I got a new gotcha question and a script I'm going to try out on you. Except they don't actually say that second part.
Yeah. So this is important, Omnivore, because I am going to do my own my show. I'm going to have a select few of people. I already talked about this. I don't know where you were when I said this, but I'm moving to a new location. I'm going to set up a studio where I'm going to start doing, FaceTime against you guys. And yeah, this will be a show that I'm going to host. And yes, you guys will be able to have the ability to jump on there, but I will be asking some questions for you to answer. So, yep. It's difficult, like I said, because I enjoy this platform. I like everybody chiming in, but at the same time, I do want to have a show where it's very honed in and specific. I talked to Indio about it. For sure, Indio's in the group. There's a few people I have chemistry with, and it shows, right? Like me and Jedi have been doing this for fucking almost 10 years. Since I've known him. So, yeah, there's when it's like a certain select group, them coming over me and I go over them, it's always like something in tandem. We're working together. And the destruction is beautiful, when you see it.
Dude, it's like watching a JSOC operation or something. Everybody's been training together in close quarters for years. They just have a sixth sense about each other. They just know when to get in and get out and do things to help and assist and augment. And it's like a machine, and it has a life of its own.
Fucking Indio, he likes to see somebody die. It's like a death by 1,000 cuts. With the argument.
Yeah. He's got 1,000. He's got 1,000 different counterclaims ready to go to give a cut to each.
And what's important is that you adapt and overcome, right? So he heard this other guy bring forth an argument for the Blue Ghost mission that landed on the moon, and watched the lunar eclipse happen from the point of view from the moon, and he came up with a new argument, and that was interesting, right? Because something that the Glober really wasn't ready for, taking him off script, showing how.
Oh yeah, with Daza.
Was it Daza?
Yeah, he was talking with Daza. So Daza claimed that his buddy is a satellite engineer and actually worked on computing the orbital mechanics for the Blue Ghost mission itself.
Was it? Yeah.
So Indio comes in. Yeah, so Indio comes. He's like, "Oh yeah, does your friend know about this?" And showed a picture of the eclipse on March 14th, taken from the moon, from the Blue Ghost lander on the moon, and it shows the Earth perfectly occluding the sun with a ring of fire and a diamond. It's like, and so India's like, all right, what's the angular size of the moon or of the sun from the moon? 0.5 degrees. Okay, what's the angular size of the Earth from the moon? 1.9 degrees. Okay, so how come there's a perfect overlay of the Earth and the sun as seen from the moon when the Earth should be almost 4 times as big as the sun?
Yeah.
Oh, crap. Dude, this is such a big royal fuck up. I've been going all over the internet taking screenshots of this, hoping to download this before they remove it. But in the process of grabbing screenshots from all these places, I'm like, holy crap. Even Forbes and Kiplinger's business magazines are running this photo and this article. There's no way they're going to delete this and walk the dog back. This is out there. This is the biggest cock up in recent times. I posted what Indio shared. There it is.
There's no new argument that 24/7 hasn't already been in front of when it comes to new arguments. So good luck to the Glober
Look
who
at that.
believes that's going to be the case. I'm pretty sure, I would say like this, 2 months or 3 months from now, the McToon groupies are going to come through with that argument. And then, of course, you're going to be laying it down. Dude, we dealt with that already 3 months ago.
They're already saying refraction shrinks the angular size of Earth.
Refraction through the medium of a vacuum?
Yeah, and refraction is expanding the size of the sun to give the ring of fire around. It's so bad, guys. They have nothing. They got absolutely nothing. This ruins the whole cosmic ladder.
their refractions can make things appear higher, can stretch the curvatures, can flip the shadow.
Shadows upside down.
Does a lot of stuff,
Yeah.
man.
Now it
Drinks
shrinks
and grows every.
It does what you want it to do.
There's bigger BS behind refraction than gravity, I think.
Yeah.
Oh my
Refraction is a
gosh.
secret weapon of the Glober. They usually bust out that refraction whenever times get hard. Whenever things can't be explained, refraction swoops in.
Yeah, so share that image, folks, and talk about it, because this is worth talking about. This is one of the rare moments where they effed up this bad in the public domain and have no way to walk it back. Talk about this image, talk about how bad and fake it is, and force the people that put this out to make a comment about it. That's your goal.
You're talking
like to hear
about
them
this again. I love that.
again. You guys are talking about this again? Yeah, of course, dude. We want to make sure that everybody knows the Glober talking points, so that when they come in here, they're able to deal with it. That's what we do in here, man. We get people ready for their dumbassery.
They have like
holy crap! Indio showed up, guys. I said his name 3 times.
Yeah.
So they have those things like exit doors. So for any optical phenomena where you just corner them with any observation using optical observations, they will say refraction. For any physical phenomena, gas, things rising up, gravity. So they have just escape doors to make that thing just unfalsifiable.
Yeah. It's not happening, though.
Let's get this party started.
Hell yeah. Yeah, if they can make it unfalsifiable, they think they win. I mean, they're basically crapping all over the format, saying, I won the boxing match.
What are you talking about, Sonny? This is a nonstop party, man.
That's right. I know you guys were
It's
in
like
here
one of
late. You were in here late last night. I had to go to bed, man. You youngins like freaking up till like past midnight. Can't do that shit.
It's like one of those parties where everybody's like on the floor, on the couch, like everywhere, and you just wake up and you continue partying. Like that's
Yeah, you start randomly waking up Globers like here and there. Like, wake up, man! You're sound asleep.
Demok comes in and starts smoking crystallized Glober tears.
Yeah.
2 in the morning.
You could test out that argument on Brenda. See if Brenda will be able to explain.
What's the argument?
That you could witness the eclipse, the lunar eclipse happening from the Blue Ghost mission, sitting on the moon, looking at the Earth, including the sun. Do you see the image that's in? Do you see the image that's in the text channel?
No, I just got here.
Well, click the text channel. It's 1 minute after the hour.
Yeah, that should be orange. What the hell's up with that?
Okay. What's the problem with this?
Well, what's the size of the moon, the Earth, and the sun, comparable to like what you should be seeing? Put them into. Take your time.
I don't
Think
know
about
what
it.
you mean.
What's this in relation? The size of the moon in relation to the Earth, and the moon, like visually, and what would this Earth be? How it would be occulting the sun, and what should be seen by that? Should that be what people are looking at?
How did you? I don't understand what it is you're disputing. Do
Yeah,
you
that's
think
what I
that the
thought.
moon, that the Earth should not be able to get between you and the sun? Is that the thing?
Okay, Brenda, think about how large is the moon? How large is the Earth compared to the moon?
Quite a bit larger. I don't know the proportion.
Yeah.
Think about the comparison.
But that's not the moon. That's the Earth, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So why does it just cover up the sun in terms of angular size as seen from the moon?
I don't know. That's not what is happening. What are you
All right, so here's some context. I'll explain it. I know it probably wasn't clear. So the Blue Ghost lunar lander landed on the moon, and it looked up and took a picture of the March 14th eclipse. and it's showing in this image that it took. This is a photograph from the moon, that the Earth just barely covers the angular size of the sun, forming a ring of fire, just as we see from Earth when we're looking at the moon just barely covering the sun with an annular eclipse, along with the diamond and everything else that's glistening off the side. So the question is, given the proportionality of these celestial objects, given that the Earth is supposed to be about 1.9 degrees in angular size from the moon, but the sun is about half a degree angular size from the moon, how is this annular eclipse created where the Earth is just slightly smaller in angular size from the sun, to reveal also the diamond?
It's not an annular eclipse.
Yeah. So along with that,
you misidentified the photograph.
Okay, so
Well, this is a ring of fire, is what you typically see with an annular eclipse of the moon in front of the sun.
The moon doesn't have an atmosphere.
Along with what was just said by Amish, the Earth is 4 times larger than the moon. Take that into account.
Say that again, Brenda. The moon doesn't have what?
The moon doesn't have an atmosphere.
Oh, you're engaged, Crit.
Yeah, that's no. I'm not. I'm just curious at how it's always interesting how far off Brenda is from the narrative, from the actual narrative. Like the standard current working model of heliocentric, Brenda is always wrong.
Am I wrong?
Just look it up. Just look it up.
Do you think the moon has an atmosphere?
It's not what I think. You just go right to NASA's website. Yeah. They'll tell you all about the lunar atmosphere. They'll break it down to you to your education level. So just go read the shit rather than come in here, spout off complete nonsense that you know isn't true.
Brenda's been folded like a lawn chair right
now. You are not a scientific communicator. You don't know this stuff. You never will.
I actually do.
No, you don't. You would have answered it correctly, and you're saying nonsense now.
I answered it correctly.
According to the rhetoric?
The moon doesn't.
What's more beneficial, Crit, to have somebody?
You don't know what you're talking about. You didn't go to NASA.
You're equivocating.
Go to NASA.
It's better to have her just continue say it.
You're using a word in two different. You're using a word. You're using a word in two different senses.
The hell does that even mean?
The moon does not have an atmosphere, right?
But it does.
If you take your
go tell NASA. Go tell NASA. Have them update their website all about the moon. Tell them Brenda Debates went on the internet, told some flat earthers some dumb shit, and now you got to backtrack. And if you can get them to update their model to reflect your scientific illiteracy, then come back and they'll post it.
I'm not though. Yeah. I know what you're talking about. I know what it says.
What does it say?
Suddenly an expert. Yes and
what does it say? What does it say?
If you take your helmet off on the moon, you will die because there's no atmosphere.
What?
The fuck?
That's true. You will die. Do you think you can breathe?
That's the best non-answer.
Can you?
That's not what he's saying.
That's what
Did you understand? It doesn't matter, dude. It says.
Can you breathe?
You just want to continue, don't you?
How does that have anything to do? Shut up, Brenda. How does that have anything to do with the visual that we were looking at in that image? How does breathing on the moon have anything to fucking do with that in your
the Earth
twisted mind?
Yeah, the Earth has an atmosphere, and the light is being refracted around with the atmosphere, right? It is not the case that this is an annular eclipse of the sun, right? The sun's light is being refracted around the Earth.
Cosmology according to Brenda. That's cute. But we're not using you as a standard, are we? We're using what's been said in rhetoric from the people that propagate this information. So you're not the standard, they are.
So I'm
How do you differentiate this from gravitational lensing in outer space? This looks just like what NASA says is gravitational lensing.
It's not gravitational lensing, it's refraction.
Well, how did you make the difference? What's the distinction?
The Earth doesn't have enough mass to significantly do that.
So it's not bending and warping space-time? Interesting.
Not in this case, apparently. We're going to just tactically shift back and forth.
Interesting. So you just caught yourself. You're just tangling yourself up in knots with your rhetoric. Yeah.
So no,
no. The sun, the Earth does have a gravitational field around it.
Oh, it does now.
It does distort.
There it is. Now it does. It does distort.
It's nothing you could see.
Really?
With your eyes from.
Barely to notice.
You disagree with that?
I like listening to people like double speaking. On the one hand, you have gravity on Earth, like causing that distortion in space-time. And on the other hand, it's not causing gravitational lensing. So yeah, don't worry about that. Yeah.
It's nothing you could see, is what I said.
Really?
Right.
But you can see light. But you can see light, right?
You can. This eclipse looks like a black hole moving in front of a star.
Yeah, you can see the light around the Earth according to this image, right?
Because it's refracting through the Earth.
Refracting? So it is being affected by the Earth's gravity, isn't it?
That's not refraction, dude.
So is it being affected by the Earth's gravity, or is it being affected by something else?
No, it's being affected alpha by gas compressed due to gravity in a vacuum.
The light is being bent by the Earth's gravitational field.
It is. I told you. You see, now you're agreeing with me.
Alpha, I have to finish sentences.
All right, go ahead.
You
Go
can't
ahead.
see that.
No?
I don't know how much, if you could even measure it, if you had scientific equipment on the moon, if you could measure it or not. You'd have to calculate how much of a deviation that would be. And I don't think it would be very much at all.
Are you sure about that? Or are you just saying that because it just gives you a confirmation to your bias?
The Earth isn't massive enough for you to visually see it bending light.
How do you know that?
It's not red either.
How do you know that?
Because it takes masses on the order of black holes and galaxies.
Really? So when people talk about gravitational lensing, what are they talking about?
They're talking about a massive arc. You have a source of light and the observer.
Like the sun.
A source of light and the observer, and a massive object in between them.
Like the Earth.
Yes.
Okay.
And it has to be massive enough that you can detect.
Okay. What's the parameter here? What's the scale of massive enough? That sounds like an ambiguous way to say that you don't know.
No,
What's massive enough? How big is that?
It's so big it turns space-time inside out.
Yeah,
You know what
how
the
big is that,
problem is
Brenda?
here?
How big is massive enough? You just said something that you can't put a numeric value to, right? So how are we going to trust what you're saying if you don't even know what it is?
Because I'm talking about the principles.
Well, what's the principle when you say massive enough? What's the numeric value for that?
It needs to be I don't know.
That's the answer, isn't it? You don't know.
Beyond
That was easy.
Radius because you said
That was super easy, wasn't it?
Good job,
Thank
Brenda.
you.
You've got these guys shaking in their fucking retard boots.
So how come the light from the ring isn't red? Because at that particular point in time, right, when that
Hey, but you
photograph
did.
was snapped from the lunar surface, with the annular ring around the Earth, that ring should be red. Because at that particular moment, the lunar surface should have looked like a reddish hellscape, like Doom 2 Hell on Earth.
Yeah, but
So not only are they not showing a red wavelength of light around that ring, but they also missed a great opportunity to get us an image of the reddish hellscape of the lunar landscape when it's lit up red and within the path of totality. We don't even have that available. Like, this whole thing is a fraud.
Yeah, true.
Alpha.
Problems for the globe.
Alpha.
Yeah, what's up?
You keep interrupting me when you
Go
hear your gotcha, then you interrupt me before I finish my thought.
Well, I have to because, in other words, I won't be able to do a victory lap around you. So that's why
You
I
can
kind of
do
do
the
that.
victory lap all you like. I
Okay.
don't mind. You know.
Okay.
Right. So the Earth is bending any light between us and, on the moon and the sun. It's just that it's so small, you can't see it with the human eye, and probably not with any instruments that we have, as far as I know.
Hey.
It's very small. It's a very small deviation.
Well then,
And also, the moon has particles of gas that are that surround it, and form what you could call an atmosphere, but it is not appreciable.
There you go, Crit.
See, you're doing it again.
Sorry, but you just making it sound like Crit was pointing something out to you. Now you're kind of giving an out to have that excuse. Explain what Crit was demonstrated to you, how you didn't know. You're saying that there was no atmosphere. Now there is an atmosphere. It's just,
I knew that the whole time.
No, really? You didn't come out the gate saying that. You made it sound like there wasn't any atmosphere.
I'm talking in a different sense.
Okay. Well, I didn't know you were talking in a different sense. What sense were you talking about?
In the sense of an atmosphere that is substantial, that you can breathe, that's going to affect the light passing through there. So the reason you don't see some certain effects when you have a solar eclipse by the moon, right, is because the moon has solar eclipse when you're on Earth and the moon comes.
Yeah, but we're talking about the subject at hand, which is the lunar eclipse happening, which is
yes, I know, but I'm talking about this right now as an example.
But we can't use that because we're using the blue ghost as the primary subject.
I'm explaining something, which is the reason you don't see any atmospheric effects like you're seeing with the Earth in this image is because the moon doesn't have an atmosphere. And by not having an atmosphere, I mean nothing appreciable, nothing that is virtually undetectable. It's very thin and negligible. That's what I mean. That's the sense in which I'm using the word.
Okay.
And then
right.
Because you use pedantry, right, as an attempt at a gotcha.
Well, how do people know what you mean when it sounds like you're very vague in your explanation? So when you're talking, they think what you're saying is the actual atmosphere. It would be noticeable. So nobody can make a distinguishing factor here. What you're saying and what they're thinking of. You have to be very clear. You have to be. If you're not, how is somebody going to differentiate what you mean? But they can't read your mind. You have to tell them specifically what you mean.
Well,
this is a very specific, hyper-specific topic. So you can't just say ambiguous terms where people are just guessing what you mean. It's not how this works.
So
you should know that by now.
People in here are totally not educated, and we don't know what these terms are.
Yeah, you keep saying that. Hold on, Brenda. You keep saying that, but you're not able to provide any evidence of the case. So let me turn my sights onto you. Hold on. No, we're not going to allow you, Brenda, because somebody just interrupted. They're talking about education level. So now we're going to talk to you, sir. What's your name? Whoever you are? Kalam Sagan, or whatever the hell your name is.
Backing you up on the fact that we don't know what the hell she's talking about.
So, Kalam Sagan, what do you think about this topic that we're talking about? Do you know the topic?
No, because all I've heard is like a bunch of rhetoric and a bunch of interrupting. So I'm waiting to hear the argument.
What side are you even arguing for?
I don't know. I don't know what the argument is.
Well, then why are you opening up your mic to tell us anything?
Because
wouldn't it be better for you not to say anything and just listen?
Don't know the definition.
Wouldn't it be better for you not to say anything? Shut up.
Maybe.
How did you determine we don't know the definition when you don't know what we're arguing about?
Yeah, Kalam's going through CogDis right now because one of his biggest things was that the astronauts who were saved by Musk, they thank Jesus and not Musk for being saved from the ISS. And he had thought that there was no space Jesus. So now that Butch is going on and on about thank you, Jesus, he's wondering, are all the astronauts in on it? That they all know there isn't a space Jesus. They just have been lying about it. So he's kind of in a soft reset right now.
He's hot under the collar. I get you.
Yeah, he's going to squawk. You expect him to do some squawking.
Stay on for a couple minutes.
Yeah.
I interrupt you guys. Correct. I interrupt you. So I want to say something. Okay. You said that we don't know what we're talking about and that Brenda is right. That proves that you're a fucking moron. Okay. Brenda's wrong. And I'm going to tell you why Brenda's wrong.
Why am I wrong?
Because according to the gold model, I'm going to tell you why you're wrong, Brenda. Why isn't the Ring of Fire red?
I don't know.
Oh, yeah, you don't know because it's supposed to be. If your reason that the light being refracted around the frickin' Earth, that means there would be absorption. and all the blue light would be absorbed, and it would be red. Why isn't it red?
Not every lunar eclipse
Why does
is
the moon
red,
turn red
right?
during an eclipse, Brenda?
What?
Why does the moon turn red?
Because of
Why does the moon turn red during an eclipse?
because of the shorter. Wait,
that's right.
You didn't let me finish.
Yeah, that's right.
You didn't finish. Let me finish. So, because of the
Yeah, I'll let
shorter
you finish.
wavelengths
Okay,
being
go.
absorbed by the Earth's atmosphere, right? So that all we see reflected back from the moon are mostly the red wavelengths.
Okay, so that means the light that arrives at the moon is red, right?
Reddish, rust colored.
Reddish.
Yeah.
You didn't get your swatch color palette out, Indio.
Instagram.
It's a rusty red, right?
Well, that's actually autumn red, if you think about it.
Yeah, it's supposed to be fire.
So what's the
engine
problem?
red, or lipstick red, or because there's blue in the
What's
image.
the problem?
Blue
What's the problem?
In her own definition, she said that
there isn't supposed to be. Refraction and absorption are directly related through something called the Kramer-Kronig relation. Okay, if you have refraction, you have absorption. It has to exist. Okay, you claimed refraction. Where's the absorption? Why isn't it red? There is blue in the ring of fire. I ran a histogram on the image. RGB are all maxed out. And so what? This image is fake as fuck. You guys are never gonna live it down. You're never gonna live it down.
And also, Indio.
There's no way out of it.
Also, Indio, you're kind of cutting in and out, so
yeah,
I don't know.
It's kind of hard.
Oh yeah, sorry. I'm like mobile.
But you're roboting now.
Yeah, you're.
So that's all.
Yeah.
So I can.
We did hear you though, for the most part.
I can steal, man. What he's saying. He's saying.
Tell us how fucking the moon is
It's
a
robot.
special color, reddish. Go for it.
Yeah, he seems to be saying that every lunar eclipse the moon should be red or reddish, and that's just not true, though.
No, that's a straw man. Good try, though.
No, but that's what you said. You said if there's refraction, there has to be absorption.
That's right.
Yeah. So every lunar eclipse should be red, and they're not.
Every lunar eclipse is red. It depends.
Yeah, we're not getting it. Yeah, it's not coming through, dude.
From the location they are.
Yeah, you're not coming in, Indio. It's pretty bad.
It's really
pretty bad. None of it's coming through.
What he's telling Brenda is that whenever you talk about refraction, it have to be absorption. They are linked together. When the light is going toward another medium and it hits the boundary, the surface of the second medium, it will just lose a part of it, of that light ray. You will lose a part of that light ray that will reflect from the surface. And
I can grant all of that. Yeah. I can't
grant. What I can't grant is the gravity's compressing gas against a vacuum to cause this phenomenon.
But okay, that's taken us to a different discussion than what we're already having, right?
It's relevant though.
Oh, is that okay then, Alpha? Because I don't want to.
It ties into the whole phenomenon that you're observing.
Yeah, gravity.
So it ties into it.
Yeah, gravity is why we have atmospheric pressure on Earth. Yeah.
And the R word you forgot.
Refraction.
You forgot the R word. Yeah.
Gravity isn't refraction.
That's not what I said. It's contributing to. It's contributing to it, isn't it?
I'm not. What?
All right. So if
Oh,
gravity's
yeah.
holding all the gas to the Earth, according to what you believe, then you would be seeing this phenomena occur.
Which phenomenon? Refraction?
Oh my God! Are you even in this conversation, or are you just
because
you're busy doing something else? You can do that other thing.
So
I don't think we don't have your mind
gravity-
on this topic right now. You're
Gravity-
somewhere else.
Gravity causes atmospheric pressure, right? That's why we have an atmosphere around Earth, and the atmosphere refracts light from the sun. Yes.
That's what I was telling you. So reason why you would have this phenomena, right?
Yes.
Oh well then.
That's why. Well, it's why you would have refraction on the Earth, is because the gravity is holding the atmosphere to the Earth.
That's what I was saying. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. What's your problem?
Didn't seem like you understood what we're talking about. Don't even try it, Bahara.
Because it felt like you were talking about something else, and I wasn't sure.
Anyway.
So then, can we move forward? Then there's no.
This is basically just an after party. Like this really doesn't need to be any like
after party
back and forth. Yeah, that you guys have been debunked yet again with another image that you were capitalizing on. Basically, somebody came in prematurely, brought this image to us, which was Daza. Thank you for that, and was bringing this argument to us about Blue Ghost.
But you haven't
witnessing
debunked anything.
But we did witnessing the Earth being occulting the sun on a lunar eclipse that was a couple days ago, a week ago, something like that.
I've already told you that it's not an annular eclipse of the sun by the Earth. I've told you that the
how is it considered? What type of eclipse was that?
An annular eclipse?
No, what type of eclipse was the one that just took place not too long ago?
Oh,
what type?
The moon? The
type of eclipse that everyone witnessed. What type of eclipse was that? What lunar eclipse type was it? How was it categorized?
I don't know how it was categorized.
Okay, so then why
saw
do you
the
say that it's not an annular eclipse?
Because an annular eclipse has a specific definition.
Is it one or not? And you said you didn't know.
You mean the lunar eclipse that happened recently?
That's what we're. Oh my God! Like
right. So the lunar.
You know why people have such a hard time having a discussion with you? Is because you're not on topic. Your mind's all over the place.
Alpha.
You can't focus.
Alpha. There's no such thing.
That's not my problem. It's yours. You're not able to focus on what we're talking about.
There's no such thing as an annular lunar eclipse as seen from the Earth. There's no such thing.
So when you were talking about this eclipse that just occurred, what type of lunar eclipse is it?
I don't know how they typify.
Well then,
tell me.
Yeah. Well, no, you're the one that's over here saying that what it is and what it isn't. Yeah.
No, I'm talking about, dude. You're switching. I'm talking about as seen from the moon, the eclipse of the sun by the Earth is not an annular eclipse.
It is one defined by what is visually seen from the Earth to the moon. So when you're defining it in that, yeah, I know, but when you're defining it that way, people understand what category you're putting it in. So they know what type of eclipse it is. So then when you're saying this type of eclipse happened, you say this is the type that happened visually from the Earth seeing on the moon. Now, if the blue ghost was on the moon and looking back at the Earth, they were identifying, or at least in what category it falls in, from the Earth to the moon. But if you're saying that the blue ghost, what?
It's defined by the observer.
Yeah, I know. So what do you define the one on the moon then?
It would just be the Earth eclipsing the sun.
Yeah, and what type of eclipse is that?
I don't know that anybody has bothered to categorize those kinds of eclipses. Right?
Okay, so the Earth occluding the sun.
You think it's an annular eclipse because from
it gives it a name so that people can look it up. what type of eclipse was it? Well, visually
don't
from the
know.
Earth. Yeah, visually from the Earth to the moon. You can
There's no such
categorize
thing.
it in this type. Yeah, but it gives people a reference, Brenda. People can look it up now. They're like, well, what eclipse are you talking about? Like, when did it take place? Well, the annular eclipse that took place like about a week ago or 2 ago. So people can look it up. And then when they look it up, they're like, oh, I know what eclipse you're talking about. This one? Oh, what do you mean? What happened on this eclipse? And then you say, well, there was a Blue Ghost mission, according to what they're telling us, that landed on the moon and had a, an observation of the Earth occulting the sun. So you're talking specifically for reference so that people can look it up, not specifically from what type of eclipse you're witnessing from the moon to the Earth. That's not what it is. It's in reference to looking up what type of eclipse you're speaking of. It's categorizing it, yeah?
Right. So when you see a lunar eclipse, you're seeing it from the Earth and you're looking at the moon. And you are in between the sun and the moon.
Yeah, you don't have to tell me all that. I know what it is. I know what it is. What this is doing is, once again, Brenda, you don't have to explain that. I already know. The problem what we're having is when people are looking it up, they don't know what type of eclipse you're talking about. But if you categorize it, people can look it up, and then you can say, okay, that eclipse that you could see from the Earth to the moon, there's a Blue Ghost mission that's on the moon looking at the Earth occulting the sun. So now they know where to go.
That's a different eclipse.
I fucking know. But it's only talking in reference to when it took place.
Fine. When I say, let me finish my sentence here. When I say, when I'm talking about the eclipse as seen by the Blue Ghost mission on the moon, I'm saying that it's not an annular eclipse because...
Oh my God. I already fucking know that. Because it's from the moon to the Earth. Yes, I know that. The problem is when somebody's looking it up, they don't know what type of eclipse you're talking about or when it took place. But if you categorize it, they will look it up, and then they'll say, okay, this eclipse, okay, I know we saw this happen when we're on the Earth, but what are you talking about now? And then you can reference the Blue Ghost mission. And then they can go into what is being seen from there. Yeah?
Right, so you admit that it's not...
Oh my God, I'm not admitting anything. You just don't understand what's been said.
You accepted it.
No, you don't know what's being said, and now that I'm clarifying, you look like you got egg on your face because you thought I was talking about the name of the eclipse happening from the moon, seeing the Earth occulting the sun, according to the paradigm of the Earth being a globe. That's what you're talking about. You're trying to make it sound like that's what I was saying. I wasn't fucking saying that. You weren't paying attention, and it shows now. It shows.
It is. It is an annular. It is an annular eclipse because the annular eclipse is a qualitative description of a ring. Okay, so it is.
That's wrong.
That's not a quantitative description. It is qualitative.
That's wrong. That's wrong.
So, Brenda.
Yeah, you can say wrong. What's the etymology of the word annular?
And so
what's the etymology of the word annular?
It's when the moon doesn't fully occlude the disk of the sun.
Yeah, that's your story, dude, but that's not what the word means.
That's what it
Annular
means.
eclipse. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. It's a fucking story. It's a fucking story.
No, it
Dude,
means...
annular eclipse is a qualitative description. Do you not know what that means? It's just a quality. It has nothing to do with the cause or anything.
An annular eclipse happens because the moon is closer to the Earth.
Yeah, say it again. Say it again. Yeah, say it again.
Yeah, doesn't completely cover.
I keep saying we know the story. I know you have to read straight off Wikipedia
and so your
argument repeat it over and over again.
Your argument is that this ring of light that you see is due to the Earth not fully covering the sun, and I'm saying that's false.
No. No. Okay.
No, that was the argument that I was given at the beginning of this. At the beginning of this, that was the argument you gave.
Okay, fine, Brenda. Annular eclipse is qualitative. It's just what you see. If you see an eclipse with a fucking ring, it's an annular eclipse.
Wrong.
The causal mechanism, you can say you're wrong, but that doesn't mean anything. You can look up what the word annular means and verify what I'm saying is correct. Where you can't verify what you're saying is correct.
That's an etymological fallacy.
Okay. So why did they name it that then?
Huh?
Why did they use that name?
Because it looks like a ring.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it does. It looks like a ring with a diamond at one part. Yeah.
Now, doesn't this?
It's not an annular eclipse, though.
Look, if I showed you this image, how do you know that?
How do I know what?
How do you know the causal mechanism is what you're saying and that it's not an annular eclipse? It's an annular eclipse because that's what you see.
It's not
a qualitative description.
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why.
You keep saying all you want. It don't mean anything.
No, I'll tell you why. It's because the Earth is much.
You're going to say it again, aren't you?
The Earth. No, I'm going to say the Earth is much larger in angular size than the Sun when seen from the Moon, and therefore it can't be an annular eclipse.
Yeah, we know that. Thank you. I rest my case.
It can't be an annular eclipse. What is happening?
Yeah, we know.
The light from the sun is being refracted around the Earth because of atmospheric refraction.
Nonsense.
It's a different cause.
So
it's
okay. So hold on a second. If you drew the Earth, right? So you got the black part, which you think is the Earth, right? And I drew the sun within that. It would be nowhere near. It would be a little frickin' teeny 1/4 size circle in the center. So you're saying refraction can bend the light times of degrees.
So this definition that Sporadic put up, which says a solar eclipse occurs when the sun and moon are exactly in line with the Earth, but the apparent size of the moon is smaller than that of the sun. In the image that your guys are talking about, the apparent size of the Earth is larger than that of the sun.
And how can you tell that from the image?
No, I know that because I know the relative
No,
size.
that's not the point. How can you tell that from the image? What's being asked.
But we already know the size of the Earth and the size.
No, you don't. That's the problem. No, that's another problem. But we're not going to divert there because the image is what we're talking about.
In our model, we know the size of the sun and the moon and the Earth.
Yeah, but according to the image, how can you tell that? If somebody showed you the image and didn't give you a description about what it is, what would you think you're looking at?
I would say I don't know.
That's bullshit, and you know it. That's bullshit, and you know it.
But the thing is, I know based on our model.
No, you don't know based on the image. If somebody showed you this without any reference to what the image actually was about, you wouldn't know what you're looking at. So you would just go based off what you thought what you think it is.
Yeah, I would say, what is sun? What is Earth?
You would tell people like that's a nice eclipse that's occurring.
I don't know anything because I don't know anything. You're assuming I know nothing, therefore I would know nothing.
So check this out. Let's just cut through all the smoke screen and all that bullshit. Okay? The only reason you're defending this image is because you saw an image and there's a bunch of words on it. And those words said, taken from the moon, and it's on NASA.gov. Okay? If you just saw the image, it didn't have any captions, you would say, this is an annular lunar eclipse from the sun. You fucking know it. We all know it.
No, I wouldn't.
You're just a
Yes, you would.
fucking
No, I wouldn't. If I don't know anything,
You're a
I
liar.
don't know anything.
You're a liar.
No, I'm
You're
not.
a liar. Yes, you are.
Brenda, since a moment I wanted to tell you something. I don't fucking care about the name of that sun eclipse that you have from that perspective, from the surface of the moon. What I care about is the moon eclipse that happened in the 14 March 2025. That was a red moon. I don't see that in your footage from the surface of the moon because I still see the red-blue spectrum there. The lunar eclipse from here, from the surface of the Earth, we saw a red moon. You don't see red light on that ring of light around the Earth. you can claim refraction, but it's not, because we know that that refraction will create that red spectrum of light that will reach the moon, like we saw on the surface of the moon from here on the Earth.
I understand the argument you're making. You're saying that there should be a red light coming, being refracted around the Earth and being cast onto the moon, and flooding the moon with red light.
We should just see what happened here in reality.
That's your argument, though, right? I correctly. Yeah.
We should see the same exact thing that happened here in reality when we looked to the surface of the moon. So we should see that on that footage. We don't see it. It's not what happened.
This is something that flat earthers do a lot. Is I should see X because I don't understand science, right?
No. Yeah, Joe. Cool.
That's
a
what
retarded.
you always say.
Okay, because you don't understand science.
We should
So,
see.
Brenda, why don't we see? Oh, yeah. Tell us what we should see. Why don't we just see dispersion if it's refraction?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what.
I
don't know what you see
it's
from
not
there
refraction.
because
Image
you
is
need
fake.
instruments. You'd need instruments to measure it.
No, you don't need instruments. You can take photographs of this with a fucking telescope on Earth.
Yeah. What is
So
the
they have things for
dispersion?
telescopes called.
I know what dispersion is. What is the dispersion amount that we should see?
Enough so that we see chromatic aberration. Because
I don't
when
know
we
that
take
that's
pictures of,
you're just
you don't know
assuming
that's true.
that's
Okay.
correct. That it's
No, I know it's true because they make, Brenda, they make dispersion correctors for telescopes. Why?
Right, because lenses cause dispersion, chromatic dispersion.
No, they're not. No, they're
Lenses
not in
do
the
that.
lens. Yeah, we know that.
I said they cause it.
This isn't what the corrector's for. The corrector's not for the optic. It's for what's coming into the optic.
The light coming
has
from
two
a
little
star
mirrors,
is not
right?
chromatically. A light coming from a star is not chromatically dispersed significantly, especially if you look straight
Yeah,
up.
okay. Why don't you type in atmospheric dispersion corrector and go look at the myriad of fucking images of various
atmosphere.
fucking planets.
So you're talking about
that's what you
atmosphere.
said.
You know, lenses cause chromatic dispersion too.
Yeah, I'm well aware of that.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, but why don't we see that shit? But why aren't we seeing it?
Atmosphere does too.
Right, because telescopes
So this
are,
is
telescopes are very sensitive, right? They can see things that your eye can't see.
Yeah, there's a lot of fucking dancing around. There's a lot of dancing around the topic, but visually, what people
she's never
observe.
going to answer, and I'll tell you why she's never going to answer. If she says something about the chromatic dispersion, right, caused by refraction, she's going to freaking throw the scattering, the absorption of the blue wavelength under the bus.
What?
Because you can't have
He's doing
both
it
ways,
now.
right? You can't have a rainbow without the blue.
Oh, he's doing it now because visually, what's been noticed on the moon and the moon's been eclipsed. We see that red tint on the moon. So when that happens, there's already a visual range of the red color that we see. So we see that happening on the moon. So if that was true, when the blue ghost is sitting on the moon looking at the Earth, then that red color should be what's being witnessed from the blue ghost.
Again, that's you saying what you
different points
should
of view.
see. That's what you're saying.
Yes, I know that. But if it's being that doesn't matter.
It does matter.
You're not going to be looking at a different spectrum of light looking one way to the other if what's being shown on the moon is a red color.
Yeah, you will.
You guys that's the problem with you guys. You think that you're going to see something.
So Alpha, I can steelman your argument back to you. You're saying that because what the lunar eclipse
wrong side chat, by the way.
Because the lunar eclipse was red.
Definitely will.
Because it was red, then as seen from the Earth, then the blue ghost should have seen nothing but red light coming from the Earth, right? That's your argument?
That's what should be shown because that's the only light that would be emitted. The only type of wavelength that's permitted to be actually put through from from the Earth to the moon.
What's your analysis that says that you should be able to see that?
A basic observation of a fucking complete and total lunar eclipse.
Not science. That's not science.
Really. So you don't you just
here's the analysis. You shine a red light at a fucking camera, it shows it's a red light. There's your fucking analysis. The camera would be red too, right? Because it's getting bathed in red light.
That's what you say, right?
Well, I'm asking you, dude. I have to prove it. Jesus Christ.
Yes.
Dude,
but that's what you would see.
Yeah,
that it's
I got
enough that you can see it.
I got it. Yeah, now we're just getting into hopes and dreams that hopefully that this doesn't actually get into an argument where people actually are having this argument, because it's stupid now. So we got on the text channel, we got Pads saying that it's a good argument. Like, I think Pickle wanted to jump in and say that it's also true.
No, I'm saying where you're at depends on what you end up seeing. So atmospheric radiation transfer codes are what are used to decode all of these refraction, radiative, chromatic, blah, 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 differentials, right? So satellites don't see, they sense, and then you compile it with algorithms.
I have cancer. I'm going to die soon.
Yeah, this is not the forum for that, sir.
Bless your heart,
Leave.
bro. I don't really
I
care.
have one wish.
No.
Die right now.
Shut up,
I have
dude.
a dream. I have a dream.
Shut up.
All right.
So
Where are we
now,
at?
getting back to the point that we're going to have to realize that if we're witnessing something on the moon, right, the color scheme is red. That's all we see. So what do you think would be happening that what we witnessed from the Blue Ghost mission looking at the Earth would be a different color, or maybe something else from the spectrum other than red?
If I go up 100 feet, my input of view changes, and it keeps changing as you go higher and lower, and where you're at on Earth, and that's why you need radiation transfer codes. You guys laugh at this, so you don't even consider it.
I think you're sidestepping the point, but that's fine.
I'm not. I'll put the wiki in side chat.
That's great. Anyway, the argument here is of the image that's being shown in the text channel for anybody that wants to look at the argument. If you came here a little bit late, we're talking about the Blue Ghost image shown from, I guess, if you look up NASA, NASA.gov shows a image of what appears to be the Earth occulting the sun on an annular lunar eclipse. So that eclipse that took place not too long ago, about a couple weeks ago, is what we're talking about, because they're saying that they have a lunar lander that is named Blue Ghost that was on the moon, looked up at the Earth, being for the lunar eclipse to happen, was the Earth occulting the sun. I don't know. Somebody might want to put it up. That's what we're talking about. It's specific to that argument. So if you have something to contribute,
what does that? All you have is a photo, right? So like, where's the photo?
Yeah, I told you it's in the text channel. Somebody might want to put it in again. It was 1 minute after the hour. I don't know what time it is right now.
Either the photo is doctored or it's not. That's all you could say. Occulting.
Well,
what does that
I
mean?
mean, yeah, there's it's still rhetoric, though, is what we're addressing. None of you guys are talking about it because it shouldn't be a subject that is being discussed, but because it's, I would consider it propaganda, it's being consumed by the masses. So we have to address it in a way that it would at least make some sense, or people can put it, formulate it into some logical consistency. We don't have that, which is why we're talking about it. And it seems like there's nothing but mental contortions that are occurring from the globe side, including Brenda. That's why I gave it to Brenda, because I thought maybe Brenda would look at this and be able to come back with some form of an argument, but it seems like Brenda's just like writhing and just giving us excuses. Doesn't know the rhetoric being pointed out. So
explain to me why the Earth is flat.
I don't need to do that because you haven't any answer right now for how it's a globe. However, if you can tell us how it's a globe and you're able to do it well, then yes, I will tell you how the Earth is flat.
No, just tell me. Just tell me.
No, I'm not going to do what you want. You're going to do what we want. This forum is designed for people to realize that the Earth is not a globe, and not for your dumbass questions to be answered first, sir.
Tell me.
That's not how this forum works.
Tell me, I will realize.
All right, fine. I'll tell you how. We have
You're
no
muted.
proof of the globe. We're flat earthers because we have not seen any verifiable evidence giving rise to proof of the globe.
Yeah, we didn't have to answer you, but that was an answer. So now what do you have to say about the Earth being a globe?
I just asked. I don't know.
You don't know how the Earth is a globe. Sit
Yeah,
down,
you-
sir.
Like يابك الخرالات خلينا
Shut up. Fucking speaking gibberish, bullshit.
Like a hi ni ho.
All right.
Yeah,
So if
fucking-
I'm understanding you correct, you think the moon eclipse only happens on the. No, you can see it from different angles on different astrological bodies. So yeah, you could see the Earth get eclipsed. You could see anything get eclipsed, depending upon what angle you're looking at it from. So what's the issue?
So can you guys explain why the moon and the sun is a globe?
No,
The Earth is
listen,
not a
dude. It's pretty simple.
I know.
Do you have
I
any
just stated
evidence?
it. I'm not
Do you
changing
have-
my mind.
Hold
What?
on, Pickle. I'm asking the gentleman that just said right now. Who am I speaking to?
Speaking to Mr. Frame, bro.
Frame. Oh my God. Yeah, you haven't had evidence for the Earth as a globe, and you've been demonstrated someone who doesn't understand anything for explain. How is the Earth a globe?
You want me to explain that?
Yeah. How do you know it's a globe? Yep.
Well, we have astronauts that have seen that the Earth is a globe, bro.
No,
We have
wrong,
many other
wrong,
evidence.
wrong.
How is that wrong?
Because prior to the advent of rockets going into the vacuum of space, according to your paradigm, how did people figure out that the Earth you're standing on is a globe?
You know, you're thinking about measurements, or what you're talking about?
Yeah.
No
what
shit,
you're telling
dude.
us is before astronauts, we didn't know that Earth was a globe. Is that true?
That is true, yes.
That's bullshit. Sit down,
No,
Mr.
that's
Frame.
not true.
You're an embarrassment to anybody speaking about the Earth as a globe.
What do you
Sit down,
know?
dude.
You didn't know it before.
No, don't no bro me nothing. You sit down and listen to somebody that can articulate a point of how they know the Earth is a globe prior to the advent of rocket technology. Yeah?
Okay, explain to me right now. Then.
I don't need to explain to you. You weren't able to demonstrate you know the Earth's a globe in any way prior to the advent of the rocket's existence.
Okay, you want me to tell you other explanations?
No, I don't need to hear bullshit. I need to hear somebody that knows how to articulate a point of how they know the Earth's a globe based on shut up. Based on how their knowledge is formed from the, I guess, ancient times, you call it. So if there's something from ancient times, how they understood the Earth as a globe prior to rockets existing, then yeah, I'll listen to that. Not you, who said, we didn't know the Earth was a globe until we got astronauts.
Wait,
we don't need to hear you.
Lying, bro.
Sit down.
They're liars.
No, here's how,
Alright,
what
so-
we can ask you. For
Wait,
successful
okay,
rocket missions to exist, they would have had to have known the globe exists. So how did they
Yeah,
determine
that's
the
my
globe's
question. Why
dimensions
did
for
it
the
go?
successful rocket launches?
Hey, bro, can you give me explanation?
No,
Are they
no,
liars?
answer his question. No,
I
answer his
answer-
question.
First you answer me, then I answer
Answer
you.
his question. You want to
Who asked-
proceed, you're going to answer his question, or I'll sit down.
What's your question, bro? What's your question?
He's not.
All right, for
dude,
successful
okay.
rocket launches to exist in your worldview, they would have had to have determined the shape of the Earth and to figure its exact dimensions. How did they do that before the
They
first
did, they
successful
did. Of
rocket
course they
launch?
did. I'm not the scientist, bro. I'm not the scientist.
Okay, well then you don't know. So as Alpha was telling you, you should probably sit.
Yeah, have a
Then
seat.
why do I have to
Shut
know?
up.
There's, professionals that know
Shut
that.
up.
Hey, bro.
We don't need to hear your voice. I'm going to give you an option to shut up, or I will shut you up.
Have respect, bro. Have respect when speaking, bro.
One, shut up. Put a white mic by your name. Fucking you will learn today, man. Everybody who's in here who believes the Earth's a globe has the opportunity to tell us in a point articulated well how it is a globe. Now, go ahead and demonstrate if you think the Earth's a globe. Shh, dude, I gave you an option. So, if you're able to, go ahead. Not Brenda. Not Mr. Frame. You guys have been demonstrated to show you don't have any evidence.
24-hour sun.
Excellent. Okay, so we'll start there. So the Earth is a globe, according to you. It says Christ Bearer is your name. Welcome to the forum.
Yeah, because of the 24-hour sun in the south.
Okay, you need to make a formal, logical, deductive syllogism that links the 24-hour sun to the shape of the Earth.
Yes, please. Premise, conclusion. That'd be very well articulated.
Right, where the conclusion is contingent on the premises being true.
Indeed.
All right, Quantum Eraser, I'll do that for you. Ready?
That's not Quantum Eraser. It's Alpha Veritas.
It is.
You fucking idiot.
You're stealing his mantra, don't
I'm
lie.
not stealing his mantra. I'm my own fucking person. You fucking goober.
This is just like Philosophy 101, dude. Did you ever take philosophy like at a basic 100 level in college?
Okay,
now
you
then.
ready?
No. Premise, conclusion. Go.
By the way, I came up with it, so stop attributing to Quantum Eraser.
Yeah, we're all Indio, guys. We're all Indio.
Go ahead. Formulate it with logic.
If the Earth is the ball, and if the sun is
hold on. You're not coming through. Hold on. You're not coming through. Hold on. You're not coming through. Fix your internet.
I heard you.
Fix your internet, dude.
Is it better?
Yeah, try again.
All right, hold on a second. I may have to come back in a few minutes.
We'll be here.
That's cool, man. We're here 24/7. You know what's funny is when they went to Antarctica during the TFE, they verified their latitude by taking elevation angles to the sun, measuring the difference between its highest and lowest point in the sky. They determined their latitude by measuring flat Earth below the sun.
Yeah. So Brenda just put the premise, conclusion. Now, Brenda, flip that around and now tell us how sunsets prove that the Earth is a globe. Sunsets and sunrises. Go ahead. Actually, if you do me a solid, do one for both and do it side by side so I can see that both are logically consistent. Sunsets and the sun being up 24 hours. Put them side by side. For the audience, if you will. You can do it in text. You don't need to speak it.
Okay, how do you know the first premise is true? It's a 30 minutes. Ipsy Dixit nonsense. Why don't you say there's a 24-hour sun, the Earth must be a globe? Why don't you say that and just like save us the verbiage?
Yeah, do sunsets confirm that the Earth is a globe, Brenda? Put it in text channel. They're caught between.
Guys, the 24-hour sun affirms the consequent, guys. What's wrong with that?
So sunsets also prove that the Earth is a globe? Brenda, you haven't answered my question. In text channel. Do sunsets provide evidence that the Earth is a globe? I don't know why you're afraid. Just answer the question.
Dude, how many months ago was it now? December? You still haven't figured out the final proposition is a trap.
Yeah, it is. But
you can't do it, and they just can't meet. Like they still keep trying. But I don't get it, dude.
Yes, and the problem is they're trying to make it sound like logically consistent for both 24-hour sun and sunsets, sunrises. How can both be true, though? That they both prove that the Earth is a globe?
That shit can happen on any surface. So you can have a cylinder, and Antarctica being the top of cylinder, and the sun have going around that top, and it can be on a diamond shape. That doesn't prove the shape at all. That's the sun doing something.
Yeah, that's the point. It can't. Because it'll always be an inference, right? Because you're looking at something, you're trying to figure out what something is by looking at what it isn't, right? Trying to figure out what the Earth is by looking at the sun. You can't prove that logically. It'll always be an inference. Like you can't figure out what your house is made of by looking at your neighbor's house or all your neighbor's houses. All your neighbor's houses, the entire village, the entire city could have brick houses. It doesn't mean your house is brick.
So
you just gave away the game, Indio. I guess it's been 3 months. It's about time you expose the secret to their own logical fallacy trap.
Well, we went through it on Twitter. We're giving them the ability to come into the platform and tell us how they can do any logical formulations of how it's possible that the 24-hour sun in any way proves that the Earth is a globe. And with the premise and the conclusion, they weren't able to do it. You should go back and listen to it. I have 2 episodes actually that address this. Nobody could do it. They still can't. So, I mean, Brenda attempted to in the text channel if you scroll up a little bit. But at the same time, how is it possible that you can have that same logic explain sunsets and sunrises? I'm putting to you that with the 24-hour sun, where the sun doesn't set, it proves the Earth's a globe. And the same with the sun setting and the sun rising, that proves the Earth is a globe. See the problem?
Yeah, that they're a bunch of cultists. That's the problem.
Science doesn't prove. Oh, there'd be a lot of people that disagree with that. Indio
I
knows
wouldn't
nothing
be one
about
of them. It just describes with accuracy and precision that's repeatable. It does not do anything else.
It doesn't. It doesn't. Someone else will just believe that the Earth is a cylinder, like Google Map. Do you know Google Map? What is it?
I feel like
Mercator
algorithms used for efficiency are not the actual case. So you can't sit here and say the back end is a cylinder. Therefore, that's how algorithms work.
So science doesn't prove anything. Is that what you said? That doesn't.
No, it
make
doesn't.
Any
It
sense.
just describes things that are accuracy, precision based, and repeatable. Thus, people care to entertain.
Okay, then scientific explanations are horseshit, then, right?
No, I just said what they are. They tend to describe things, right, with a certain accuracy and precision, and then that result is repeatable. That's it. Can you repeat that for me?
That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. But you're also saying that
I
it
didn't say
doesn't
anything
do
other than that.
explanations. So when they say X causes Y, they're full of shit.
No, that is a description. Yeah. Welcome to the club.
No. Okay, X causes Y.
You didn't realize
is
cause and effect
explanation.
is a description? Like when you make
Okay,
cause
all
and
you
effect
can
statements?
get from descriptive models are correlations. You can't get
accuracy
cause
and
and effect
precision and
relations.
repeatability. Welcome to science.
It's
Yeah.
correlation causation.
No, correlation, high correlation is precision and accuracy, for instance, because you're missing the connection.
not
And
answering.
then you can repeat
That's not
that.
answering.
That's it.
Non-responsive, Your
That's it.
Honor.
Yeah, it is. And I'm not going to listen to
Non-responsive, Your
you
Honor.
tell me different.
Non-responsive.
Non-responsive, Your Honor.
Yeah, we all hear it.
All right.
I'm glad you have a different understanding than
All right, I'm back.
academics, yeah?
You're
I'm back with
sidestepping.
globe evidence.
Yeah, when you can define
Not
science to
expecting
include
a
not
incorrect
science, yeah, I guess you
definition
win.
From a lay person who doesn't have a degree.
All right,
That's
who's
what I'm not doing.
Christ Bearer? Are you there?
Yeah.
All right, so let this guy take center stage. Go ahead. What was your evidence that the Earth is a globe?
The evidence that the Earth is a globe is the 24-hour sun in the south.
Okay. Did you hear what we were saying about premise, conclusion? Formulate it in a logical statement. Okay, go ahead and formulate it in a logical statement.
All right. If Earth is a sphere at such and such size, at such and such distance from the sun, right? All that stuff. I'm not going to give all the numbers, whatever. And if it's spinning, then if you're in the north, the sun will be 24 hours one way. And then if you go to the south, it will spend 24 hours in the opposite direction around you, as in a 360-degree rotation. We see that, therefore, Earth is a globe.
All right, that's not a deductive syllogism.
That was fucking horrible.
You lose. It's an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy.
Like, is the Earth? But if you
It's evidence. It's evidence for a globe, and it's evidence not a flat Earth. You can't have that observation on a flat Earth. You agree with that, right?
Yeah.
No.
Prove it.
They measured Earth flat below the sun in Antarctica, dude.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the motion of the sun above the Earth.
Motion of the sun, you say?
They confirm their location by taking elevation angles to the sun, which necessitates a flat horizontal baseline below the sun in Antarctica all the way around.
If that were true, then you all would have. If that were true, then you all would have produced a flat Earth map a long time ago.
No, dude.
That's not true.
You would just go. You would just go take a bunch of flat Earth angles.
No, that's not.
No, you would just go take a bunch of flat Earth angles and create a map. Why not? Isn't that how you get latitude? You said.
Yeah, that's how you get latitude, by measuring elevation angles over flat Earth.
So then, where's the flat Earth map then?
The map that you're using is a flat Earth. And the coordinates you might be using could be based off a spherical coordinate reference system, which is not the Earth.
What's your proof that the map I'm using is a flat Earth map?
Elevation angles to the stars to create the coordinate reference system that you use to imagine that you live on a globe.
So where's? But I asked for the map. I didn't ask.
Yeah,
for the
but you can't listen, dude. You can't have angle measurements if you don't have a flat baseline.
That's not
you need
true.
Yeah, how do you have an angle? What's an angle?
You can take an angle and then you just convert it into.
Yeah, but you can't have. Listen, dude. Listen, the bottom line would have to be a straight line. You can't have it curving. So you need, as for an angle, you need.
You just use the Haversine formula and convert it into the sphere.
Yeah, but you're only saying that it is. You're only. I know, but you're only. Listen, dude. You're only saying that it is a globe based on you thinking it is one. Well, then, if that were true, that flat line that you have at the bottom would only be a tangential line or a plane. Yeah.
Yeah, and the Haversine formula is creating a sphere out of the sky, not below your feet. Yo, listen, Haversine creates a sphere out of the sky, not below your feet, dude. Do you hear me?
Yeah, celestial.
Haversine creates a sphere. Haversine creates a sphere out of the sky.
You repeated that.
You keep breaking up. Okay, I'm sorry. You kept breaking up. I was repeating for the audience.
You're breaking up, Christ Bear. That's what's happening. It sounds like you're done because your internet's breaking up.
I'm on my phone. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're coming, but when you're in the middle of speaking, it breaks up. So I don't know what to tell you. It sounds like you're done.
Okay, you just said. All right, fine. You just said I'm using the sky to measure the globe. You just said you're taking measurements to the sky to measure your flat Earth.
Yeah.
So why can't I do the same thing for the globe?
Your Haversine converts your flat Earth into an arc for the sky coordinates.
Right, and it all works.
Yeah, so for the celestial sphere, we're talking about a celestial sphere, not a terrestrial sphere. Now, if you're talking about the Earth conforming to the sphere model that you think it does, then you'd have to produce the evidence that on the Earth there's a dropping away from the tangential plane. So you know how like you have an angles created by two straight lines, right? Let me see if you can understand what I'm saying. Angles created by two straight lines. You agree with me, right? Hello? An angle is created by two straight lines. You have a flat baseline, right? The bottom line. And then the line that's going straight up to the heavenly body, whatever that is.
Right.
You agree? Okay, so in order to have that, the bottom line has to be where is that? It's touching the Earth, right? The bottom line.
I don't know, but I'll just say yes for the sake of argument.
Well, if you think that it's a globe, it would be touching the Earth at a specific point. The bottom line. But it would be a tangent line, which means that it wouldn't continue to be on the surface of Earth. It would actually the Earth would drop away from that tangential plane because it's curving. Do you get me or no?
Yeah, I get you. What are you saying?
So the problem is that you're turning the Earth into a terrestrial sphere based on thinking about it, angle measurements, two things in the sky, but you can't do that because you'd have to tell me how you understand the Earth is dropping away from the bottom baseline of that angle. So the bottom baseline of the angle would just be a tangential plane on the surface of the Earth, touching the Earth at a specific point, right? So you're going to have to demonstrate that the Earth is dropping away from that tangential plane. That's the next step. You could use 2 straight lines in a tangent plane. You could do that, but the problem is you're going to have to show how the Earth is dropping away from the tangential plane. That's the next step. How did you do that?
Okay, well, I didn't bring that up as my argument. Someone else
It's a part of it.
I mentioned
No, it's a part of it.
No,
it's a part of
There's
it.
different arguments. There's different
yes,
arguments.
because what you brought up the Haversine formula, right? And the sporadic is telling you
his angle measurements showing how it could work. My argument was 24-hour sun in the south, and
yeah, but you're using angle measurements to things in the sky, dude. This is the issue.
No, I didn't take any measurement to the sky. I just saw a video. I wasn't even there.
They in Antarctica did to confirm their latitude. They measured Earth flat.
Right. And it on the globe it matches up with their latitude.
No, dude, listen, you're turning the Earth into a terrestrial sphere. You don't know that. Is what I'm trying to tell you. You can't say it's a sphere because when they're using the angle measurements, you need a flat baseline. That flat baseline is sitting on the Earth. It's either sitting on the Earth, touching the Earth at a specific point with a tangent line, with the Earth being a ball, or it's a flat Earth with the horizontal line that's at the bottom, the baseline.
All they have to say is that that's fine, that's great, that's true. But then we use the Haversine formula to convert it into the globe of the known proportions.
No, dude, you don't understand what's being said to you. Sporadic just told you that only applies to things in the sky for the celestial sphere, not the terrestrial sphere that you think you're on.
Haversine creates geodesics out of latitude and longitude, which are in the sky.
How do you have a celestial sphere around a flat Earth?
It's how navigation's done. It's a concept. I don't think the celestials are actually a sphere anyway.
Yeah, it's
at least
just
one that we can fully understand. We just interpret it that way.
It's a useful convention that people use to actually tell people how to visually see things in like a degree of like in the sky. So if you say I see a star at 50 degrees or whatever, it's kind of like think of a protractor, right? So you have a flat baseline with a protractor, but you can use an angle of degrees because an angle is 2 straight lines. So you could tell somebody that thing that you see in the sky is at a specific angle of degrees in the sky, but the protractor has a flat baseline. And it's important to think about that when you do these angle measurements. That's how you're applying this same type of understanding. So you don't
pressure without a container.
You don't shut up, dude. You don't turn the Earth into a globe because of that. The globe is coming after the fact. You're turning it into that because then you're going to say, well, my angle measurements with 2 straight lines are now done as a tangential plane. That the bottom baseline of that angle is going to be...
I gotta go, but let me just say this before I go. The problem I have with all this is you guys make these claims. No one's out there doing this work. If this is true, number one, you'd have a flat Earth map. Number two, we
already have flat Earth maps.
You all would have solved McToon's $10,000.
Yeah, Shane St. Pierre solved that and won $10,000 already. Keep trying.
He won the 10,000. MC Toon paid him the 10,000.
I don't know if he paid him, but Shane St. Pierre won it.
Well, then if he didn't pay it, then he didn't win it.
Well, that's just somebody welching on a bet.
Didn't pay it.
That's just somebody welching on a bet, dude. That's not our problem.
Do this.
People welch on a bet. People welch on a bet all the time. Why is this any different? Just because he welched on a bet doesn't mean that he didn't win it.
I want to see the evidence.
The challenge was also a loaded question to begin with because he wants you to begin and end with a spherical coordinate reference system that he's reifying into a terrestrial sphere the whole time. So as long as you stay with the spherical coordinate reference system, it doesn't matter what shape the ground is. You can prove that there's an internal consistency to how to use the coordinate reference system, and that's all that's being done. It's not proving the shape of the Earth.
Where is this Shane St. Pierre doing this? Does anyone have a link?
I don't know. No, I don't have it. I just heard
he's
that
on Twitter. You can look him up on Twitter.
He's got a YouTube video channel with like 30,000 followers, so have at it.
I'll ask MC Toon about it.
He's not right.
Go bring him here, dude. Go bring your buddy here. Go bring MC Toon to us if you want to get something. He won't. He's
not my buddy, but I can go to his Discord.
Yeah, he's kind of weak-minded, dude.
This is before you, Christ Bear. Here you go. Before you leave, man. The only thing you want to hear is what's going to confirm your bias. So McToon has been kind of working that angle. He's kind of like he wants to, for the people that believe in the globe, he's giving them information that's not true about how it's been done anywhere. So he's just like basically giving you a confirmation for your bias. That and you
He
like
interviews
that.
Well, no,
fake
it's the
flat
You
earthers.
like that.
McToon interviews fake dumb ding dong flat earthers.
Yeah, let's cut through the
earthers.
Christ
over the
bearer.
years,
Let's
we're
cut to the
saying
old
that
crap
you
cake.
shouldn't have a
No,
24
dude.
hours from the south.
No, dude. You just want to believe it's a globe. You, as a person, want to believe it's a globe so bad that you're looking on the internet for any excuse to believe, and he's giving you an excuse. So you don't want to look at this topic like seriously. You want to just do whatever confirms your bias. When you walk away from this forum, that's what you're going to take away. You want to go away thinking the Earth's a globe, so that you don't feel like you're going insane. And I'm sorry, dude. This isn't what this forum's about. It's designed for people to know the truth.
He's gone.
Yeah. I was
Jesus
trying to
Christ
get in
made
as much.
flat Earth.
I was trying to get as much as I could before you left. I knew he was going to do that. Fucking hell.
McToon will take care of you. I'll be back next time.
Yeah. McToon, the flat earthers are being mean. Good old McToon. Here I come to save the day.
The whole challenge is a loaded question, like I was talking about earlier. Like he's obtaining position fixes using a spherical coordinate reference system, and says, "Now I want you to get a position fix without using that."
Yeah.
And it's like, well, hold on a second.
Yep.
You know,
they wanted to.
They force you into using it, and then they reify the ball.
They want to turn that coordinate system that's useful for looking at things in the sky to the actual Earth being that. You're trying to turn the Earth into a globe. Yeah, that's what they're doing.
Yep, and they think that it's like a projection, right? When it's really a mapping, because it's not a straight projection.
Yeah.
They make all these corrections in the process that are incidental and unique on a case-by-case basis. As you can read in Helmert's freaking Higher Geodesy, all 1,800 pages of that. Correction by correction, like just crap doesn't work. Gotta go.
That was quick. I do that sometimes. Sometimes I leave without saying anything.
A elevation angle can be ascertained without reference to the surface of the Earth.
Really?
Yeah. So if it's a really foggy day or something, you can't see the surface, or say you're in an elevated plane of reference, you can just drop a plumb bob, get the horizontal from the vertical, and then measure the declination that way.
Yeah, so what is the plumb bob referencing, Mushkane?
Down, the vector of down.
And what is down? What is it pointing to?
The center of mass.
Center of mass. How do you know there's a center?
How do I? Well, what do you mean? How do I know? That's just.
Well, you made a bold statement that is pointing to the center of mass. That's a matter of fact statement. How do you know that?
I have no proof of that.
Thank you, sir. That'll be all, Your Honor. We got Hammer. Oh, that's Skybound. We got Hangover just jumped in. Hangover, welcome to the group. Is your friendly flat earther handling all mental contortions of all types? If you'd like to call in and ask some questions, go ahead. We got a couple of seasoned flat earthers on the hotline ready to take your calls. So if you're out there, you have any questions, comments, suggestions, well, Indio has a suggestion box. So just come in and give him a suggestion. Perhaps you have a dispute about what the forum, how it's being run. Maybe you have some type of micromanagement information you'd like to tell us. Either way, whatever it is, comments, concerns, inquiries. You guys don't know what to do. You're losing your freaking minds because we're in here day in and day out showing you 24/7 that there is no evidence of the Earth being a globe. You don't believe us. However, your feeble attempts will prove that to be true. I think for the most part, I want you to try your best because I think that's only the part where you're actually going to recognize that you can't do it. When you do your best and there really isn't any answer to the questions, how is the Earth a globe? Prove it. You don't got any proof. What else we got in here? We got Hush. I don't know. I guess I'm picking on new people. Who's AG? Have we spoken to that person? Oh, that's Ethergrass. What's up, dude? Oh my goodness. AG's in the house. Apocryphon. Oh, Apoc, are you there? Fuck, we've been speaking of this whole time and you haven't chimed in, bro.
Yeah, what's up? I'm just here listening, chilling.
Fucking hell. Dude,
How you been?
you can't even say what's up, bro? What's going on, man?
I
What
just
the
been
fuck's
listening,
going
bro.
on?
Listen to the
Fuck
good
that,
stuff.
dude. You know, homies don't. I'm not gonna let that shit slide, dude. You didn't say like, dude, what's up? What's up? What the fuck?
I've been here just listening to you guys.
Dude,
You guys are doing a good job wrecking these names, you know.
These fools?
Yeah. You got me. What else is new, man?
Nah, we're just taking it. Angle measurements provide evidence that the Earth is a globe these days.
Oh man, it's always something with these guys.
Yeah, the guy that just left.
The thing that you, I guess you would say that the thing that you guys, they try to throw back our arguments against them, like what we're saying. They try to throw back at us. It's funny.
It's just words, though. There's no results to anything you guys say, is there?
Yeah, there is. The result is people actually
Where?
start to realize that they don't know what they're talking about. That's the end.
Not people.
Beings use words
aware.
to communicate ideas.
You got any results outside of that?
What do you mean?
Yeah.
Outside of that?
The elephant in the room. Outside of that, any results? Nope. All you got is words, homie, and ideas that you share with humans. Sometimes they buy it. Many times they don't.
All right.
We got the black swan.
All right.
I mean, that's something.
We that
That's,
don't buy the idea go actually try to unconfirm the things that they try to say and can't confirm it.
You confirm by getting results. Fruits, like on the vine. You got any of that? Nope. All right, you got.
what about the long
What, you mean,
distance
like laser
observation?
tests? You mean laser tests and
Sun glare when men
tests,
give you
all
money, they
those?
don't like their money being wasted. So you keep seeing money go in a direction. That's a sheer indicator. Money don't come your direction because all you produce are words, and words
Pickle,
ain't worth
God
anything.
damn it. Stop tying this forum up in like whatever rhetoric you want to do.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, it's so weird. We're
local
giving you
way.
actual information that you can actually test yourself.
You're giving me words, man. You're giving me
Yeah,
words.
you're giving him words, Elbow. Words, man. Fucking words, bro.
Yeah, you're gonna learn the difference going forward in this world. What?
Yeah.
Morse code?
Are
Yeah,
you speaking Morse code? Because I don't hear any sensible English.
What about the long distance observations? That's
Pickle, who
something.
peed-
That's not just words.
Dude, Pickle, who peed in your Cheerios today, man?
Oh no, I got strong, man. Foolishness of men.
Somebody put sandpaper on your toilet seat?
Nah, I'm
Fuck
feeling
it.
great. I'm feeling great.
I don't think so. You're a bit disgruntled
You can hear it,
today.
bro. I feel great, bro. How you feeling?
Yeah. All you're saying is words.
Yeah.
Yeah, are you
You're
saying this?
listening. Yeah, and you're
Fucking words,
listening,
dude.
fool. Yeah.
Why do you say words all the time? Every time you speak, I hear words. Why? Why is there words?
We're conversing. We're not producing results in here, are we?
There is no results.
Ah,
Results?
we just-
Yeah,
yeah.
we don't- What kind of results?
Results
good
happen
kind,
in
the bad
labs
kind?
with equipment, bro. Formulas and science that people actually have reproduced with accuracy and precision.
Do you use words to say those formulas?
Yeah.
To describe them to you, I would, but if I were in the lab, I would just
So all
do
we
it
do is
because it
words?
works, bro. It works.
Works.
Yeah,
What
simply works.
Abstract.
You know what that is?
Abstract data.
Yeah, you can't understand it because.
Yeah, you can't understand the work, man, because you don't do any with your ideas.
Okay. You feel better?
Feel great, thanks.
All right.
I'm glad you left it out.
Yeah.
All it was words, but
Do we get any more plastic trophies we can give this
Pragmatic
guy?
fallacy.
Here you
You got to take a college level course to be yapping about logical.
Oh my God! Here we go. More academics that come in here. Well, I have a degree in
Remind you of what little
sociology.
you know.
You
that
guys
try
don't
to
know what you're
fake like
talking
you do.
about.
Yep, for sure.
I'm an academic. I'm gonna tout my knowledge over you guys. You don't know what you're talking about. I'm pretty smart.
It's not fair for you to say they just have words when they have the long distance observation.
Bro, don't even try. Go peeking back behind that
Go
curtain.
saw something, man. That's not even results.
Those are just
Any
words.
value attached? No.
Yeah, pickle.
There's definitely value attached to it.
You show me the funding you got.
We could give you the FE core.
Nah,
Gives you all types of data, formulas, and information about the distance and the test that was done.
Waiting for somebody else to jump into chat. What else we got? Fallen Friends. Fallen Friends. Welcome to the group. Fallen Friends, are you there? We also got Hangover. So Fallen Friends and Hangover. You're brand new to this forum. Welcome. Oh, we got Rich Evans. Anybody want to talk to Rich once again? Rich has been writhing and contorting for as long as we've known him. Ever since we've demonstrated he doesn't have evidence that the earth is... He just ran away. Fucking Rich, where'd you go, bro? Damn it.
Descended to text.
Anybody else want to say words?
Yeah, we got words, bro. You can't prove anything with words. Sorry. You can't use words. You have to use like sounds like that makes more sense, doesn't it?
How do they
Maybe
write all those fancy PhD theses without words?
Yeah. Can't use words. Sorry. No words allowed. There's no results coming from words. Only more words. Pickle wants to win the internet today. Sporadic. He's like, I went on the internet and I won. Yeah. Hooray for me. Anybody else want to step up to the plate? Batter. Swing batter. So we better. Okay, hell, did you just ban him?
Yeah, he said he was too good for this convo.
Oh, did he? That's a snob, that guy. He's quite a snob. I remember the first time I ran into him. He was touted by many in this forum or this server as one of the gods of debate. Oh, Pickle, man. That guy will come in here. You guys wouldn't know what to do. The guy's really in his own head about stuff. I was trying to feed Brenda the that argument about the lunar eclipse, but it's almost like trying to insert a program that the computer doesn't understand or denies. You're like, fuck, dude, how do I make this?
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
Huh? What'd you say? That sounds like AI.
It was like a soundboard.
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
Yeah, sounding like someone's playing a soundboard. Hey, Brenda messed up from out the gate because, I mean, I don't know if you remember, but the first thing that came out the mouth was the moon doesn't have an atmosphere, so that's why you wouldn't have that. And then, minutes later, yeah, it has an atmosphere. It's like, dude, it double talks all the time, dude. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's kind of fun.
Yeah, it exposes them. Yeah.
And then Pads comes in here. Oh, he's saying a good argument. I like that argument. You guys are not talking about the amount of, red light that should be seen. I think that's one of the questions that Brenda was putting to Indio at the time. And that to Pads was something when I noticed that he was on the side chat typing in there. Yeah, he didn't answer the amount of red light that should be shown. That's a good question.
Brenda asked me to scientifically prove that something bathed in a red light will see that source is red.
Yeah.
Fucking crazy, dude.
The lengths that they have to go.
What color is it going to be then? Like, what? Do you think it's going to be blue? Like,
yeah. According to Pickle, when you see the moon showing that it's red tint, but if you were on the moon, however, looking at the Earth, you would see a different thing. It wouldn't be that red light. That's what they were saying, or at least Pickle was saying.
What color would it be?
Well, that's what he said. He didn't. He just described that you wouldn't see that because it's a different perspective.
That's nonsense. That light, that red light, is on the surface of the moon. You see it from the surface of the moon. It's what touching the surface of the moon. So that red light need to be the thing that is touching the sensor of the camera that is on the surface of the moon.
Well, not according to their mental contortions, Necros. They're saying that you would, from the moon, see a different thing happening on the Earth. Not a red light. There, I said it, see?
Yeah, see?
Yeah.
Are we cooking, see? Are we live, see?
Yeah, we're live. We got a lot of clowns coming through here, see?
Brenda, like, by her response, she said, when she first saw it, she said, I don't see the problem with that. She thought that was just a regular solar eclipse, right?
Yeah.
That's what she thought.
Yeah, the bullshit. Oh, I wouldn't know what I'm looking at. Fuck off, dude. That's so stupid. And by the way, before we forget, CB, how did it go last night?
It was a great night, guys. Solid night.
All right. Yep. Just wondering, man. Hopefully you had a good time. Yeah.
Bro, how are you guys? Are you still cooking from last night? What the
Dude,
heck?
we ain't stopped cooking, bro.
Wow.
Just fucking, you know how we do parties, man? They don't fucking stop.
Fast. Yeah, we got some heavy hitters in here too. Indio's here. Holy.
What, you stopped cooking? Is it Ramadan for you, Creation B?
No, we never stop cooking. We never stop cooking.
Yeah.
Look at Clipcord putting the plumb bob as a curved plumb line. It's so stupid.
Dude, shout out to Clipcord, man.
Yeah, Clipcord, I don't know what we do without you, man.
Clipcord, where you at, brother?
Where you at, homie?
Yeah, man.
And then he comes through with the mad clips. What the fuck? Yeah, look how he clips that shit out, man. He puts. Look at that. Okay, so the question he's asking ChatGPT is this a vertical plumb line? Yes or no? And he shows a little description there, and it says no. The plumb line in the image is not perfectly vertical line. It appears to be slightly tilted.
Yikes.
And Mushkane's answer were knowing that without referencing, like it was a real foggy day, you couldn't tell where the ground was or anything, so you'd use a plumb bob. And he says, just get it horizontal from the vertical, from a plumb bob. But the problem is, when describing, the center of the Earth with using a plumb bob, that plumb bob would be curving. That's what the image that Clipcord put into the ChatGPT. So, causing a problem for Mushkane. Curving plumb bob.
Mushkane. What's his deal?
The plumb bob does technically curve, but not that you could.
Oh,
a plumb bob that you were holding just in front of you.
That's a party right there, baby. Oh.
What's the heck?
I'm just waiting for Speculation Sunday to kick in so I can hear what everybody has to say about the Egyptian stuff.
You don't have to wait.
Yeah. You don't have to wait, man. We bring the goods anytime. See, the reason why this platform was curated the way it was so that people wouldn't just be speculating all the fucking time. And then, Sunday would be that. But, I mean, we can basically do what we want. We don't want to, but,
Hey, man, when pyramids, do those curve?
You were breaking up, Indio. Say again?
Oh, you know how? Do you know the pyramid story that's going around? Am I still breaking up?
No, you're coming through that time. Yep.
Okay. So they said they go down 2 kilometers columns. This is what they detected. Are they curved? When they made those vertical columns, are they curved under the pyramids?
If he says slightly, dude, I'm gonna fucking ban him. I'm just kidding. I won't ban. Mushkane, that's you.
I mean, yeah, we don't even know if those really exist. I was trying to ask.
My God.
If they do, and he was like, "Well, I can't reveal my sources, so I don't know."
It's like that magic 8 ball. Ask again later. Looking. Mushkane. Dude, why don't you just give up the ghost and become a flat earther already, dude? Why are you fucking struggling?
Just thinking that.
Why are you struggling, bro? Why? What the fuck, dude? You'd be more content being a flat earther than you would be struggling as a glober, man.
Look, I know you don't like the public image of it, but you know it's true, bro. Come on, man. People just don't want to be labeled a flat earther.
No, it's not so much the label. It's more of just I'm just interested in science. So really, I kind of use this like when you guys give questions like plumb lines or are actually curving. Like I like to look into that kind of stuff.
Yeah, what do they say? They are, huh?
How long you got to look?
It's gonna take them a minute.
I mean, physics. I mean, you can look up the answer, but to understand it actually takes time. It's not like physics is just something that's intuitive.
I got 2 questions for you. Do buildings move? And are there water hills?
Yeah, buildings move.
Oh,
and are there water hills?
Water hills?
Yeah.
Yeah. What do boats go over?
What's a wave?
Nah,
that's
wave is not a water hill. Yeah, we're talking about the curvature of the earth. Are boats going over a water hill?
They do appear to disappear bottom up.
Exactly, Mickey. Wait, why do you say buildings move, Mushkane?
Well, they're designed to move. They have to move if they didn't.
No. Hold on.
He's being really like hyper specific.
I don't mean swaying, right? I mean like moving with the earth as it spins. If it's connected to the ground, and the ground is...
Well, yeah.
Like a conveyor belt.
Buildings are in our reference frame. Everything in one's reference frame would be moving relative to each other. So we're all moving at the same time. So it wouldn't be that you would never be able to detect that motion. That's why motion is relative.
Que la chingada.
And there you have it, folks. He's in a moving building.
But he doesn't know it because you couldn't detect it. So therefore... It's moving, but you can't detect it, so there's no way of knowing that. You know what I mean? You get what I'm saying?
You can't tell, but I know.
You know what I mean, right?
You can prove this to yourself if you're in a car or any kind of other...
Bro.
Yeah, because you're in a fucking car, and you know that because how? You got into the car. And guess what? When you open the door, you can step out of the car. When can you do that to the earth, Mushkane?
Well, yeah, that's why you wouldn't be able to tell. You can't get off the earth, so...
Yeah, so how do you know you're in a fucking car, like the way you used the analogy? How? Tell me now!
House
Okay. I can tell you that one. That is one answer I do know. You measure the acceleration.
Really? How'd you do that?
With an accelerometer.
Accelerometer? Where is this accelerometer placed?
Well, you can't just buy one. You would have to build it.
Really? So this an imaginary accelerometer that you don't know exists because you're just describing it right now on the fly. Why would you think it would work?
Every phone has an accelerometer, just so you know.
Yeah, well, he's not talking about that.
Is that how you measure the Earth?
He's not talking about that.
Yeah,
are you talking about that? Wait. Are you talking?
Not every accelerometer is sensitive enough to measure.
See, Donald.
Earth rotating, Donald. So
come on, Donald.
That doesn't make me wrong. I'm still right. Every phone has an accelerometer.
No one was challenging that, Donnie boy.
Well, Mushkane says that's not strong enough, Donald, so you can't use that, Donald.
It's not because. Well, it's accurate, but what an accelerometer does is it's taking oscillations. So if your oscillation isn't long enough, the period's not long enough, you're never going to be able to detect, that small of a rotation.
Sure, but Donald, you can do it with multiple phones. Like if you use 1,000 phones, you can do it. They actually did it.
Who did?
It's been done.
Where?
Yeah, it's not an accumulative effect, Donald. They're like.
Yeah, Donald.
Yeah, I'll get you the paper.
Uh-oh. You're going to be proven wrong, Mushkane, by Donald C. I do have another question, but I'm going to wait to see what happens here. This looks a little bit more interesting.
It's juicy.
Well, I don't.
It sounds like.
Yeah, he's saying that a bunch of smaller accelerometers have an.
Yeah, I don't want you guys to duke it out. I want to see who's right between your two guys doing it. It's like bum fights, dude. You want to see something go down?
Yeah.
That period of oscillation isn't lengthening. You're just.
No, I mean tell him. Tell him. He's saying that. So, Donald, that's to you. He says you're a numpty dipshit because you said that you can use a whole bunch of phones. It's calling your ass out, dude.
You're gonna let him talk to you like that, Donald?
You're gonna let him just deal with you like manhandle you like that?
I mean, just I'm posting the paper right now. Give me 5 seconds to copy the thing.
You're about to be disproven, Mushkane. How do you like that?
Well, no, he's not being disproven. He just didn't know. No? He didn't know that it's been done.
He was ignorant. He's just an ignorant fool.
Take that, bro?
Just an ignorant fool.
I'm not upset with being wrong. It's just what he's saying.
So are you wrong? So did Donald? Is Donald? Okay, I need your capitulation. Is Donald C correct and you're wrong?
I'm waiting for evidence. I don't.
He showed you dude. There's a link he posted.
Yeah, I posted it.
All right. Well, let me look at it.
Go look at it.
Yeah, they use like 1,000 or something cell phones and measured the motion of the Earth.
Yeah, if he's right, you're gonna have to say he's right.
It doesn't matter.
It matters here, because both can't be right. One of you is gonna have to win.
He just didn't know that it had been done.
Well, then he's gonna have to admit he was wrong and you were right.
He just didn't know. He wasn't wrong.
Well, he's gonna have to admit that he didn't know, and you brought him new information, and you're right.
Well, I mean, right and wrong.
That's just how it goes, man. That's just how it goes.
Right and wrong is sort of irrelevant.
Hey, man, I don't make up the rules. That's just the way it is. Yeah.
If he didn't know, it means that he were arguing from ignorance.
No, he was arguing from his best knowledge.
He's trying his best. I get it, but the best.
No, that's not what I said. I didn't say that.
That's okay, Mushkane. You tried your best, but it just wasn't good enough. Donald C is like the all-knowing eye.
No, I've just researched this stuff intensely.
Okay.
Wait, how do you all know he's right when you haven't even checked his link yet?
Because he's saying he's right, dude. That's how we know. He's saying he's right and you're wrong. So, I mean, are you going to let him do
I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm just saying he didn't know that it had been done.
Well, then who's right and who's wrong in this argument between you and him?
It's irrelevant. Right and wrong is irrelevant.
Doesn't matter.
No,
well, it should. Matter. Because if he's saying that that's not true and you're saying it is true, somebody's going to be right and wrong.
When you are presented new evidence, you change your opinion.
That's you do. Does he?
I mean, that's the way that it works. If he doesn't,
if he doesn't,
that's a big fat him problem, not a me problem.
Well, then that big fat him problem is going to be because you're going to be both contradicting each other. So either one person is right and the other one's wrong.
It's not me. It's the paper.
Oh, the paper. Okay, well, the paper is going to prove you wrong, Mushkane. That Donald C. presented.
It's just new evidence. It's not.
This is kind of different than what I thought, because what this is a crowd. So what they got people to participate. It's not like it was done in a lab or something. They just got people from around the world.
So right.
To use
It
their
wasn't done in a
phones.
lab. It was done with people's cell phones. You can't do that in a lab.
And then they say that the data was relatively good. So I don't know. I'm still reading.
That's good.
So can we throw it out, Mushkane? What he just presented?
If you want to throw it out, you can. But I mean, I'm just.
Well, I want to hear Mushkane. It's got to be Mushkane throwing it out. We're just observers right now.
I haven't thrown it out yet, but I'm just saying there's some verbiage in there that makes that that I take pause at, because it says the data is relatively well and
relatively good.
Or relatively good, yeah.
But all I was demonstrating is that cell phones have accelerometers, and if you get enough of them, you can measure things with them.
Yeah, I know, but Mushkane is saying that's incorrect because they're not strong enough to measure that type of acceleration. That's the argument.
The thing that I was demonstrating can be done.
Well, he's saying no, and you're saying yes. Who's right?
So,
No, the paper is.
Once again, you're full of shit. It was 8 cell phones, dude.
That one was 8 cell phones. Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure. It said 4 Notes and 4 Galaxy S8s. And they didn't measure rotation. They measured the deflection of the local gravity.
Did you know that, Donald?
Of course not.
Maybe I grabbed the wrong paper.
Oh my God.
Uh-oh.
Hey, Miggy.
Maybe it burned down in your house.
The thing that I was demonstrating is that you can measure things with accelerometers in cell phones, so it still does that.
Well, thanks, dude. You can measure things with accelerometers. Congratulations.
I didn't challenge it.
So okay, so this round goes to Mushkane. So he was right. Mushkane,
Chad,
you're right.
I just want to highlight that Donald was experiencing.
Thanks, Mushkane. Mushkane was right. Donald T was wrong.
Chat.
Good fight. Round 1 over.
I just want to throw in.
Title now.
You got the W, man. Sorry.
Yeah, I just want to throw in though. Donald is experiencing what's called anything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome.
Well, you know, it's.
I don't think this guy's a flat earther, so that doesn't apply.
No. When you jumped in, you said no, you can't measure things with accelerometers. Nobody was saying you can't.
No, with cell phones, accelerometers and cell phones.
No, but he was talking. He was talking about the Earth, dude. That's what we're talking about.
Oh, here it is. I just got the wrong one.
Here we go.
Oh, he got the wrong one, Indio.
Round 2.
All right, here we go. Round 2, Mushkane. He's coming back with more. How to prove Mushkane wrong in 2 citations or 2 sources.
2 Google
That's
searches.
what we're talking about. Go ahead, post your source there, Donald. Oh, there you go. Mushkane, you gonna let him do that?
All right, now I need to take a. I'm gonna take a look at this one.
There's actually an app you can get that can measure the rotation of the Earth, the acceleration due to gravity, and the atmospheric pressure.
Damn.
What's cap?
That shit does it all. Now, Mushkane, do you think that's true?
Is it a free app?
Yeah, it's a free app. It's called
Donald T. You're conflating the measurement of gravity with the measurement of Earth's angular velocity. That's 2 different things. That's an acceleration. That's a rotation.
It's called
versus the acceleration due to gravity.
$40 to see the article. Yeah,
It's a trash app, bro.
It's called Physics. You don't even know the app. It's called Physics Toolbox. It's a very good app, actually.
It's trash.
I mean, you didn't even know the name of it when you called it trash.
It's made from the Chinese government, bro. From China.
You do not know that. You cannot know that.
It's as good as Dave Weiss's app, bro. Just relax, bro.
You are wrong.
But okay, so are you going to address what Mushkane just put to you? I mean, I don't think you're just avoiding the question now.
What do you say? What do you ask?
Mushkane, let him know, man. You were talking about a conflation here. Well, go ahead.
Yeah, you're conflating the measurement of gravity, which would be an acceleration, the rotational motion of also. Those 2 are not equivalent. If that's
well, I know. I was talking about 2 different things. This paper doesn't have anything to do with gravity. I was talking about something completely different when I was talking about gravity. I was talking about the app that you can get for your cell phone called Physics Toolbox.
It's trash.
Yeah, that paper is also supposed to be for the gravity in different latitudes.
So is it what Mushkane was proposing, or are you just making like a
has nothing
side
to do with
argument?
it. He's just Googling smartphone and rotation.
Damn.
Nothing to do with
All he's
rotation.
doing.
That's for
Look,
Googling.
So does Mushkane still?
Hold on. Even mainstream science admits you cannot measure Earth rotation with a MEMS accelerometer. They're not accurate enough.
Oh, dude, Mushkane looks like he's getting the W.
You know why they say this? You know why
Except for
they say this?
the paper that
Hold
says
on,
off is the opposite.
Hold on, Donald. Hold on, Donald. I'm gonna say why they say this.
Oh, here we
Why
go.
they say this? They say this because a flat earther took a MEMS accelerometer and he drove 240 miles and it showed no rotation.
This
Where
has
it
nothing to do with flat Earth.
Yes, it does, because if you're driving over a curve, the sensor's going to rotate, right?
I mean, yeah, sort of.
Okay, so they couldn't measure a rotation from driving. They said it's not sensitive enough for that.
No one's talking about driving in this paper.
I was like, Mushkane's correct.
Actually, yeah, it's talking about a trip.
I don't care what you think. I'm not even talking about that.
Donald, Mushkane is right and you're wrong, dude. What do you got to say about that?
Mushkane is not even talking about the thing that I'm talking about. He's talking about something completely different. So I don't care if he's right or not. He can be right, and I can be right at the same time.
So just say that he's right. Just say that he's right. We'll be done with this.
Didn't I just say that he was right?
No, you said you could be right and he could be right.
I don't think that he's right. I really don't think that he's right. I said he can be right.
You're the one that came in here saying
Because
something
I've
different.
measured the rotation of the planet with my cell phone. I've done that personally, so I think he's wrong.
That's cap, bro.
It's definitely
You measure Earth rotation.
Donald,
Right here. Do you want to see? I've got the program. I mean, it's very simple.
Donald, the paper you just posted has to do with somebody driving on a trip using their smartphones and measuring the gravitational effect.
Yikes.
Damn, dude. Not looking so good for Donald right now.
Let me see. It says...
This is what happens when you Google stuff on the fly.
I didn't Google something on the fly. I've used this before.
Mushkane's fucking sitting back lighting a stogie, dude. Or what, are you gonna just let him just get away with that? Like,
I mean,
what do you got to come back with, dude? Bring the goods, man. Let's see some hard evidence. Like, you got to counter him. How are you gonna do it?
I mean, so I was trying to do that with my phone. So there's this thing called Physics Toolbox, and I can just show you the measurement of the Earth, of the rotation.
That's cap.
It's not. I don't know if that. Can I turn on my camera in this room?
Oh shit!
No.
Dude, we don't want to see you.
Donald,
come on.
I'm reading that link you posted, and it said it will suffice to measure the gravity, the acceleration due to gravity. That's
You see
exactly
But then it also talks about. Well, I mean, you can't see it here, but it also talks about the rotation.
What does it say?
Yeah, it's saying we can't measure the rotation, but what we can do is measure the gravity.
Oh shit!
It says if Galileo had a smartphone, could he detect and prove the rotate about its own axis? So it's talking about rotation also.
Yeah.
So I mean, can I turn on my camera?
Reading. I guess you just.
We don't want to see you.
Yeah, I guess you just read the beginning of the thing and then never read the phone.
I can't.
We don't want to see.
Believe
We don't want to see your Cheeto dusted shirt, dude. We don't want that.
Well, I've read the entire paper.
I just posted the last sentence. The paper's not even that long. Look, I just posted.
We don't want to see all the NASA posters on your wall, dude. Come on.
It will suffice to measure the value of the acceleration due to gravity, which will be measured at different latitudes. It says nothing about the rotation. It's also talks about the rotation.
What? It's because of the dude.
It's a long paper. That's just not all of it. That's not all of it. It's longer.
You read it after you just Googled it.
Yeah, I've read it before. It's not the first time I've Googled it. I've talked to you to Flat Earth.
Yeah, Donald. It's not the whole paper. It's the abstract, which gives you a succinct explanation of the entire paper, which it does, and it's saying that directly measuring Earth's acceleration. It's only measuring gravity as approximate to it, to approximate that measurement.
Well, all gravity measurements are approximate to a point. Because I mean, we can measure it infinitely to the decimal points. We've actually measured it out to like 15 or 20 decimal points.
It's cap, bro.
Captain Donald is a
You're
Captain
silly.
That's a fucking evil.
You just saying
genius
that
laugh right
cap
there.
does not mean anything. These
Well,
things are
this
published.
reaction, yes, this reaction means a lot. Yes.
You don't know flat earther.
That's not what I said. You just saying that it's capped does not mean anything if I have peer-reviewed papers that are published.
Yeah, it's capped because the highest precision measurement is the charge of an electron, and that's 13 decimal places. So you're making
We're talking
shit up
about gravity, not electrons.
Bro,
we're talking about gravity,
the highest precision measurement in physics, period.
Well, demonstrate that. How do you demonstrate that? What's your source for that?
It just looks like Donald, Mushkane's walking away with his W, man. You're just gonna be left with the big old.
I mean,
huge L.
you just saying that doesn't make it true.
It is, dude. He demonstrated like what he.
You just
didn't demonstrate it. You just said words.
Here we go. Yes,
Donald,
Biggie.
Donald, what did you do?
I posted papers.
So you
Those papers agreed with what I said.
So 25 significant digits. That's what you posted.
That's not what I posted.
That's what we're
And I said
asking.
15 or 20. I think it's closer to 15. But you
Post
guys
that shit.
Post it on the 10, dude. Wow.
Post it. All right, Mushkane, appreciate you. The fight was won by Mushkane. Thank you very much.
I mean, that's your opinion. You're wrong.
This was Globe Fights, brought to you by 24/7. We do the best we can. Yeah. Big old W.
Let's test Donald. Donald, what's the difference in precision and uncertainty in a measurement? So when you see the number, right, and then at the end it says plus or minus some value, what does that mean?
You talk about margin for error. I think you mean precision and accuracy. What's the difference between precision and accuracy?
And uncertainty.
Well, they have nothing to do with each other. Uncertainty is the amount of the amount of a system that we cannot measure. Precision is how close to a measurement you get when you compare, how close to a prediction you get when you compare it to reality.
So, Donald, since you're expert at Google precision and accuracy in measurement.
Well, that's different from what you said. So accuracy is different from what you from
look in science. They're always presented together because they are similar. They're similar because you get a measurement output. You have to consider both, right?
That's exactly what I said. What are you talking about?
This guy, dude, you're an embarrassment to Globers, man.
I'm embarrassing.
Yeah,
you're the lowest on the totem pole for Globers, man.
Oh, the lowest is the most powerful. So thank you.
I don't think so.
No one analogies you understand.
In the pecking order of Globers, dude, you're like way down there. You're like number 155.
That's insignificant. I couldn't care less about your opinion of my pecking order.
Yeah,
it is gravity measure.
Because you're like those that just throw shit at the wall. Hopefully, you see something.
That's not true. I can demonstrate everything I've said.
Mushkane actually thinks about what he's talking about.
I did demonstrate everything. Have you muted me at all? I don't know.
No, you're not muted, man.
I will put him.
I was just on something else. So, how many digits is gravity measured?
He's looking up what India was asking him. Fucking hell, bro. You just made a claim, and then now you're coming back around to look up the answer, see if that's true or not?
Oh, man, it's only 6.
Donald, what are you doing, bro?
I was wrong.
It's a bad look. I know. That's what India was telling you. Duh.
No, that's...
I measured gravity to 6 significant digits.
Look, I'm not saying he was wrong. I'm saying he made it up. Straight up.
I didn't make it up. I just misremembered.
Nobody told you. Well, nobody told you that. You didn't read it anywhere. So you just made it up. Which means
you guys talked about electrons after I was talking about gravity.
You're like a guy who gets caught cheating. He's like, no, that one thing. No, I wasn't. Really? Nah, that wasn't me.
Do you have a source for that?
I just misremembered something, and I was only off by 5.
Yeah.
I guess I was off by like 9 digits, but still.
You're going to give us an excuse. You're tired or some bullshit.
No, I just misremembered. That's all. I'm not giving any excuses. I misremembered.
So you're just wrong then, right?
That's cap.
I was wrong. I said that. At the beginning of all of this, I said I was wrong.
Can we take a victory lap now, Donald?
Y'all were not right. Y'all said nothing that was correct.
Let's take a victory lap, guys.
Just because I was wrong doesn't make you right.
Let's get some L's in the chat for
Hold on a second. Hold on. Donald said I'm only out by 9 digits. That's a trillion, dude.
No, it's decimal points. It's 9 decimal points.
But
it doesn't matter. I just misremembered. That doesn't matter how far off I was. I misremembered. That's all that matters.
Yeah, we got L's flying in the chat.
We got L's, dude.
Never read that anywhere.
Look at the L's, bro.
Dogs, the chat is flying right now with L's, bro.
I don't care. It wasn't a debate. I was just talking about gravity, and I misremembered.
I beg to differ, sir.
That's Capra.
I couldn't care less about your opinion.
Well, I think you do, because you're getting upset.
No, I don't.
The chat's never wrong, bro. We got
So
L's
we
flying.
won. You lost. We're taking a victory lap.
Is often wrong.
We're taking a victory lap. Yeah, we're doing
Just because I was wrong does not make you right. Just so
But
you know.
that's exactly what that means. You're wrong. We're right.
Y'all were not on the opposite of what I said. Y'all
yeah,
were
we
not
are.
on the opposite of what
We're
I said.
so on the
Y'all
opposite
did
of
not
what you
say
said.
that we have only measured gravity to 6 digits.
We're
Y'all
so
never
right.
said that we had only
You're so
measured
wrong.
gravity to 6 digits. Y'all were not right.
You just admitted that we were right and you were wrong. You
No,
just said so.
I did not do that. That did not happen.
Yeah.
You did it not do it?
Yeah.
I did not do that.
Yeah. But we all witnessed you say that you were wrong, so that means we're right.
No, because you were not on. It was not a dichotomy, and you were not on the opposite of my.
So if you're wrong, then what does that make us?
I can be wrong, and you be wrong
And
at
what
the
does that
same
make
time.
us? Yeah, what does that make us if you're wrong?
It was not a dichotomy. Y'all did not say that we had
But
only
if you're
measured
wrong,
gravity.
what are we? If
Oh
you're
my-
wrong, what are we?
It is not a dichotomy, so it does not matter.
But what is it then? What are we then? If you're wrong,
Y'all
what are we?
still wrong because you didn't say the right thing. Y'all didn't say the right thing. I didn't say the right thing.
So
We
how
were
do you know
both
that if you
wrong.
were? How do you know that if you don't acknowledge that you're wrong? If you didn't
I did
acknowledge that you're
already-
wrong,
I,
then
I did already acknowledge I was wrong.
yeah.
many
So that
times.
means that what are we then?
Still wrong.
That means we're right, right and
No,
wrong.
it doesn't because it's not a dichotomy.
Yeah,
The only
yeah, it
way that
does.
would work, dude. The only way that would work, dude. The only way that would work is if it was a dichotomy. It was not a
is.
dichotomy, so it does not matter.
Yeah, we're so right and you're so wrong. Yeah, we got it. Thank you,
You are
Thank you, Donald.
silly. You're silly.
are.
We're so right. Yeah, I know. You just want to say it, but
No.
you can't because you're pride.
You're not right. It was not a dichotomy. Just because I'm wrong,
Yeah, a
does not
flat earther proved you wrong. You admitted it. You
No,
said you're
that
wrong.
did not
Flat earthers are
happen.
right, and you're wrong, Donald.
That did not happen.
It did. You admitted it.
I just misremembered a significant digit.
So
count.
you were
That's
wrong.
it.
Yeah, so you're
Yes,
wrong.
I was wrong, but that does not make you right because I was wrong.
Yeah,
It's not a
because
dichotomy.
one person is wrong, the other one's right.
It was not a dichotomy.
It was.
It was not.
Pointed out
Okay,
that
what was the
you-
dichotomy?
you were-
Tell me the
who
dichotomy.
Who pointed out that you were saying it incorrectly?
Well, y'all were just guessing, but it doesn't matter. It was not a dichotomy. Just because I'm wrong doesn't make you right.
Oh, we're so right. We're so
All right,
right.
so does
and you're
anybody
so
have
wrong.
evidence of flat Earth, a measurement? Because I've measured the curvature of the Earth personally. a minute ago.
Oh, he wants to run.
Yeah, he's going
What?
to another topic.
I
It's
thought
nice.
we had settled this. Everybody was wrong, so it doesn't matter.
Not everybody.
Well, we
No,
settled it
just
that you were wrong and we were right.
Yeah, it was just you.
It was not a dichotomy, so just because I'm
Didn't
wrong...
you? Or are you the only
Oh
one
my
that said you were
God,
wrong? You're the only one in this chat that said you were wrong. Everybody else didn't say they were wrong. Just you. Ooh. Uh-oh.
But it was not a dichotomy, so me being wrong does not affect
But it
you
was
being right at all.
But it was because you said
It was
you were
not
wrong.
a
You're the only one that
dichotomy.
said that.
It was not a dichotomy. What was the dichotomy?
That
What
you
was
said you were wrong.
the P and not P?
You said
What
you
was
were
the
wrong,
P and not P?
and we were right. You said you were
What
wrong.
was the
we
P
were
and
right.
not P? What was the P and not P?
Yeah, you're saying that you were
What
wrong.
is the
and we were right.
dichotomy? What is the dichotomy?
The information you brought forward was incorrect because by you stated that, oh, I'm sorry, I misspoke. Okay, so you were wrong. and we were
Misremembered.
right.
I said misremembered.
Yeah. So you're
So
wrong.
it's not a dichotomy, not remembering the correct significant digit.
You just
that
gotta
we
own
needed.
it, dude. Own it that we won and
I
you lost.
have. I was wrong, but that doesn't
you
make
lost.
you right.
Yeah, it is.
No, it doesn't. It was not a dichotomy.
Uh-huh.
You are. So you're just lying now.
No,
so
I'm
gonna
just
go
right.
smoke a cigarette, and when you're done lying, I'll
Yeah.
talk to an honest person.
After all that, you can smoke 10 cigarettes, dude. We're still gonna be right after all 10 of them. Sorry.
Like, how is Donald even smoking? Doesn't he give a shit about like science and like?
Did he deafen himself? Did he put himself in the corner again?
Yeah. Well, the body's not his temple, Crit, so.
He was accusing you guys of lying.
How much Kane over there strutting his stuff?
Yeah, every single link that he posted said the opposite of what he said because it was measuring the acceleration of gravity.
Here's just another evidence of you understanding how good it feels to be a flat earther, man. You see what I'm talking about, bro? It's just like when you're on this side, you're winning all the time. It's like you wake up winning, dude. It's like nonstop winning. Why? Because you're on the right side. Truth. Huh? On the other hand, if you hang out with these scrubs, man, you're going to sound just like Donald. Struggling, looking for ways to frantically search for answers. And, there really isn't one for liars. So. By the way, wasn't Donald banned from this group? Is he back from his ban?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, we're rolling into Speculation Sunday later on tonight, so I think everybody's going to let their hair down. There's a couple of speculations people have kind of penned up. What else we got? We got the culture department in here. We got...
Yes. Just I'm listening in, making sure the vibes are good and culture's on point, and I approve.
Are you going back out to the ocean anytime soon?
Oh, definitely. Yeah, I
Back by
got the weekend off. The weather, I'm still in the patio right now. It's so nice, bro.
So, hey, does anybody have any measurements of a flat Earth?
Yeah,
just like every surveyor on Earth, but other than that,
every surveyor on Earth measures a curved Earth. Just so you know.
Really? Which
yeah,
one?
all of them.
All of them. How do they do that?
With like theodolites and auto levels.
What's the method for that?
The method? Well, you use a target, and then you measure the difference from the zenith angles.
Angles? How do you have angles? Go ahead. What are angles? What's an angle?
Angle is the vortex between two lines.
Two straight lines, huh?
No, they don't have to be straight. No
straight lines. Really?
They don't have to be straight.
So an angle is not two straight lines in.
On a curved surface, an angle would be curved, have curved lines.
Dude.
Do you think that you can't draw angles on a curved surface?
Okay, this is a right and wrong kind of thing, man. You're so wrong. So you can have an angle with a curve.
What is non-Euclidean geometry? What is non-Euclidean geometry?
So an angle has a curved baseline?
What is non-Euclidean geometry?
You're going to answer my question? Does an angle have
what's
a
your
curved
question?
baseline?
Because I asked the question first, but I'll answer you.
No, you're talking about Euclidean geometry, but I'm asking is when you talk about non-Euclidean geometry. Yeah. All right, so when you're talking about an angle, are you saying that the baseline for that angle is not a straight line?
It doesn't have to be. So
is it or is it not? Like I
just said, it does not have to be. On a curved surface, the lines will be curved. Are you saying that you cannot draw an angle?
So you can you can get a 90-degree angle with the curved baseline?
You can get any angle on any surface.
Well, I'm asking the question. Can you get a 90-degree angle with a curved baseline?
Dude, you can get any angle on any surface.
Donald?
The answer is yes. The answer is yes.
Oh, really?
You can get any angle on any surface. Any surface can have any angle. Look at a basketball. The lines on a basketball make all kinds of all kinds of angles, right? There's angles on a basketball.
A curved line equals a 90-degree angle? How'd you do that?
I didn't say that.
What type of sorcery is that?
That's not what I said. I said you can get any angle on any surface.
A 90-degree angle?
Yes, on the surface.
On a curved surface.
With two lines on a curved surface, you can get 90-degree angles.
Yeah. Oh, so now you're saying two straight lines, huh?
No.
No.
I never said that.
So a curved baseline can give you a 90-degree angle.
Oh, can somebody post a picture of a basketball?
Nah, we don't need that. We want you to answer the question.
I did 5 times.
A curved baseline, the line at the bottom is curving, and the other line is not. It's a straight line. Can you get a 90-degree angle?
There's a 90-degree angle drawn on every basketball. There's several.
I'm not worried about a basketball. I'm talking about the specific question I'm putting to you. Can you
The answer
get
is yes.
a 90 degree? So the answer is yes. You can get it. So go ahead and post the citation where what a 90 degree angle is. Post it.
Look, there's a
Right, for
90
you.
degree angle on that basketball right there.
No,
Where
I don't
those
care
two
about that.
lines
I'm asking
intersect,
you to post a definition of a 90 degree angle. What's a 90 degree angle?
It's where.
What? Yeah, post it. Either I'm right or you're right. One of us is going to be wrong. And then we're going to take a victory lap if I'm right.
90 degree angle.
Post it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Oh, he's looking. His brain's
Here we
moving.
go. Here is the definition.
Of a 90 degree angle. Yep, let's see it.
Yes, and it has nothing about straight lines in it, just so you know. There. That's the definition of a 90 degree, right above the certificate of appointment. So a 90 degree angle, also known as a right angle, is formed when two lines or line segments intersect, creating an angle that measures exactly 90 degrees. Nothing about straight lines in there, buddy.
So there is no straight lines to form a 90 degree. How do you get a 90 degree angle?
You can
without
form
it being...
90 degree angles with straight
No, you
lines, but
can't.
it's not the only way.
Yeah, that is the only way. You big
Look at the
doofus.
basketball that I posted. Look at the basketball.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't need to look at the basketball.
90 degree angle right there. There's four of them right there.
4 of them.
Yes, where those two lines intersect, there's 4 90 degree angles.
They're
On
not
that
90
basketball
degrees.
that I posted.
They're not 90. On a curved surface,
They
you can't
are
have a 90
exactly
degree
90 degree
angle.
angles, just so you know.
Really?
Yes. You can measure them. Get a protractor and
They're
measure.
not 90 degree.
They are absolutely 90 degree angles.
No, they're not.
You're just saying nuh-uh. How are they not? How are they
Because
not?
the line, the baseline, and we're not talking about what you're showing right here. It's like on the surface of the Earth, that it has to be from the observation of something in the sky to the ground.
Not only, you can do it from the ground.
That's what we're talking about. That's exactly what we're talking about.
Yeah, I thought you could not tell anything about the surface from looking at.
Yeah, the surface is flat.
Can we do
The
that
surface, horizontally, the surface is flat. But what is, somebody want to post it? What a 90 degree angle is.
No, it's not. I've measured the surface to be not flat.
Yeah, see, that's your problem. You think you can do it with a curved baseline, and you can't.
I don't need a baseline. I can use a vertical.
Yeah, you do.
I can use a vertical.
Yeah, and what is a vertical meeting?
It's the down. It's
yeah,
down.
and what does it touch?
Nothing.
So how can you have an angle with just one line? Is that an angle?
You don't. You use the sun for the other line.
The sun is the other line?
Yeah. Well,
so,
the line to the sun.
Then how do you know what the Earth is if you're only doing it from the sun and vertical?
So you can measure the surface of something by things that, like looking at the sky. So I can measure my room by the light in my ceiling. It's even easy.
You're such an idiot, dude.
That you don't understand that.
Yeah, you need a flat baseline to do that with.
Was projection.
You need a flat baseline.
You don't.
Yep.
I can use
one of the lines is straight, it's vertical, and the other one is towards the sun. Yeah. So how much is the Earth diverting away from that baseline? The baseline would be the one going to the sun.
Measuring. Yeah? That's the angle that you're measuring.
Yeah. So what? We're trying to figure out what the Earth is.
Yeah.
Yeah. How did you do that with those angles? With that angle?
So you take a measurement at the same time at 2 different latitudes on the same longitude on, let's say a solstice or an equinox, like the one that we just had 2 days ago.
Sure.
Right. So you take an angle measurement from a plumb, and then you do that at 2 different places at the same time, and you solve the triangles. And then you can get the angle of the triangle that's on the surface, and if it equals 180 degrees, it's flat. If it equals more, it's like a sphere. If it equals less, then it's like a donut.
Yeah, but the problem is you have triangles, and what's a triangle?
Triangle is a 3-sided object.
Okay, and what is it consistently made of?
Line. And angle.
Yeah, just any line? Just any line?
Yeah, 3 lines is pretty much all you need.
straight lines is pretty much all you need, which means that
No,
straight lines.
that's
You
just a Euclid.
said
That's
it.
only
You
half
said
line.
it, Donald. No, you said it.
I never said
Yeah, you said straight lines. You can't backtrack.
I never said
No,
that.
you said it.
Don't tell me.
You said
Don't
it.
do that.
You
Don't
said
do
it.
that.
I got you.
Don't do that. I
Gotcha,
never said
bitch.
that.
Gotcha,
I
bitch.
never said that.
Yeah, you said 3 straight
Don't
lines.
do
Yeah,
that.
you got it.
That's
you said
childish.
it, Donald.
Are you a child?
No.
Are you a
You
child?
said it. No. Yep.
I
you
never
said
said that.
Victory lap.
You
Ready?
can have.
Here we go. Victory lap. Victory lap. You said 3 straight lines. There we go. Thank you, Donald. That'll be all. I was just waiting for him to. I was waiting for him to slip up. And he did.
Yeah, he's correct. It is in fact 3 straight lines.
Yeah, I know, but he was trying to make it sound like it wasn't. So he goofed up. He was trying his best not to say 3 straight lines. But I got him.
Yeah, he tried to say a 3-sided object. That's fine.
He thinks he's smart, see? I've outsmarted him, see? Let's see here.
Does anybody know if Darth Baby Panda is a globe, or if they think the Earth is flat?
Wait, are we still live?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Sounds like I'm about to leave, so. If anybody else wants to take over. That was fun.
W's in the chat, guys. Let's get some W's going.
Get you guys on the flip side.
All right, Miggy. Have a good one. Well, that was a rare Glober W for Mushkane, so shout out to him. I'll just quickly go through the panel and see who's here, and then we'll go from there. Congrats on the top slot. We have Necros here, top of the panel. I'm seeing Bushel. And folks, we are live 24/7. We are on YouTube. We have DJ. We have Clint0562. Not sure if we spoke before, but welcome. There's Crit. Clinton as well. Clinton Crit. Clint, what's up? No pressure either way. Also, there's Darth Baby Panda. We'll come back to Clint. Darth Baby Panda. We got some 304s in there, potentially. Democ. We have Dr. Astro Bullshit. Very nice. I think that's somebody from our home server. Welcome back. Elbow TV. Long time OG. There's Effie Batman, Flat Earth Ranger, Flatsy Klein, probably in the kitchen. We got Flatlord Writes Backup Bot. Shout out to him as well for putting together the YouTube. Hammer, Skybound Explorer.
What up?
That's a cool name. Skybound Explorer.
Flying the friendly skies.
Number one FPV pilot in the Flat Earth debate.
Yeah, don't let anybody try and tell you otherwise.
So you fly, bro?
Yes, sir.
So you must have seen the curvature of the Earth then.
Big negative.
That's cool. What's the highest altitude you've reached?
My drone?
Oh, that's what FPV means?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a FPV pilot.
That's cool. Yeah, so then what's the highest the drones got?
Yeah, they limit us to only like 400 feet, so not very high.
That's actually an argument I use when Globers are like, well, why don't you just explore the whole Earth and go wherever you want, like it's GTA, and make a map of the place and all this stuff, right? It's like, dude, you can barely fly a drone like over 400 feet. Like, just, I don't know why people think you can just go GTA and roam around reality like that. It's crazy.
It makes I don't know. It may seem kind of a cop out. It's always a cop out when they say it, like, "Oh, the Earth is so big, this and that, and this and that." But like, why is that not an argument? You know what I mean? Like, Earth is pretty big. You're just expecting one guy to go out and just make a whole map after learning that he's been lied to, and
right. Yeah, that's
gonna take some time.
That's a good point right there, and like. I think they're too quick to compare a globe to flat Earth, where on the globe you could kind of explore the whole thing, where their true reality, which isn't just a globe, of course, it's like this huge universe, whatever, that hasn't been fully explored. So when they come in here like, no, you need to have explored everything, it's like, you haven't. So what are you talking about? So yeah, that is a good point that you make there. They want you to give them everything that they don't have.
Constant double standard on their side. Hypocrisy.
Yeah, as the cultural development team, like we don't approve of double standards like that. I always try to jump in and correct that when I can. So awesome, man. Well, W, good for chiming in. I'm just gonna roll through the panel, see who else is here, and then I got some stuff I need to do as well. But we're gonna keep this ball rolling. No pun intended. Guys, we have Indio here as well. Dude was cooking earlier, always cooking. We have Majin, Mark J, Mushkane got the nice dub there. It's got to feel good. We have Quad.
What's Kane deal?
What do you do?
Yeah.
He had a little spar with Donald.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, you just missed it then if you just popped in. It was pretty interesting. Mushkane, you want to give a recap?
Yeah. People just don't really understand acceleration and how you measure it. And he was saying you could measure, or he was claiming you could measure Earth's acceleration with a cell phone.
Oh, yeah, he does that quite often.
Yeah, he said he had a freaking app, and also welcome Bull Knight.
Yeah, but the papers explicitly said they were only measuring gravity.
Like if the app will upgrade the hardware. If you got an accelerometer, that works, that can detect that sideway motion because of the spin, it will detect it with any app. It's not the app that will upgrade the hardware. No.
That's funny. That's a good point.
Like if you have a 1 megapixel camera, use a new app, then you will have 100 megapixel camera. What the heck is that?
Sorry to step away, but yeah, that was a good point you made there, Necros, about like apps don't upgrade the hardware. That's funny. So, and then he's trying to say that if you just put a bunch of phones together, then you'll measure the curvature. Like, what? And then Mushkane jumped in and was like, it's not a cumulative thing. All right, let's keep rolling through the panel. Quetzalcoatl. We got Rayleigh Criterion, Ripcord, Sunny, T-Dub, Top Cat, Trinity Loves You, the Ultimate FE Final Boss. That's our boy T. We have Car, and congratulations on the bottom slot, Ethergris. Pause. That's the panel, ladies and gentlemen. Donald, he had a full meltdown there. Almost not a full meltdown. I give him like a half meltdown.
I think the full meltdown was, Earth's not a planet. Ah!
Yeah. I mean, he almost did that. It was pretty close to that. He almost went there. But yeah, that Earth's not a planet thing is so iconic. Clipcord, I'm glad you grabbed that, dude. It's these self-soothing coping behaviors that they display that I find the most interesting. Earth's not a planet. Da, 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 da. It's like, who are you trying to convince, dude? Like, yourself? it's got to freak them out a little bit. The Earth's not a planet. Space is fake. That's got to be a little. They're like so confused. What? Space is fake? Nah. But I always say, which is more like if they think that's crazy, is a flat Earth in outer space with all the other globe? Is that more or less crazy? And oftentimes they'll say that the space disc is more crazy. And I'm like, well, there you go. Why would we believe that? So there's no space. It kind of helps them swallow that a little bit more. Pause. Be right back.
technically the Earth. And so the question is for the Globers, is the sky part of your definition of the Earth? We had a guy say the moon is technically the Earth. Is the atmosphere part of Earth?
Paradox.
NASA says that the moon is inside the Earth's atmosphere.
Atmosphere is paradox. Atmo means air. Air is a gas. Sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape. If you think they do, you would literally fail first grade intro to gas behavior. Do I have to pull Christy Bodak out from Southwestern University to tell your dumbasses that? John, I'll tell you what, John. Yeah, you better left. You better change your fucking name. I'm telling you. Do I got to pull Christy Bodak out?
Do it, but why does she come in press like that?
Why does who come in press like that?
Like, who just left?
John. He didn't change his name. I was about to take a big giant dump on his ass. You want me to go get Christy Bodak? All right, I'll do it. Of course, everyone that can fog a mirror already knows this without me going to get a citation to prove it. Sorry, I got the hiccups, Matt. Oh, man, they're kicking my ass. That's why I didn't come back. There she is right there. How you like that shit? Right in front of me. Well, scroll up, motherfucker. My God. All right, here we go. U.S. State Department, you're a retard. Remember last time? All right. From Christy Bodak, Southwestern University. Grade level. I will use this lesson with a first grade class. If an object is in a gaseous state of matter, it will not have a definite shape or a definite volume. See? See it? Anything else? I didn't think so. Where'd everyone go? Shit.
They run away.
Question. What do they mean by... hold on a minute. I'll pause the movie.
Say again. I didn't catch that.
I had a movie playing. I was going to ask a question. When I've looked this up or whatever myself, on Google, and I believe it was gas has mass, but no set shape. If I'm not mistaken, what do they mean by mass?
What? I don't know what they mean by mass. They're going to have to define it. Go get them or there and have them define it. And then we'll take a look. We'll look at the definition, then we'll look at a gas, and we'll see if they match. How about that? Fair?
Fair. I'm probably not going to do it. But not because I don't think you're right. I just don't. I just had the question because you were talking about gas not having a shape, and I was just remembering that from Google. Because it seems they want mass to be weight, but then they want it to be a quality of something or a quantity of something.
No, not even in the Baltard paradigm. Gas, weight and mass are two different things. Whatever mass is. Yep. Gas doesn't have weight either. Whatever they define weight as, they got to define it as W equal mg. Mg, love you long time. Of course, that was falsified 1920, circa 1925-ish. When Newton's F equal ma was falsified. Because W equal mg is derived directly from F equal ma. So if F equal ma is false and W equal mg, love you long time, is derived from F equal ma, heretofore W equal mg, love you long time, is also falsified. Fucking idiots. And by the way, gas has no weight.
So it's kind of like grandfathered into obsolescence or
Obsolescence, yeah. Gas has no weight. And we could prove that easily. So, take a book, get a vacuum chamber. You know, the ones we trip around in nature? Get a vacuum chamber. An unevacuated vacuum chamber. Make sure it has all the fairy tale atmosphere they can have in there. And weigh a book. Let's say it weighs 2 kilograms. Let's say it's encyclopedia. 2 kilograms. Then evacuate the chamber. Take all the fairy tale fuckwit atmosphere out. And then weigh the book again. They would say, the idiot globetards that say gas has weight, they must say that when the book is in there with the gas, so you got the book and the gas, then that would add up to, let's say, 3 kilograms. Let's just say, for example, the book weighs 2, the Atmo weighs 1, just to make it apparent. So that would be 3 kilograms, right? But evacuate that chamber, get all the air out, they would have to say that that book would weigh less. Guess what?
It'll
weigh more.
It weighs more. You got it.
It weighs more.
Yes, it does.
Is there a why for that?
Say again?
Is there a why for why it weighs more?
I don't give a fuck why. It just does. It destroys their claim. Yeah, it's all over. All over. They're fucking retards. Every single last one of them. Bring a globetard in there. I'll show you how much of a retard they are. I triple dog dare you. I've been doing it for 9 years. Hasn't failed once. Absolute retard. I'll leave them with that just pump the neighbor's cat look on their face. Every single time. Could do it in my sleep.
Okay, so let me say it like half a retard. Okay, so you take the atmosphere away from something, quote unquote.
Atmosphere, that's a paradox.
Quote unquote.
That's a paradox.
Then it weighs more.
Atmosphere is a paradox. You can't take a paradox and do anything with it. So try again.
Take the air out.
Okay. Take the air out of the vacuum chamber. You're weighing something in the vacuum chamber. You weighed it previously. Let's say it weighed 3 kilograms. You take all the air out. You evacuate the chamber. That object, whatever it may be, 3 kilograms, would weigh 3 kilograms and more. Yep. That's what I'm saying. Look it up.
If gas has weight, that some bitch has to weigh more. Or has to weigh less because you took the air out that has weight. So if you subtract weight, it's got to be less than it was in the evacuated chamber. Correct? Follow?
Yes.
You can't subtract something and have it weigh more. Let me show you something. Look it up. I don't think I have any citation. Maybe I should get a citation on that. Just to rub their noses in it. Should be easy. Objects in a vacuum chamber weigh more. Yes, objects in a vacuum chamber weigh more than they do in air. Thank you very much. Duh. Why would they do that? That was your question?
Yeah.
Gas is moving all different directions. What's weight? They would have to be beaten down on that scale. Well, you got a fucking problem if they're moving in all different directions. See Brownie in motion, morons. Not you. The general you. Oh boy. Am I going to be able to get a citation here or not? Probably not, but because the Globetard morons are fucking scared. Same thing with their bullshit parallel light rays. Same thing with their gravity horse shit. Same with the Coriolis effect that no Baltard has ever known in 9 years. Have never given a definition for the Coriolis effect that was correct and coherent. Not one. Doesn't know what mass is. Not one correct definition in 9 years. Refraction, they all fucked it up for 9 years. Not a single person. They're all retards. They're fuck sticks, is what they are. Pretender clown frauds, in other words.
Well, it proves it's like when you send an email, you want to find the leak, the source to the leak. Like, who are the retards saying all this retarded shit? And it's like, wow, it's coming from these couple of few individuals that, a USAID funded on the fronts of, algorithms on YouTube. It's absurd stuff. Like, even like intellectual people should be ashamed, but that's what's so funny is that they've flocked to it like moths to a lantern. It's disgusting.
Why the fuck is this buffering? Why will it not give me the citations, you fucking pretender clowns? Will not do it. Just buffer. That's what the Globetard is. It just buffers.
So if in the vacuum chamber you made me think.
Transistors?
What happens if you put gas inside a container, like a propane gas? Does it get way more with the gas in?
Yep.
So the gas
It'll
might
weigh
be
more
changing
then.
its
You gotta have a
state,
container.
but
Though. Yep, it'll have a weight then. Whatever weight is. Yeah, because you have it in a container. Let's try this again. Is it going to give it to me? Still buffering. My word.
Okay, but if you put the container empty and then you fill, it weighs something, 3 grams, and then you fill it with the gas, it's gonna be 3.5, 4 grams.
It'll weigh more because it's in a container.
Is that changing the state of the gas maybe to some liquid inside of the container?
Could be. Yep. Depending on the gas. Yep. Depends on temperature and pressure. Yep. Could.
Pressure for it to be.
Okay.
Let's say let's say you're at sea level, and you put 14 pounds of pressure in there. You know, you kind of
And
level
where?
it out with the air in the container. Would it weigh more?
You haven't given me the full.
So in other words, would it, if you equalize the pressure instead of having to actually add more compressed air in there, like in other words, you're adding more air pressure in it than this the air that's outside.
Sorry, I had my attention elsewhere. Trying to get this citation, it won't do it.
So in other words,
do it.
if you add the same amount of air pressure that's outside inside the container, in other words, you're at 14.5 psi and you add 14.5 psi, would it weigh anything? I mean, would it, or just weigh? Because it wouldn't have like more compressed air in there. It would have the same amount of compressed air.
If you have the gas and it's pressurized in a container, then it will weigh more. Not in the vacuum chamber, it won't. If you follow my scenario, it won't. If you evacuate it, the object will weigh more with the gas evacuated, which contradicts their position. You follow?
Yeah.
And I am not getting this citation. It sits there and buffers the shit out of me. You fucking clown globetard idiots.
You should get the Starlink
Just had a
internet.
I got fucking fiber, dude. High speed fucking fibered homes.
Yeah, but Starlink for backup.
Fuck a Starlink for backup. I got the highest of the high speed, dude.
Just had the little argument with Omnivore because of the gravity
Is this
or whatever.
Fucking idiot Omnivore.
No, he's not here.
Oh, I thought you said Omni. All right.
He was in Atlanta. Oh, he is in here. Oh, no. He's in Atlanta Misfit Toys. I just clicked on that. So
he's in the land of misfit toys.
He was trying to say that when you put when you weigh yourself on a scale, it's gravity. And I said, it's just pressure. Oh, what is pressure? Well, so what's the formula for pressure? It says force over an area. Okay, so no gravity. Great. It's like, no, you're invoking gravity when you say you have weight. It's like, I'm not. So if I put a scale on the wall and I put pressure on that and it registers weight, is it still gravity? No. Okay, then. So silly.
Yep, I cannot get that citation. I'll try tomorrow. Unbelievable.
Everything I'm clicking on Google will not load either.
Mm-mm. Well, is Google down? Did we break Google?
I think the AI became aware.
Let's see if I can find it independently. Not working out. Let's try by just. Think I got it. Did you guys try to load anything in Google right now? It's not doing it. So whoever said that, you're correct. I just clicked on it and it didn't load. It's not loading. And I got ludicrous upload speeds. Nope, you're right. Whoever said that, you're correct. It's not loading.
What, me? Yeah, it wasn't loading for me.
Nope, it's not loading for me either.
It's creepy, isn't it?
Yeah.
And tomorrow it will be back up, but it'll be different. That's just my conspiracy brain.
Let's see if I just try anything.
Patterns aren't a conspiracy, so don't indict yourself.
Let's try this. Let's see if this loads. Britannica. Britannica loads. Yeah, not a problem. Yeah, I'll check it. I'll do it tomorrow. Fuck it. All right, well, it's 11:32 and there's no action. Platsy, I have to change the position on you. I just seen you in here. Go ahead and unmute.
What's that?
Yeah, Gemsy in here? No, he's not in here anymore. Something has superseded.
Yes,
Oh, I'm sorry, Gemsy. Something has superseded my precious from the ribeyes.
Okay.
Bison ribeye.
Nope. Any other guesses?
Nope.
Brisket?
Nope. I made the official change.
Wow.
I told the wife. Too funny.
All right, now. You gonna tell us?
Yeah.
Impossible ribeye.
Nope. Lamb chops.
I was like, bro, you interrupted me. I said lamb before that.
Really? I didn't hear
But
you.
I was gonna say lamb ribeye, but you said lamb chop. I was gonna say lamb anyways, but yeah. That sounds good.
Lamb chops. It's over. It really wasn't any competition. I said, okay, let's do it. So we had ribeyes yesterday, and then we had lamb chops today. It wasn't fucking close.
A bit more expensive, the lamb.
No, in fact, the lamb chops are less expensive for me.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Where are you, Australia?
Nah, I'm getting them from Sam's Clubs from New Zealand.
That sounds good.
You buy them by the bulk? Because I know if you buy stuff by the bulk, man.
Yeah,
it's,
we're buying them.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like if you get like they have like the beef rolls, like $100, and it's like you get a shit ton of freaking meat.
It's lamb chops, Lassie.
Lamb.
Oh, and they have the corner of the lamb chop. It's almost like a fucking ribeye. It has a My Precious section.
It does. Yeah, it does. I can picture it. I've seen it many times. I've tried it. Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
I'm trying to get my son on board. He struggles cutting the meat off him, right? Don't struggle, right? All you have to do, it's like less than a micrometer of absolute fat on the outside. You got to be like a surgeon, right? That I'm all about that shit. So you got to be like a surgeon, and you cut just because I can't stand pure meat fat, just pure. I can't fucking do it. And then you cut that little strip off, and then you don't need the fork and knife at all. You just need to eat at the Y. Oh man!
Because it's like a little meat lollipop.
Some people say that they don't like the I don't want to say smell or the odor of it.
Of what?
Like
lamb chops?
They complain about it. Kind of like it's a different like.
It can smell like burnt hair.
Yeah, it smells different than the beef, so people can't pass it just because of a different smell.
I haven't noticed it. I'll just continuing on. All right, but it has superseded. It's not close.
Maybe your wife cooks it good. So
well, she does. She grills it. She puts a little bit of seasoning on it, not too much. We don't marinate them. I don't like that shit. I want the meat. So just a touch of seasoning. I don't know which kind. I'll get that. I just don't know what she does with it yet. But
everything beagle.
I took a bite at the Y. I'll tell you what. I nearly collapsed.
That's good stuff. Yeah.
Oh man.
Today I bought 2 bison ribeyes.
You would.
I'm gonna try lamb next.
All right, somebody's posting Wagyu. That's not a fair comparison. That's some bullshit right there. Who was it? Into the break. Don't be posting Wagyu. That's not what we're talking about. All right.
Yeah, we don't know if he'd had his Wagyu.
That was not me. I'm posting different stuff. The Wagyu was a different hit.
Was it? Oh, Miguel Sosa posted the Wagyu. I could see it immediately.
Old version.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to take. I'm talking about just your average ribeye steak, not Wagyu. You can't do that because the price is. How much is that? That ribeye right there.
$50? No.
$50. Your ass is $50 for that.
Is how that costs? Right, 50.
No, it doesn't cost $50. You're full of shit.
Then it's a fake Wagyu.
Yeah, it is.
40.
It doesn't cost. Yeah, 5,400. Yes, I would suggest. Yeah, probably that.
Very expensive.
That Wagyu is not costing you $50 fucking dollars. That ribeye steak right there. How thin
It's
is that?
50 a pound or something. 55 plus a pound, gotta be.
You got more than a pound there.
Something like that. Maybe more, like 80 something dollars a pound in many
Well,
places.
I need citation. I need citation with that right fucking now.
In Boston, there is a place. It's called Italy. It comes from Italy, and they sell that white. They have the whole piece over there, and they cut it by the pound. And I think the last time I saw it was between $60 or $70 a pound.
Yeah, so that's not. It's not a fair comparison.
Check this one. Maybe this one.
You know, looking at that ribeye, Miguel, it looks like the meat section is more of my precious than my precious.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Less fat.
Just looking at it, man. Can you send that to me?
Yeah, no problem. Let's see.
Yeah, PM
Also
me. I'll give you.
Also, give me the hookup for this butcher you got.
Yeah, just send that to me. Just PM me. I'll give you my address. I want you to send that monkey to me. That one right there. And then we'll have a new test. Miguel, he's already fucking PMing me.
It's got to be double blind, so I got to get one too.
Double blind. Miguel, you took that off a wiki, man. That's fucked up.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. Okay. We'll see.
That's absolutely ridiculous right there.
So Shiva now is Chavez.
And you got to have a certain cooking technique with Wagyu, man. You can't just fuck around with it. You can't burn that son of a bitch, man. You got to be really delicate. You got to know what you're doing. Into the break. What the fuck are you doing here?
Beef tartare.
Fuck that.
That's good. Put it on some bread. It's filling. It's nourishing. You get all of you're not having to cook too much. It's perfect.
Nah.
A lot of chopping. You put a lot of chives on it.
Nah, fuck that.
Yeah, beef tartare with some egg yolk and put it on a nice bread, a brioche bun. And
I'll give you a brioche. I'm not eating that shit.
It said it's delectable. You'd enjoy it.
No, I would not.
You don't eat sushi?
Fuck no.
Damn, bro. Okay.
Bro.
Yeah, no, sir. Like, you just don't like sushi. It's okay.
Who the hell likes sushi?
Nobody.
You don't have to. Yeah. not like a prerequisite for your worth in the world.
Yeah, right. Who would
It's
fucking
just
eat
some
that?
people like finer things in life.
Some people are morons.
That too.
All right, what do we got here? We got a bison ribeye.
See, we can agree on some things, but we don't have to agree on everything. Taste is one of these things that is an agree or
fuck
disagree topic. It's
Shut up.
taste. And we're not talking
fuck
about what a triangle is.
Shut the fuck up. We're looking at a bison ribeye here. This mug,
Okay.
this mug looks like this is too lean, dude. You're gonna have to do some stuff with this, man. You're gonna have to cook this a little bit differently. That's too lean. Yeah, I know it's not cooked yet, but I can look at it and tell it's way too fucking lean.
Yeah, many times they do. You get the big pieces of meat in it. This one is on the lean side. You're correct. Many times you get other ones that have like huge chunks of the fat.
Yeah,
they cut the fat.
I'm not.
No. They don't cut it on these ones. They leave it, but bison there's limitations to supply, and you're gonna get the fatty pieces and the not so fatty pieces.
Yeah, there's no striations in here of fat. Look at that, and then look at that Wagyu up there above. That's a big fucking difference.
Yeah, Wagyu for sure.
Yeah, so you have to cook this. You'll have to cook this differently. This ain't gonna work. Sorry.
I'll eat a medium rare, more on the rare side.
Well, that's a special breed of Wagyu they have. They're trying to propagate that Wagyu breed into, other animals. It's a specific kind of DNA for a specific region.
All right. World. Let's see, Miguel. What you got for me?
I just found that site, but it is euros. Euros coin from Europe.
For you to go up against lamb chops, you're gonna have to up your game, man.
Lamb chops.
Dude, buddy.
No, it doesn't give me lamb there. That site.
Oh, that looks really good right there. All right, let's see if we can copy this. Copy image. Oh, this looks really friggin' good right here. Look at that shit right there. I'll tell you what. And more importantly, Flatsy, you listening? Flatsy.
Wake up, Flatsy. I'm here. I'm listening.
Wake up, Flatsy. What? These are so good, right? That even leftover lamb chops are absolutely, they'll knock your fucking socks off. Just for a little, like, snack or something. I put these in the refrigerator for 3 days leftover, and I hit them with the microwave for like 20 seconds. You don't want to go too much, just minimal amount of time. They were just as fucking good. I'm serious. I couldn't believe it. Flatsy, how many? Can you make cream lamb chops? Cream of soup lamb chops. Oh boy.
Sandwich.
Yeah, they're just unbelievable. And that little piece, you see the little piece, it's the less meaty piece over on the left-hand side. Depends on which way you got it flipped, but that little piece right over there, oh boy. It's overwhelming. My knees start to shake. Oh man.
This is why you're so passionate about food.
I love food. It's you only get passionate about food when you don't get fed. That's when you start to get passionate about it.
Right. When I was pregnant with Booger, I would literally cry over food. Like if I couldn't get what I wanted, if I had some sort of craving and I couldn't get it, I would start bawling. And I'm like, why am I bawling? What is going on?
Why am I crying? Oh my god. Well, if you ever ate out of garbage, if you ever got so hungry that you ate from garbage, you know what I'm talking about.
That's called parasitic host manipulation.
Now, I wasn't homeless, but I was close. I was in the military, and I was going through a couple special forces schools, and those some bitches wouldn't feed you. So I would have to sneak.
True.
Yeah, there's no atheist. There's no atheist version of the heliocentric model. Do you have one?
The model of the solar system has nothing to do with God whatsoever.
Oh yeah, you just ask the Catholic Church. They're really happy. They like if you go to any Catholic church and just talk to a priest and be like, "Hey, why should I become a Catholic?" And they'll ask you, what's your values? And tell them, "Oh, I value science and whatnot." They'll be like, "The Catholic Church is cutting edge scientific research," and they'll tell you all about the how they were first. They invented all these things. They got the biggest space telescope. They'll tell you all about it. Yeah, they do. They got the largest telescope.
No, they don't. There's bigger telescopes now. They did at one time, but it's not the biggest anymore. But none of that has anything to do with the existence of God or whether or not the Earth is flat.
Yeah, it does. It has to go with why would they lie? If you believe they're lying to you, that they're in on it, it's some kind of conspiracy. They all know there isn't a God. Then how are you able to parse out that the other things they tell you, like the Earth is in a heliocentric model, how do you know that's right?
I can measure the globe myself. I don't have to rely on what the church says. You can just ignore everything the church says, everything the Bible says, ignore it all, and you can still demonstrate the globe.
Yeah, then you should take it up with them on that.
No, I don't care what they say.
They'll tell you that they got out of space.
Theists are silly. Theism is silly.
Thank you, Jesus.
I can just dismiss theism in general because there's no they have
that's
never
atheism. Atheism.
Yeah, I'm an atheist.
Yeah, because your belief is simply not required.
Yeah, I agree. If the thing was real, whether I believe it or not, it would be real. But
yeah, that's why it's fun to invoke atheist logic and say, "Hey, what's wrong with flat earthers?" Oh, just
the problem is,
and that the problem you're missing is that we're talking about this extremely triggered dude who's constantly hovering over flat Earth, calling us a bunch of names, saying that we should be locked up. We're hacking his device. He's on the phone with the FBI. We're terrorists. This is an atheist who triggered once he realized how deeply theistic the heliocentric model is.
It's not at all.
Yeah,
so
extremely.
It's utterly irrelevant. God is utterly irrelevant to the shape of the Earth and the solar system. Utterly and completely. You can ignore everything the church says. Ignore everything the church says. You can measure it yourself.
It ties right back into the Catholic Church creation.
It doesn't.
Why is he so triggered?
Big Bang was.
Prit, why are you so triggered?
About what am I triggered about?
No, you're projecting. Why are you so triggered?
I'm not triggered or projecting.
Okay, hold on. Donald, what do you think I'm triggered about? Let's follow this logic.
Action says I'm triggered.
Oh, so someone else said you're triggered, and you asked me if I was triggered.
Well, I didn't know he was talking to me because I'm not triggered. So I thought he was talking to you because I'm not triggered. What am I triggered about, dude? The guy that
Donald,
said that.
You're triggered about the Catholic Church. Donald, where did the Big Bang theory? Where did the Big Bang idea come from?
An astrophysicist named Lemaitre?
It came from a Catholic Jesuit priest named
He was
Georges
also
Lemaitre.
an astrophysicist.
Big fucking deal. He was a Catholic
had a PhD.
priest.
He had
a Catholic priest. Yeah. Okay. Fine. He was still a Catholic priest.
That doesn't matter. He used physics. He didn't use God.
Steeped in the religion of the Catholic.
Have you ever read the letters between him and the Pope at the time? Because he told the Pope very, very clearly, do not use this as evidence for God, because this is not the beginning. Do not use this for evidence for God. He said that over and over and over. So this has nothing to do with God.
You're
nothing to do with God.
You're using his idea as your creation story.
There's no creation in the Big Bang, so
yeah, there sure is. Yeah, there is. Okay, what was before the Big Bang?
Well, an eternally inflating universe. But that's irrelevant to God.
What? What was before the Big Bang? Once again,
an eternally inflating universe.
An internally inflating. Eternal. Really?
Eternal. Yeah.
What is eternal?
Eternal means without end.
So forever, which there's no such thing of in reality as eternal.
You don't actually know that.
So you have a creation story. It came from an eternal.
There's no creation at all.
Yeah, there is. Yeah.
Where's the creation in inflation?
What caused the Big Bang?
Inflation.
So that's your God.
There's no God there.
Yeah, there is.
You're just conflating the universe.
No, I'm not. No, every creation requires a creator.
There's never been creation.
Yeah, you're living in it.
There's never been creation. Demonstrate.
Yeah, you're living in it, and all the design and information all over in nature is proof of this.
No, demonstrate a single act of creation. Demonstrate a single act of creation, buddy. Here, that's eternal inflation. I just posted a link. That's eternal inflation.
Yeah, ridiculous.
So there's no God there, and just because you say that,
then why do you pray to the priest of NASA?
I don't pray.
Yes, you do.
You know me better than I do.
No, it's obvious.
Oh, so I don't pray.
It's obvious. Your appeal to authority is obvious. So you're kneeling at the pew.
I'm not
you're kneeling at the. You're kneeling at the pew, Brenda, and you're chanting the praises.
Calling me by somebody else's name?
You're chanting the praises without any evidence.
Why are you calling me by somebody else's name? And I don't pray. I don't prance. I don't do any of these things that you're talking about. You're just being silly.
Yeah, you're just like an idiot. You're like
just
a
like every other theist. You're a silly boy. You're a
and you don't even know.
Boy.
You don't even know anything about your own religion.
He's spiraling again.
You've accepted your religion without proof.
I don't have religion. I don't have religion.
You do. The globe Earth is a religion.
There is no religion in globe Earth. You're silly.
Is. Yeah, there is.
Demonstrate
it's a belief system.
Religion?
You have the religion is you have no proof for your religion, no evidence.
I have pictures of the globe, so
no evidence in reality. Those
I have
aren't
pictures
reality.
of the globe, so
those aren't reality.
Yes, they are. Just because you don't accept it doesn't change reality.
How do you validate pictures from space?
I mean, they're pictures. They're pictures of reality.
Fucking crickets.
Yep, you got them.
Dude,
spiraling.
I can go.
I
and
rest
look
my
at other
case. I'll
planets.
be here all freaking week. Thank you.
I can go and look at other planets. I can look at our planet. This is a very silly argument. We have pictures from space. What is space?
Nice. And she's still spiraling. Thank you, Linda. We
Still
had
I'm not a
spiraling.
she. I'm not a
She's
she.
still spiraling. What's wrong with her?
I'm not a she. I'm not spiraling. Y'all are.
What's wrong with her? Why does she keep spiraling?
All right. So until you guys are done being dicks, I'm just gonna go away.
Bye-bye.
I mean, that's what a woman would do.
Thanks for your concession. Very good. Have a great day on the horizontal plane. Thanks for participating.
You rage quit.
You cooked, Sonny, and
That's the most fun, man. I swear. It's like hilarious and sad. And what you were talking about earlier, I've never found a topic like this in my entire life where the losing side with no basis, nothing substantial to stand firmly upon, they get worse and worse as they're losing more and more. They're getting worse and worse. Like, ridiculous, man. Like, pull your hair out, leftist freaking psychopaths.
I would say this is not the only topic. I think there's might be 5 or 6 different topics that I've had similar reactions from, whether you're talking about dieting and health problems or politics. People lose their minds over all sorts of bullshit that makes no sense.
Yeah, like red pill. Same thing.
Yeah, I suppose you're right.
But yeah, it is unique. It is unique. Yeah, it's like when I first got involved with Flat Earth, I was like, I need to train up. You know, I need to. It's like when you start a Pokemon game, you got to like battle the weak ones and to you get stronger. And so like I need to get better at this. And then all these years later, I've gotten my power level up, and then the Globers are getting weaker. So it's like, what am I this strong for?
Guys, most flat earthers are not real truthers.
Yeah. Okay. I could probably see that. Because I've said, like, it doesn't give you a free pass. Just because you're a flat earther doesn't mean, like, you get a free pass on, like, everything.
What's a real truther?
Ooh.
So does anybody want to have a conversation without insulting me? That'd be amazing.
Oh, the 304 is back. Yeah, Don, it's fine. Or sorry, Brenda.
See, that's an insult. That's not my name.
It's just jokes, bro. if you're really a dude, you should be able to handle jokes. That's why maybe that's why they think maybe you're Brenda.
Or maybe y'all could just call me by my name and not worry about anything else.
Well, you're a big boy, right?
Are you a big boy? Because big boys call people by their names, their actual names.
That was a non-answer. He's projecting. That was a non-answer.
Big boys
Children
banter.
call people by other people's names because they're silly. Are you?
What's wrong with you?
Big boys are able to like joke around with each other without getting their panties in a twist.
I don't wear panties. There's no twisting. I just don't understand why you don't call me by my name.
Did it again.
So why did you have to descend the thing about panties? Like if you weren't wearing them?
Like literally, he wouldn't make it in the military. Day one, he would cry and quit in the military.
I don't care.
I'm just saying, I think men
do a
build...
year of physics classes and see how you do. I bet you I do better.
Yeah, whatever. Well, I'm just saying, like, through beef, men build camaraderie. So, maybe You could be a big boy and we could be bros, but you're like so butthurt. But it's fine, Donald. We can just
I'm
move
not
on.
butthurt about anything. I just don't understand. Not understanding is not butthurt. I just don't understand.
You seem to only be complaining about your feelings. So yeah, he's trying to tell you
This is
that
not
it
about my
brings people together
feelings.
sometimes.
This is not about.
We
It's gonna be okay,
understand.
man.
You're talking over me. But
Well, I mean, you're lying.
cool. Yeah, but he's trying to say, yeah, we could be cool and have nobody's really making fun of you. It's just like
That you
when they
called it
did try
jokes.
to
That
have
is literally making
you're
fun.
interrupting
Jokes
me.
are making
When they
fun.
did try to have a conversation with you, you were interrupting about your feelings. But I mean, it's
I
not.
wasn't.
No one's really seriously messing with you. Maybe, but you could
Well, then
just
why
put
can't
your
we move
feelings
on from
aside
it?
and
Why
just
can't
have
we
a
just move on
conversation,
from
or
it?
not and leave like you were going to do the first time.
I didn't leave. I just muted. So why can't we just move on from it and not worry about it anymore?
Let's just
That'd
move
be
on, Donald.
amazing.
Because you're so
I just got
triggered
to point out
about it.
something funny. I thought this guy was Brenda for the longest time until I realized it wasn't.
Yes,
No,
definitely
it
not
is.
Brenda.
It may be.
Not maybe. I'm definitely not Brenda. We've been in the same room talking at the same time. I'm not Brenda.
See, we're
It's AI,
joking.
bro.
We know that. You should know better by now, Donald. You missed the entire point.
The reason why people think you're Brenda is one time you were hot micing, but you're playing YouTube, and just by chance, it was Brenda talking on the video you were playing in the background.
That's a silly reason to think I'm Brenda.
Oh, also, his voice actually does sound a lot
You
like
sound
Brenda.
you sound like Brenda.
I don't at all. I've heard me and Brenda talking at the same room on YouTube, and I don't sound anything like Brenda.
You both kind of sound like pretending to be.
I don't pretend to be anything at all.
Maybe Brenda's just pretending to be you.
Or there's no pretending going on whatsoever, and we're
Or
two
like
different
Brenda's normal voice, like when she's not trying to do a feminine voice.
So can we just move on from this? Because that'd be amazing. I mean, it's like the third time I've tried.
What the heck? All right, yeah, let's just move on.
Please, let's move on. Wait, burst of blood vessels.
So does anybody have any evidence of flat?
The ocean. Water. I'm gonna go to it soon.
I've measured it to be curved, so that's not evidence for a flat.
All right, show us your evidence, Donald.
Show you?
Yeah,
My
what
evidence
device
is not
do you use to measure it?
My evidence is not what I did. It's that I can teach you how to do it, and you can do it yourself. That's my evidence. It's
Yeah,
always
what
been my evidence.
device? What device, asshole? Say the name of the device. What device did
straight
you
edge.
use to measure the surface of the water?
A straight edge.
What kind of straight edge?
How far? Yeah. How long is a straight edge?
It was like 3 feet, 4 feet maybe.
Wow.
I
Jesus
put it
Christ,
I put it
man.
level
Are
on
you
the horizon of the
trolling?
ocean.
Seriously, are you fucking trolling now or what?
No, I put it level on the to the horizon of the ocean. Then I backed way back, and I took a picture of it. And then I took it home and counted the pixels of, and it turns out horizon's curved.
You said you were measuring the water, not the horizon.
I was measuring the curvature of the water. Yeah.
You just described the horizon, but you didn't say horizon. You said water before. Those are two separate things.
Yes, I was
measuring the
measuring-
surface of the water is not the same as measuring the optics of the horizon. Those are two separate things.
What is that stuff that's wet out there where it looks like
water? That's water, you fucking retard. That's fucking water.
Yeah,
Linda,
I was
calm
measuring
down.
the water.
Linda, calm down and take a breath. Stop with the nervous laughter. You don't count pixels to see curvature. You can see it with your natural eye if it is there. It is not there. You see a flat, level horizon. You don't count pixels. No, you didn't see it. You did not. Hey, don't talk over me. You did not see it, and you don't count pixels to find it. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a measurement. So there is no such thing as a flat horizon. No flat object has a horizon. Flat objects have edges.
There is only a flat horizon, Donald.
Except I've measured it to be curved.
Except you're lying.
Prove
And you're
that.
counting pixels, not measuring anything. You're counting pixels. What's
That's a measurement, dude. That's a measurement. It's not a very accurate measurement. but it
No,
is a
Donald, counting
measurement.
pixels is not measurements. Thank you.
Yes, it is. It absolutely is.
It is not.
Counting
in your
pixels
mind
is how we
right
measure
now it is,
stars.
and we see how fragile and
Counting
strange your
pixels is how we
mind is.
measure- Counting pixels is how we measure everything with pictures.
That's cat,
You're
bro.
silly. You're just silly.
What kind of lens did you use to take the photograph?
What kind of lens? It was just like one of those little point and shoots.
Oh yeah.
It was a little Nikon digital camera.
You made sure it's exactly center frame, so barrel distortion was at minimum?
Yes, I did that. I used a tripod and everything.
Oh, you did? And
So you leveled the tripod first.
Yes, I leveled everything to make sure everything was level.
You leveled the tripod, did you?
Well, I leveled the straight edge and the camera that were on the tripod.
What was your reference to level the tripod?
A spear level, one of those little plastic level things.
It came.
Yeah,
with
Donald, listen. If you're watching the boat disappear bottom up and claiming that's a curve, you're going to see left to right curvature as well. And if you complete that circle of your boat going over the curve, you're on a pretty tiny ball there, bud.
It's just not true, and I never said that.
It is.
So you don't know the dimensions of your ball that you live on?
That's like almost 4,000 in radius. It's like 25, almost 25 grand in a.
So I shouldn't ever be able to see 30 miles across of a lake?
You might be able to. Refractive conditions are correct. Because 1 degree of refraction equals like 70 miles. So refraction can do a lot. If conditions are perfect, you can see the back of your head with a good enough telescope.
Oh my god, that's wrong in so many ways. Hey, Donald, do you have the photograph that you're talking about?
I don't need to. That's not my evidence. My evidence is that I can teach you. That's not my evidence.
No,
that's not my evidence.
Well, you can stop interrupting him and let him finish his thought, Donald.
He asked me a question.
Let him finish his thought. He was halfway through his question.
No, he was finished with his question. Fine.
You're still
you finish your
Let him
second
finish.
question, and then I'll answer him. Oh, fuck.
Okay.
The most fragile lady ever.
I'm not fragile. Y'all are silly.
Look, Donald, you don't have any evidence to present, do you?
My evidence is that I can teach you how to do it, and you can do it yourself. That's my evidence.
It doesn't count as evidence.
Yes, it does. That is the best evidence.
What? Does he know
Doing it
the
yourself
definition
is
of the
good
word
evidence.
Does
You
he know
guys
the
see that?
Stop talking. Does he know
Why
the
am I
definition
getting
of the word
interrupted all the
evidence?
time? This is
Obviously
insane.
not. You
Y'all
obviously
interrupt
don't know the
so much.
definition
Crazy.
of the word evidence.
Yes, I know what evidence is.
Go ahead.
Evidence is facts and demonstrations that make one hypothesis more likely than all others.
So demonstrate your curvature, Donald.
My demonstration is teaching you how
He
to.
can't do anything. He's counting pixels. Leave him alone.
My demonstration is that I can. Jesus Christ! My demonstration is that I can teach you how to do it, and you can do it yourself.
Hey, Donald, how did you elevate the straight edge with the horizon and back right up? How did you hold it in place?
So you know what a tripod is, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I used a tripod.
He used a tripod leveled to
Yes, I leveled the straight edge.
You're
I
interrupting
leveled
me.
the straight edge. Leveled the straight edge on the tripod.
0 degrees, the horizon, sea level, and
It was locally leveled.
Why do you keep interrupting people?
Well, you say wrong things,
Why
and
do you
I've
keep
been
interrupt-
interrupted.
I wasn't
this
even
entire
done.
time.
Why do you keep interrupting me?
Well, you've been interrupting me a bunch
You're
too.
extremely
Stop it.
rude, ma'am.
You're extremely rude, ma'am.
What do you?
You've
repeat
interrupted me
everything?
more than I've interrupted you. So
Donald,
you're
just keep your
extremely
mouth
rude,
shut
ma'am.
while somebody's talking, okay? And when they're done talking, and you can clearly see they're done talking because it's silent for a second or two, then you can speak. Thank you.
It'd be amazing if y'all did the same thing.
So he just talks over, or she does, whatever, whoever. Just shutty, Donald.
Nobody was speaking when I talked. You were muted.
So you know what barrel distortion is, don't you?
Yes, I do. It is distortion that is imparted by the lens of a camera, of all cameras.
Yep.
All lenses,
Okay.
all cameras.
Right. So if it wasn't perfectly center frame, then you would have had some issues with that. That's why I wanted to see the photo. Right. It's okay if you don't have it, but I just want.
My photo is not my evidence, just so you know. I've said that many times. My photo is not my evidence. My evidence is that I can see you're interrupting me. I don't get it. So my evidence is that I can teach you how to do it and you can do it yourself.
Shut the
So essentially, you're saying in the 9 months of research I did to prove or disprove the globe to myself, the only thing I didn't do was count pixels, and that was my mistake. Okay, gotcha.
That's what I heard.
Oh, just so I'm clear, trying to prove the globe without using a government agency like NASA, etc. Like trying to prove the globe to myself while skydiving, while making observations, while watching documentaries and researching. Yeah, I forgot to count pixels. Thanks, Donald. You saved me. Shut her down, boys and girls. We're saved.
We're sitting here measuring the surface and we're doing it wrong.
Oh, jump from 4,000 feet, still no curve. Go to 8,000, still no curve. Doesn't matter what altitude we jump from, no curvature of the horizon. Well, fuck, we forgot to count pixels. Shit, boys. Back to the ground. Time to count pixels.
You gotta go into outer space, man.
Oh, hey, Castle King, man.
So we got to do something that you've never done to believe something that you believe.
No, we have to do something unvalidatable to prove his belief.
I always find that crazy. It's like, you must do this thing that I haven't done to believe what I believe. That's literally like, that's dumb.
You gotta do the SpongeBob and use your imagination.
This guy's a troll, bro.
If I were a troll, I'd be the king of the trolls.
More like the queen, maybe.
Well, at least he's honest about that. The entire globe requires imagination, so you're right on that account.
Just saying, man. Use your imagination.
Why do so many of
You're
these
far
globies
enough
sound
to
like
be
they're
able
being
to see.
castrated?
No.
Perspective. The reason why you can't see that the world is round is because from our perspective here on Earth, we don't have the field of view to be able to see the whole Earth.
I have a question, Castle King. Do you remember any of the conversations we've had in the previous months? Any of them?
Oh man, of course I remember.
So why are you saying dumb things?
Excuse me? It makes sense.
To you, maybe.
Your field of view is limited as a human being.
Oh, so that's how you know the whole entire globe is a globe. You know, you think the whole entire Earth is a globe because you have this broad spectrum of view or something, a special view.
Gotta go
How did you get this
higher.
special view?
You gotta go higher into the sky to see the curve of the Earth.
Once again, something you've never fucking done.
I'm
Thanks a
not
lot,
Superman
Mr.
here,
Castrato.
buddy. I can't fly out there to
That's what's in question right now, Castle King. We're trying to figure out how have you validated any part of your belief. You're talking about doing something that no one has done. You haven't done.
And you don't need to do that. You don't need to do that to know what the surface is. You don't need to do what you're saying in order to determine the geometry of the surface. You can measure it from on it.
Precisely, and what we do find, thank you, T-Dub, and what we do find when we do go up higher is that the horizon rises to eye level. That wouldn't happen if we were on a ball of any size.
The horizon rises to your eye level if you're in space?
Oh my gosh.
You're a perfect example. You're a perfect example, Castle King, of not learning anything at all.
So, Castle King, as far as we have gone in airplanes, bungee jumping, skydiving, every time we go as high as we can reach, the horizon rises to eye level. Did you not know this?
Bungee jumping?
Oh wow, perfect,
Oh
Glover.
my God,
You
bro!
didn't hear a
It's like
word
I'm
I
jumping
said.
off of little bridges, man.
He didn't hear a
Of course,
word
you're
I
not going to
said.
see the curvature of the
Ladies and
Earth off of the
gentlemen,
bridge.
he didn't hear a word I said. Instead, he's
You said
spiraling downward.
jumping.
Did you hear the question? Are you going to
The other
answer it?
guy said skydiving.
That was me. Are you going to answer the question? Were you
Yeah,
listening
what
to the
is it,
question?
man? I'm listening.
What was the question?
There was no question. You were making statements.
So
You were
because you
saying
couldn't
that
hear
if
me,
you
I guess.
rise up, then the horizon will rise to eye level. That's what you said.
Yeah, I see why you haven't retained anything from our previous conversations. You didn't hear what I had said just now. Just now.
You just said just now.